play style, which is really aggressive. So I think they can go by their strategy, you know?
All right, it looks like we're almost ready. Oh, actually, we've just been given the call. The opening ceremony is ready. Survivors in the chat, in the stadium, cheer for your teams. Let's kick things off with the opening ceremony.
They came from all around.
Oh no.
Hello everyone. They came from all around the world.
Tadi udah nyala malah dimatiin sama dia.
All to this. They were one step close to make history. And right now it is this moment. Then a
Itu
push them.
mic-nya itu fatal banget sih.
For sure challenge them. Now 12 teams fight for the ultimate prize. They have trained for this. They have dreamed about this. And right now it's time to go big or go home. One title, one champion, and one legacy. Who's ready to compete, to concrete, and take the trophy home? I wanna know, do you know about this? So welcome to Free Fire Grand Finals at the Esports World Cup 2025. I'm Carol Bombshell and I invite all of you, and especially you, to make history together. Right now, let's meet our teams, starting with Red Dragons.
All right. Gila disorakin, Cok. Disorakin.
Oh, Gamers Club! Oh!
Let's go.
United!
Buriram United. Ini sih. Kenceng sih. Pen Gaming Brazil. Udah lama banget nggak ngeliat Pen Gaming di Dota ya. Let's go, let's go.
The one and only, the reigning
Yung Falcon stylean.
Now, it's time to introduce our top 3 finalists. Can they keep it up with their game? Can they set up with their game? Because right now we are talking about the grand finals. Let's figure out this right now because they are ready to take the stage. First, right now, give it up for Team Vitality!
Anjir. Stage-nya di lift dong. Gile, respect. Gila sih flashlight-nya sih. Ini yang epilepsi sih. Bakal epilepsi, Cok. Gila sih, stage lift-nya sih.
And finally, in the first place finisher, Core Memory!
Goodness. Top 4 tuh ya.
The teams are ready. The crowd are watching right now. And everything they have worked for comes down to this. No more warm-ups, no more second chance. It's time to drop in. It's time to fight for the trophy. This is Free Fire Grand Finals!
Alright.
Crazy, but we have finally reached the grand finals.
This is the first time we're seeing in Free Fire history that nobody really knows who's going to be walking away with the championship.
ผมไม่ได้อยากปกป้องแชมป์ครับผมแค่อยากจะทำให้แรปนี้เป็นแรปที่ดีที่สุดแล้วก็สร้างประวัติศาสตร์ของผมเพิ่มมาอีกก็คือแชมป์ผมจะทำให้ได้แชมป์อีกรอบ
Tahun lalu.
Pokoknya gue bakal bikin kalian merinding lah di final nanti.
Oh siap. Merinding ya. Merinding tuh.
Tahun 2025 ini kita bisa jadi juara di EWC.
Ya insyaallah.
ก็มาที่นี่เพราะอยากได้แชมป์อยู่แล้วครับ
เพราะเราจะทำให้เต็มที่แล้วเอาแชมป์กลับประเทศไทย
إن شاء الله إحنا اللي رح نرفع الكأس.
Allah.
Levantaremos el trofeo.
A gente vai ganhar. A vitória é nossa.
It's kill or be killed. Be killed.
And now General team is just so unrelenting.
Falcons are just way too strong.
Incredible game coming from this team.
This is the way you can go if you want to lift the trophy.
Sirs, they rally and then the booyah.
There's no way Laxo is taken out.
Dominating. Really looking for a loss. What an incredible game coming from
Team Falcon destroy.
It's the finals day. Therefore, only one key can fit in that trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Habibis and survivors from all across the world, welcome to Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 2025. This is the grand finals, baby, and we are on champion rush. Potentially 10 matches ahead of all of us today. It could end as early as 4 as well. Nothing is granted. Everything is earned. It's your boys Mustachio and Husky back on the desk. Let's rock it, baby.
Let's rock one more grand final. Second year in a row at the EWC 25 stage. And I gotta say, champion rush plus point rush was something that we did not expect. But I think we have accepted the fact that there is going to be a lot of surprises today. Even coming in from yesterday. Core Memory, Esports, XKOG with a 10-point head start today. R7, movie star R7. There's a chance that Latam claims their first international trophy. But we cannot forget EVOS Divine, EVOS Esports in this case, they're back for blood.
Absolutely, man. The Wonder Kid Rasia today, the 20th of July, is exactly 1 month short of his 3-year anniversary with EVOS Esports. This is chess. EVOS Esports, they are the grand masters of Free Fire. They were planning this move 3 years ahead. This kid was acquired, this kid was trained, this kid was given everything possible to be the beast that he is right now.
Kalau udah sampai 80 poin,
13, he's 16 this year, finally
langsung champion rush point eligible. Terus kalau dapat buyah, langsung juara.
The MVP of MVPs, and he's got the cheekiest smile of them all out there. We saw Fluxo earlier farming a little bit of aura, but you know that one comes from Indonesia, and who else that's going to be better to farm all of that aura than the Wonder Kid himself. But of course, you know, we talked a little bit about point rush. Yesterday, the 4 teams that walked away with the points are the teams that needed it the most. I would say EVOS is the one that leads it the least because they know how to score those big points.
Vitality
but it's all about the underdogs.
For
The
Memory
big boys,
10,
they
Rainbow
stepped aside
7,
yesterday.
They did. Brazilian teams, not part of the equation, right? They finished bottom 6. Unfortunately, lost Fluxo, Pain Gaming. I mean, Fluxo, we sort of saw it coming. They didn't really have the best knockout stage, but we were expecting Lost to really tear it up, and they could not do it. Vitality is the biggest underdog from the Indonesian region. If there's any team that you look at that you want to support who are not the Kings of Kings or the Tigers of Indonesia, Vitality is going to be your pick, but it's not going to be easy because for some of these players, it has been exactly 371 days since they were first on this stage.
Absolutely, and of course, EVOS at one point, they were the champions of the world. That was way back in 2019, right? But of course, 6 years later, can they get it done, or will it be a underdog squad out there, one of those that we least suspect to make that move? Dragon Esports, I did not expect to see them in point rush in the grand finals. I did not expect to see them do so well, but of course, we've actually got an interview here that we would like to throw you guys over to. Husky and I will be back with you in a second.
Hello, our survivors. I'm Yunso, and welcome to the grand finals today of Free Fire at EWC 25. Right next to me here is Six, and Koja comes from Team Vitality. Okay, so let's jump into a few questions, shall we? All right, everyone. So for Dix, yesterday you guys seems to be like having a little struggle in the power stage and only managed to get 1 booyah at the end of the match. So do you think that today you guys will having the same issues for today or no?
Oke, jadi pertanyaan pertama tentunya di sini buat tim Vitality kemarin sedikit mengalami kesulitan ya pada saat bermain di point rush dan kalian baru bisa mendapatkan buyah di map terakhir gitu. Kira-kira apakah kalian bakal mengalami kesulitan yang sama hari ini atau kalian sudah ada strategi tertentu buat di hari ini?
Kalau hari ini pastinya kita nggak bakal kesulitan karena di hari kemarin kita sempat kayak coba-coba buat war dulu. Setelah tahu gimana buat adaptasi, pokoknya di match 1 sampai 5 coba main Pais juga, akhirnya bisa ngerti lah cara mainnya gimana.
I don't think we will have much trouble as yesterday, because to be honest, yesterday we also trying a lot of things and we're also trying to read a lot of the opponent team, how they're gonna play. So I feel like we have a good strategy and a good mindset on how to play today.
So I think yesterday is just a test, right? And today everything will go smooth. For second question, Koja, Team Vitality, has been seen as one of the contenders for quite some time. What are you guys doing differently today to help you attain the championship?
Tentunya buat Kojak juga dan tim Vitality itu sebagai salah satu tim yang dianggap bisa menjadi juara di EWC tahun ini. Dan menurut kalian apa sih yang kalian lakukan secara berbeda dibanding dengan tim-tim lain dan juga cara kalian untuk bisa menjadi juara di tahun ini?
Yang pertama-tama ya kita pasti minta restu dulu ke orang tua buat kita juara, semoga didoain gitu. Terus yang kedua palingan ya kita kompak lah buat tim mau susah mau senang, jadi kita harus bareng-bareng juga udah.
I think what we're doing differently is that our teamwork. I think we have a better teamwork than everyone else, and we're just in it together, whether it's a hard time or just like a struggling time. And the second thing is that we just want a blessing from our parents and our teams and our fans as well, that we can actually win this.
Oh, that's very cute to listen to that. All right, everyone, since today is our grand finals day, only one last day. Who will become the champion? Continue to cheer for your favorite team. Here with me are Vitalities, but you can always cheer for everyone. 12 teams right here at Free Fire EWC 25. See you guys later, and good luck to all of you guys today.
Gila. Respect.
Once more, Team Vitality dubbed as a contender, but at the same time an underdog of their own region.
Oh yeah.
3 out of the 4 surviving teams from Indonesia who made it through knockouts, barring Onyx Esports. But on this grand stage, this is where they get put to the test. Even before they were Team Vitality, when they were still Purgatory Esports, they were known as the Falcon Slayers. But ever since they stepped into the Falcon's nest, that has not been the case.
Not been the case at all, but of course they have grown from just being the Falcon Slayers, the Falcon Hunters, to being champs in their own accord. They have stepped up their gameplay, but can they take a trophy home to prove that they're true champions at the end of the day? Definitely one of the underdogs. They have got a little bit of extra confidence now since they were put onto a platform and raised up to the occasion. So I just want to see exactly what Vitality can do with this, right? They've got a few points here out of Point Rush as well. A little bit of head start does not hurt. It's just 3 points though. But we know on the grand stage like this, at the world stage, 3 points can mean the world sometimes.
And we have seen teams that started the grand finals without any head start points go on to win the whole thing. And in this case, with I noticed a bit of a pattern, because a lot of times for the past 5 years when we go into a grand finals, the first team we will talk about is always Bermuda United Esports. But I think that team has slowly faded from the headlines of the conversation, and for good reason, right? Teams are catching up to BRU. They definitely aren't coming into this grand finals as strong as a lot of people would expect them to, and some of the people, the sentiments out there, would even go as far as to say that they don't think BRU is going to win it all.
Yeah, I most definitely would agree with them as well, right? Not just because they have not been showing up very strong, it's because of the other teams who are really calling them out on their play. Some of the teams literally hunting down Bermuda United Esports very early on in these games. But in that same category, we can lump in your 2-time world champs, Fluxo. They are no longer looking like the most threatening squad out of Brazil. Lost out of nowhere. Don't seem very lost out there anymore. Granted, from their local region, Fluxo still are the top dogs out there, but Lost has been looking so clean with their gameplay here at the knockout stage.
Not only that, we also had that slight patch on the 1st of July. The Tatsuya nerf definitely brought in some impacts and affected some of the teams that wanted to be aggressive. I think BRU is a very good example. But this also shows us that this meta shift could potentially benefit the Indonesian teams who like to play it slightly more strategic, more smart. They don't really care too much about being in the heat of battle every single second. Maybe that little blessing is what's going to make the Indonesians feel a lot more relieved. But for Fluxo, for the longest of times, even behind the scenes before the knockout stage began, I talked about I didn't really like how slow they played. I feel like it's really hurting themselves more than it's benefiting them. We've seen that play out throughout the knockout stage. We've seen that play out into the point rush. Right now, they have a potential of 10 games to make it right, but I don't know if they can adapt to it.
And for the first time ever, we have got some representation here at the grand finals for Saudi Arabia. Dragons Esports, not the heaviest hitters out there, but shockingly accurate with their circle reads, getting into that final zone time and time again. They're one of the teams, in fact, they are the team with the most number of top threes, and that is absolutely unbelievable. Where they do lack, though, is those firepower, getting in those shots, pulling away the eliminations. But if they can repeat their circle hunting once again here today, I'm pretty sure a decent amount of this prize pool awaits them.
And it's a good time to also remind everyone, but for Dragon Esports, this is their very first international debut. None of these players have ever played on a stage such big, with stakes so high, and it just happens to be the Esports World Cup. The fact that they made it to top 12 with some help from Team Falcons, of course, in the final round of knockouts, is already mad impressive.
Oh yeah.
Do I expect them to win? No, of course not. But I expect them to continue showing us that genius, that brilliance of reading the circle and making smart rotation and taking fights only when needed.
I know, right? Let them all
beda 2M.
Another representative in Vision System, but of course we've got Tash Bunny and AdMats awaiting us. They've got a little bit of an update. Let's hear exactly what they have to say.
Hello survivors, welcome to Free Fire at Esports World Cup 2025 final stage.
And today we're in front of the contenders key wall where all of the team's keys are currently being displayed. And as you know, over at EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned. And at EWC, no competition is as ruthless as this, and this includes the trophy system. Every team earns a key engraved with their name, and that's their right to compete. The game trophy is not complete until it sees the champion's key, and only one team can place their key into the trophy and become an EWC champion. Then, the frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a symbol of legacy displaying every champion of the year.
The keys of the eliminated are crushed. The champion then selects 3 keys as a personal token, a reminder of those they have humbled. And a resin block beneath the totem holds those crushed keys, and the club championship trophy is awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigns supreme across all EWC games. Let's see who's gonna win today and be crowned champions for Free Fire at EWC 2025.
It's all for the marbles, ladies and gentlemen. We, once more, have a potential of 10 maximum rounds ahead of us. But if one team speedruns the finals, we could end in 4. But I personally prefer to have a long and eventful night. We've come this far. I don't want it to end in 4 rounds.
I don't know. I
tuh sempat rame tuh apa yang Peprex dibilang ngebajak logonya Fluxo banget.
Absolutely agree with you. That's exactly what Champion Rush is all about. Who can
ribet sekali
rush the championship as quickly as possible, be as accurate as possible with their aim for the final circle as well as the booyah when they truly
Let's go,
need
first
it.
map.
Because at the Southeast Asian finals,
match
we saw
1.
Buriram unlocking the Champion Rush condition, 80 points, and then not being able to close
Anjay,
the game. And
penuh semua kamera ya.
squad from Indonesia went on to win the whole championship, and then Onyx, and unfortunately that luck didn't last very long. They didn't even make it past
Bermuda first map
to be here at the grand finals. But of course, as we kick off game number 1 out of potential 10 here, we start things off at Bermuda.
First game
this
in
map is
potentially 10 games
by the Southeast Asian squads.
First of all, we have to look at the drop spots. Nothing out of the ordinary so far, and it's been quite a while since we see the teams actually play give proper respect to one another. No hard drop, no huntings, no R7 is not coming up.
Yang ngecast juga teman gue lagi. Si siapa Husky.
Point rush, peak taken by Buriram again. Fluxo getting factory and a Pochinok.
Si core memory di kota tua.
Long rotation potential again as a Tosa.
Buset, udah dapat aja itu first blood.
Bounty put out onto General from Lost, but so far no, not
Lost.
yet.
Some say all roads lead to Rome, but I say at Bermuda all zip lines lead you to peak. And who stands at peak is
knock dom.
My goodness me, Lost finding an early one here onto RRQ, but we know the Indonesians are always cheeky, spreading out in the open, looking for a lot of loot very early on. And RRQ is actually one of the front runners of Bermuda finding a booyah here shouldn't be a huge problem for them at the end of the day. As you can see, Dirt's already with the 800 coins in his hands, looking for 200 more at the cost of Al, who does manage to get away. And thankfully does manage to pick up a gun that can match up to what
Dick sudah dapat
as well, that AUG should be able to reach him.
Di-heal lagi.
And we are also seeing signs of teams who
Ya
get
ampun.
down and dirty early on. Rigby with another collection. That's point number 2 for a loss. And off screen, BRU actually put out a bounty onto Fluxo. We haven't seen that in a long
kepisah gitu ya
time.
si
old rivalry reignited. It was buried
apa
for
si
a good
RRQ?
year, and now he has resurfaced on the biggest stage in the world. But I don't think Fluxo cares too much about it. They love to play on the southern side of the map. First time we saw them, it was AGAL. They spoiled the party. But right now, don't think that's going to be the case. Dutch goes down, 0.3 for loss.
Yeah, but that's classic Buriram, right? Putting out a bounty onto a player from Fluxo.
Baru respawn, jir.
That they get to track their movements across the battlefield. I highly doubt Fluxo's going to be playing any sort of tricks whatsoever. But look at the strategy that comes through from the team in a little bit later on. You guys don't have the maps in front of you.
Tadi udah dapat 5 poin Elim. So far total 8.
As the rest of them continue rotating in towards Mars Electric to look for more loot. This could just be the biggest surprise for Buriram, but I highly doubt Buriram went in there for the contract to play the Hunters. They just wanted to know if or not Fluxo was going to come in here to bum rush them and kick them out of peak very early on. So Buriram
fight
can
di
stay put for
Movistar.
the time being, but they are not the only team that Buriram needs to worry about. Remember yesterday, R7 also came looking for them at peak.
Yeah. I was about to bring that up, right? R7 with a very ballsy move to go to peak early and actually flushed out everyone else.
Limit
but
4
the
rival.
occupants of this fishing hut, not so lucky, lost once more continues their bout against
sakitnya.
Riptide Rhythm takes down that duel. Haone down and out. Easily
Tiba
collected
dapat
by
kill.
RRQ, getting a second elimination point. The rivalry continues between these two new-found fighters.
Yeah, and just like that, RRQ has made that full recovery already.
Kita lebih fokus ke arah RRQ lawan Loss ya berarti ini berantemnya dari tadi.
Question is obviously going to be whether or not Lost continues to fight for this, because we did spot Falcons over at
Jadi so far
earlier on as well. They could very well be the
si
third party in this
ini masih peringkat 1 10 poin. R7-nya 9, Vitality 8, Evos 7, RRQ 4.
Very bloody start. Team Vitality getting 5 eliminations. Evos just picked off 2 members from R7 who got revived back onto the map. Then check in on Dragon Esports as well. Playing very, very safe, like we expected, right? This is a team that is, you can agree, I think everyone can agree, not the best at gunfight, not the best in mechanic, but one thing they're good at is reading the map. They know how to make rotations, and their survival instinct is second to none. For a team that is on the world stage for the first time, I think it's worth highlighting every now and then. They are going to potentially be sandwiched by teams like Core Memory and Vitality, but for now they haven't made any presence just yet, unless Core Memory runs into them.
Yeah, when you're not the strongest fighter on the battlefield, the best thing that you can do is do your homework, find out where everybody else loves to play and where everybody else
Berantem, All Gamers on Pain. Wah, lumayan coy.
Through their midst and they did not think twice. Shot it down instantaneously. Question is, do they now
langsung
go in for the hunt?
cabut pakai vehicle.
Staying silent, Cypher. M590 in hand mode has spotted out.
1v1.
Decent blue wall pulled up by Cypher.
Nice.
And a counter tag as well. Barros comes in here for the bait and switch. Going in for the shutdown. And Dew is there for the shots as well. The rest
sakitnya.
from Pain, though. Motovia helping them out from afar. Very effectively with the BSK.
Has the air support.
Gila si Motovea dari roof.
So AGAL have an advantage. 3-2. Chinoy, Cypher, Barros all gunning for Goose, who is trying to turn the corner, put out the glue wall on one end, but he's quickly running out of defensive resources. And finally AGAL catches up onto him. There's really nothing much that Motovia can do, and Pain Gaming forced to concede.
Very surprisingly slow shutdown from AGAL. This does not look like a prime squad at this point of time.
Gila.
They'll have to worry about
Dikejar dong sama All Gamers.
has got more to worry about. Final player on the battlefield.
Oh my god.
Will be the
Down
first
dong.
team
Too
to get
soon.
painfully taken out of the race here at the grand finals. But then again, Bermuda was never a map that belonged to the Brazilians.
Bermuda never belong to the Brazilian. Berarti bukan map yang bagus buat tim Brazil.
We say that Bermuda is not a Brazilian team thing, but Raja on the panel did pointed out that
Halo Bang Ros, halo Andika, welcome.
classic map than they are.
Suara gue kegedean kayaknya.
Kalahari or Solara. In this case, Pain Gaming just got off
Tes.
locally,
Oke.
maybe. On the world stage, it is pretty tough. AGAL, the fact that they ended up taking out Pain
Berarti
shows
0.
that they still are
Cuma dapat 2 poin.
rotation on Bermuda. I think Pain Gaming probably didn't expect that to be the case.
Ini placement point berapa sih? 12 ya? 12 tim.
And AGL is not the strongest squad out there that they need to worry about. So that's something that Pain Gaming needs to think about overall.
Okay.
But I do agree with you. They kind of got caught with their pants down. Unsuspecting move.
12 peringkat 12 peringkat 11. Oke.
Caught off guard. Pain Gaming sacrificed very
AJL jauh banget.
Thankfully, this is a day where we
Luxo juga jauh banget tuh.
10 games. Fingers crossed though, Pain Gaming has got the capability.
Itu Vitality dari Indo apa dari mana? Iya yang dari Indo. Bigetron Vitality.
And that is where they do shine.
Kan apa Bigetron kan di acquire ya.
And I do wonder how this would affect
Di
the
buyout.
dynamics of teams like Fluxo, who always goes Mars Electric.
Jadi punya Koet
They did it in the knockout stage. They ran into AGAL.
di buyout semua
Why are you guys here? This was
sama
not
Vitality.
the case. AGL made a bit of diversion.
Ini nggak kayak PUBG ya berhari poinnya akumulasi. Enggak, ini udah grand final. Jadi kayak 12 tim, minimal 4 match, maksimal 10. Jadi minimal 4 tim, 4 match itu berarti misalnya kalau ada satu tim yang nyampe 80 poin duluan di grand final ini, match berikutnya terus mereka buyah, mereka jadi juara. Terus matchnya langsung stop. Gitu. Misalnya gini, misalnya Vitality deh, Vitality kan poinnya 8 nih. Nanti 3 match berikutnya kalau misalnya sampai totalnya 80 poin, match berikutnya, match kelima itu jadi match point gitu. Jadi Vitality dapat salah satu buyah dari entah dari game 5, game 6, game 7 sampai game 10, mereka dapat buyah, mereka juara. Gitu. Dapat dong. Lost mati dong. Ah, mantap. Sisa satu. Gila. Let's go. One more. Eliminate loss-nya. Di sandwich. Aduh, knock dong. Oke, nice. Gila. 4 poin elim coy. 4 poin elim. Nge-shutdown pemain loss 4-4-nya. Ya, Oni kalah sama Buriram kemarin.
The rotation was correct from Lost. They just did it at the wrong time. They did not expect RRQ to be there. And RRQ, I'm
RRQ 8 sekarang poinnya. Jadi ini peringkat 10. Placement poinnya tuh yang nggak dapat poin placement tuh peringkat 12 sama peringkat 11. Jadi start poinnya itu dari peringkat 10. Gitu. Peringkat 1-nya 12 poin, tapi kayak peringkat 2 9. Jadi 9, 8, 7, 6 sampai all the way 1 poin. Gitu. Gila sih. Tapi bakal menarik kalau si siapa RRQ misalnya di sini elimnya dapat 15 atau 20 ya. 15 atau 20. Kebanyakan sih, tapi kayak 10 lah misalnya. 10 plus 12 22. 22 poin kan. Terus kayak poin head startnya dia tuh berapa poin ya? 2 poin. Berarti 22 tambah 2 24. Oke, kita lihat lah. Masih 10 tim, masih early banget.
Completely done a 180 on how they used to play from the days of good old Sergeant Legolas, that could play slow and tactical. Right now, with Abai leading the charge, the prodigy turned captain, I think they're ready to really duke it out. But Dragon Esports, not so lucky, they ran into Evos.
Yeah, man. I mean, this has to be a miracle here if Dragons can pull this off.
Alright. Tapi EVOS si Rasha juga kayak must watch sih si Rasha itu. Kan tahun lalu tuh dia belum cukup umur kan, jadi nggak bisa ikut turnamen. Baru tahun ini baru bisa. Rasha tuh umur 16 apa 17 ya, gue lupa. Ini 16 deh kalau nggak salah, si Rasha. Enggak, 15 anjir, 15. Kita 15, my bad. Kelahiran 2009 coy. Itu RRQ bisa ketemu Vitality itu, habis kill Buriram. Iya, dari petanya masih Tapi kayak EVOS tuh deket sama movie star R7. Tapi kayak tadi balik lagi sih katanya si Husky tadi ya, komentator Inggrisnya. Bermuda tuh bukan mapnya pemain Brazil, bukan mapnya tim Brazil, karena mereka kayak punya kelemahan di map Bermuda. Cuma sayangnya di sini tuh nggak dikasih sama EWC, nggak dikasih kayak map campnya gitu loh.
I'm sure if we pulled up the numbers, we will see them as the champions of revivals. Of course, speaking of champions, your two-time world champs Fluxo on standby here, ready to be the third party in a party they were not even invited to. The Dinoculars.
Lo lihat tuh loss sama Pain kan dari Brazil tuh. Udah eliminate duluan. Falcon setiap turnamennya kan emang di buyout ya. Di buyout. Ambil terus kayak acquire gitu. Itu biasa kayak gitu. Lebih kayak Bermuda tuh banyak lahan kosong. Oh, pantasan circle-nya tuh luas tuh. Terus kayak looting space-nya banyak ya. Looting spot-nya banyak banget. Nah ini lawan DRG nih. EVOS. Tapi ada Fluxo lawan RRQ. Dilempar. Gila, kena granat. Sakit banget coy. Oh, EVOS. Aduh, kalah fight EVOS. Oh nice, dapat kocel. Oh no. Nice Ray. Oh my god. Nice Ray. Gila. Dragon Esports down. Cuma dapat 1 poin. 1 poin elim. Apalagi CS sama Dota. Tapi Dota kemarin kalah ya. Oh RRQ. Ya ampun, RRQ hilang. Gila, kena granat cuy. Ya ampun. Buriram ngelempar granat kena 3. Buset. Gila. Berarti RRQ cuma dapat 2 poin. Oh my god. CSK mati. Rainbow Seven out peringkat 7. Ini jadi game cepet banget ya. Langsung sisa 14. Berarti tinggal Vitality, EVOS, All Gamers, All Legend, Buriram, Falcons, Fluxo. Fluxo satu tim Brazil lawan 5 tim SIE. 2 Indo, 3 Thailand. Di Indo konsisten kan FFF. Jujur gue nggak terlalu ngikutin ya. Ini kayak first time gue nonton Free Fire, ngobarin Free Fire. Falcons out. Gila dipakein pen dong takedownnya. EVOS out. Sisa 1. Tinggal kocel. 19 poin di Vitality, 17 di EVOS. Gila. Wah. Yang dapat Baros dong. Yang dapat All Gamers All Leaders. Langsung sisa 2. Loh, Vitality out. Fluxo out. Thailand sih. Iya, Thailand yang dapat buyah pertama, guys. 4 lawan 4. Lucu banget fight-nya kayak gitu, jir. Bang bagi skin, kagak ada kocak. Gila. Terus kayak tiba-tiba Vitality out. Kayak EVOS out kan sama Vitality. Terus tiba-tiba Vitality out, terus Fluxo out tiba-tiba. Terus 4 lawan 4. Terus kayak udah gitu doang, kelar. Gelo. Cepet ya. 24 poin Buriram. So Buriram langsung meningkat 1. Head startnya dia nggak punya, tapi dia 24 poin. Terus si siapa tadi? AGAL dapat 9. Tapi elim poinnya gue nggak tahu lagi berapa, tapi nanti gampang. Harusnya peringkat satunya Buriram, terus peringkat 2-nya AGAL. Onyx gak ada, Onyx kalah di rush point kalau nggak salah. Bukan rush point, apa di match grup terakhir.
Paid a high price when they tried to go for RRQ, and yes, that job was done, but BRU got some of the credits, and Fluxo ended up being the one that paid the interest.
Pertama guys, what do you think guys? Full shotgun ya.
The grand finals here at Free Fire and Esports World Cup 25 will continue.
Ini yang terakhir nih, shotgunnya. Nggak shotgun tapi jet. Oh, sakit coy itu. Kita break dulu berarti kawan. Break dulu.
เคปั้นใจเย็นก่อนปั้นดีแล้วเดี๋ยวกูเข้าไปหาปั้นนะกูกดการระเบิดนะปั้นไม่ต้องกลัวการระเบิดไอเกตเปิดการระเบิดไอเกตต้องเล่นปาดหินได้ป่ะปาดหินมาดิดาวสวย177ได้ชุบได้ชุบให้100นี่ไอ้ดาวอันนี้ให้ดาวมาเฮียเว้ย
Welcome back to the panel, folks. Buriram secure the first booyah of Champions Rush, and I think teams are now starting to shake. The Kings may very well be returning, and after that crown today, ladies, gentlemen, that was a really exciting matchup. Our first matchup of the day of potentially many. I'm going to start with you, Gideon. The Kings, they might be back, but is this a case of them saving strats, or is there something else that Buriram kind of had up their sleeve today?
Well, it's tough to say. I think consistency is going to be key, and for the next two maps, if Buriram United Esports are able to make it into the top 3 consistently, I think then we've probably got a very good argument, because the same can be said about AGAL, for an example, also being in that top 2. Notoriously, like, oh, if Du is gone, you know, the game is kind of done for, but the interceptions that we saw in this map, early aggressors coming in from the Indonesian teams, and then afterwards the rotations really just boiled down to, hey, if we just cut presence, can we catch a team walking uphill?
Yeah, definitely agree with that. And both teams are really showing up based on how we usually know them from the past. Back then, they are just like, speaking of AG Global, they are getting all those eliminations from a distance, and that is what they did. But for Buriram United, consistency in just hiding out, not getting in any engagement that would cause a third party to take them down.
I think it was the same thing that Fluxo was trying to do, but unfortunately, they just got caught by Buriram too. But I mean, it's good to talk about vitality too. I kind of was not expecting them to try to fight against Falcons in the beginning of the game. So that's really impressive, and they got a bunch of eliminations, which is pretty cool too. And they are in the top of the bottom, so I think we need to keep our eyes really open for them.
I'm glad you brought that up, Raja, because I think we're starting to see who teams are really trying to prioritize, right? Where you're landing, who you're trying to avoid, and potentially trying to choose, can you land in the path of a team that you feel confident actually fighting in a skirmish?
Tim-tim tuh punya apa kayak comfort landingnya ya, comfort landing place-nya gitu loh.
Planning that came to, that was involved in it, I think they also understood that, hey, Team Falcons are going in for this particular spot, but it's also next to another Indonesian team that thinks very similar to us, right? EVOS Divine being on that top northern side of the map. Team Falcons, and then just slightly below them, that's where we saw Team Vitality, which I think is why they were so confident into pushing in, because they knew as soon as there's blood in the water, those white tigers are going to come out of the dens.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, EWC Vine dropping in a shipyard. Graveyard is the drop spot of Team Falcons, and then Observatory would be for Team Vitality, all in the northern part, and it's bound to happen either way. Either Team Falcons goes into one side, it would be EWC Vine, and then the other side will be Team Vitality, and the same goes for both. But the one thing that we're seeing right now is how the teams are reading those rotation, especially with Lost. They thought that they have an advantage until they were caught out. So it's not just them who's going in for the hunt, but a lot of teams are trying to predict where those in the surroundings will be heading.
Well, the most exciting thing we need to know is the overall ranking after our first matchup of the day. So let's see where everyone is currently standing in terms of points and placement. And for obvious reasons, Bermuda United Esports is currently occupying that top spot at the leaderboard.
It's looking good, of course, but you know, I'm gonna hold my tongue. I'm gonna see whether this is gonna be a consistent performance from the Bermuda United Esports of old. But at the same time, right, just notice that Team Vitality, despite the early aggression we've seen, look at on the second half of the leaderboard with RRQ, Team Falcons, Fluxo, Lost, Pain Gaming, as well as Dragon Esports. I think the main thing that we need to keep in mind is the recovery, right? How do you survive these initial attacks from your opponents, and can you still make it to the very end? Because we've seen it from Team Vitality, right? First early engagement worked out in their favor. Second engagement actually didn't. They lost like a good chunk of their members, 2 of their members, before looking to recover later down the line, and still they were hunted.
Yeah, and it has been pointed out by the casters as well, AJ and Husky, wherein some teams are prioritizing survivability, thus they're staying in the area where there are vending machines. So just in case engagement happen, loss happen, not lost, but losses of teammates will be happening in some engagement, you'll be able to revive them as early as that. So that's
nanti
one
tanggal
thing,
28
is geared for survivability.
Sebenarnya IPL udah ada sih. Besok kan ada lagi IPL match-nya.
You'll be able to lead a team.
Okay, here's an issue I kind of see with the whole playing with the survivability factor, and entertain the idea or disagree with me if you want. Going for survivability, going off of the last game points as well, it was very top heavy, right? Because no one's looking for eliminations. They're trying to focus on the survival. So can you afford to play the long game and not have any elimination points prior to coming into those last few circles? Because remember, right, if you try to go for eliminations, that's you putting your future in your hands and not waiting for someone else to make the decision for you.
I would agree with Danny's opinion, but it needs to come with a specific condition, right? Because if you are playing for survivability, I think right now more than ever, resources is just such a big driving force. When we're talking about the economy of those Free Fire coins, everything is more expensive nowadays, right? So actually taking the risk to fight another team and taking away their coins is actually a very viable strategy, especially if you're down a man and you're already backed into a corner.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And also we're seeing some of the teams bringing back the Suzy as a skill, because that gives you the money mark, gives you extra of those coins that will help you revive, as well as get all those extra firepower that you'll need on the bench.
Free Fire
Speaking of survivability versus elimination,
Falcons juga punya tim Indo, guys.
I think is one of the team who has somewhat perfected that. 15 or 12 to 15 mark of the clock. No elimination, but towards the end, I think they're counting how many teams is available, and by that, they would know how many eliminations they can get.
Well, I mean, technically, if we're being real technical about it, they did steal 4 points away from Fluxo, especially in that house. Like RRQ, they bit the dust with a single grenade, so we got to keep in mind that it is possible to not only fight other teams, but stealing away eliminations is actually really powerful when you start coming into like the 4th ring.
Speaking of stealing away, not only Bermuda stole Fluxo, but AG Global. From afar, when those engagements is happening, and this is what I'm talking about. AG Global are great on engagement from a distance. Led by Du, and then Sypha also with a sniper. Yes, but still, Sypha is good in close range encounters. So that combination and that lead coming from Du is giving them all those eliminations from the head start in this game.
So just looking at the play style for our first game, because we've only played game number 1 so far for Champion Rush, is this what we're going to see for the rest of the day? Because Yesterday, very, very slow. From game 1 until game 6. Today, it seems like it's almost not equally slow. It is slowly speeding up, but teams are playing very passively, very carefully, trying to aim for survival points. Do we think it's going to speed up at any point? Because I kind of feel like Champions Rush, you can't play like this.
I think we have to keep in mind about the maps, right? We've seen it in these multiple days. It is a consistent pattern. First 3 maps, we're going to take it chill. We got to live, everybody. We got to make sure we work on that economy of the points. Once we get into the latter half, that's when things are going to get extra chaotic, right? From Alpine onward, specifically Alpine, because I think it's one of the few maps where you can still kind of play both aggressive and more defensive styles. Once we get into Solara, once we get into Nextera, I think that's where a lot of the bottom teams are going to think, hey, the pressure is off our shoulders now. It's either we do it now or we're never going to be able to catch up.
And there's also a factor where Kalahari will be introduced, because there's a lot of changes, like a switch of game style that will be happening once you're in Kalahari.
Itu komentator ceweknya nggak dikasih kesempatan ngomong dah? Apa nggak mau ngomong ya?
Alpine, pretty much the terrain is the same. But if Kalahari will be introduced, and that is where snipers will be leading, like all those engagement, and then survivability is at most because you have those hook guns as well available. So we might see another like 12 minutes with 12 teams happening in that game.
All right, so as we get ready for our next matchup, folks, we are going to have a fun segment on the panel. I think you guys remember this, the SMV head-to-head. Now, I want you 3 to discuss amongst yourselves. You can let the audience know your thought process. 2 teams that you would like to put in a head-to-head matchup for our next map.
All right, no mics yet. No mics yet. We can talk.
Wait.
This one's kind of tough, I'm not gonna lie, especially after Burup's performance. Like,
I mean, isn't the first one obvious? Maybe being the first head-to-head? No.
I'm not gonna bite just yet. I need to see map 2. I need to see map 2 before I feel truly confident. But here's what I will say. I think that a good head-to-head that we have to look out for is definitely amongst the Indonesian teams. A big standout this time round is going to be Team Vitality, because it seems like they've kind of figured out what was going wrong in their mid-game rotations, and especially during the early game rotations, now that some of the outlier teams would like to fight them head on, are kind of, moved out of the way.
You agree with that? Because I do agree with that, because Team Vitality is, as we dubbed, the Falcon Hunter. So I guess they might have lost that, but I think they're gaining that prestige once again, especially with how well they're rotating.
Well, I agree with that, but I also would like to see like a head-to-head between Fluxo and a weak team, maybe. Because I want to see them like getting eliminations. They need that, and I told you guys that. I told you guys in the beginning of the broadcast about Buriram and Fluxo too, and they finished the first match at the 30th position, right? At the 3 spot.
Yeah, they did. They actually placed really well in their first matchup, so it wasn't too bad for Fluxo. Actually, I'm glad we're going to bring this up on the panel, because I do think we need to talk about Fluxo. This was a team that I think a lot of people are questioning at the moment. They haven't really been sitting at the top of the leaderboard, so people are wondering, is Fluxo really in the competition? And we saw a spark really in the yesterday.
Wow.
And that spark was the one time that Fluxo wasn't engaged during the early game. It seems at the moment...
The UAVs are very, very important this time around, coming into such a big map. But more importantly, I think they might need to have to change a bit of their setup, right? So far, based on what we've seen from Fluxo, there's only 2 conditions that really cause them a lot of pain. Either they get dropped early, like we've already mentioned, or one of their members get picked off with, especially when they are walking into 4th to 5th ring. It seems like as soon as they drop a member, they lose a lot of their firepower when they need every resource available. So I think the strongest Fluxo is a Fluxo that has all the coins that they need. They have the information while walking into that 5th ring.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Another factor is looking at the drop spot. They are usually dropping in Quarry, and Marble Works is next to it where Bermuda United is. So if they want a little bit of survivability, don't want to go in early engagement, at least find a different drop spot. But it's difficult right now at this stage, because they could have tried and tested a few things, especially from yesterday, other dropping area in terms of Purgatory, but it looks like everything, all the real estate has already been taken.
I'm more worried that R7 and Dragons are going to start fighting again in Marblework, and that's when chaos will ensue for Fluxo. That's what cost them the match yesterday.
So it seems like that maybe at the moment, it doesn't seem like there's a solution. But, I mean, Raja, have you seen Fluxo drop in any other places?
No, actually, that's a problem that they are having right now, because in Brazil, usually the players respect so much playing against Fluxo, so they don't want to, drop in the same spot as them. So this kind of not happen, you know, that much. So that's the reason why they are having such hard times in the early game, you know, because they are not used to it. They are not used to receive someone drop in the same land zone, you know.
Okay, that's very interesting knowledge. I think a lot of teams are currently not aware of this, but Fluxo, they're going to have to spend some time to figure out how to solve this issue. But as we are getting ready for our next matchup, we actually have a special interview with Wasana where he talks about his own personal character building. Let's see what the video is about.
Some rush in instinctively. Others run the chaos.
What a phenomenal reposition, but with the launch pad straight out the circle, they get a tag on that circle first, and now put it out, fires on to Abe.
This is Wasana.
สำหรับตัวผมนะบทพิสูจน์บทท้าทาย
Untukku tantangannya
ก็จะเป็น
adalah
เรื่องของ
saya
การ
pendatang baru.
เริ่มเข้ามาแข่งใหม่มากกว่าครับแต่
Udah ngomong panjang itu, I'm the newcomer, udah gitu dong. Astagfirullah, translatornya.
เริ่มมาแข่งแรกๆก็มันแบบเราจะเจอ
Saya masuk pertama kali,
ช่วงนั้นก็อาจจะแบบว่า
tim lawan lebih kuat.
โอ้มีคนที่เก่งกว่าเยอะมากเลยอะไรประมาณนี้
Saya pikir kalau orang-orang lebih kuat, lebih baik dari saya.
จุดนี้ได้ครับ
In Buriram, he's part tactician, part stormbringer, trusted by Gehai, Moshi, Yoena.
อยากแบบเป็นผู้เล่นที่แบบ
Saya pengen berkompetisi dalam waktu yang lama.
ตั้งแต่ตอนเข้า
Sejak
มา
saya
แรก
masuk
นะครับ
ke tim ini,
เพราะทุกคนมันเป็นคนที่แบบประสบความสำเร็จมาแล้วมีประสบ
orang
การณ์มีอะไร
sukses dan punya
เข้า
banyak
มาที
pengalaman.
นี้ครั้งแรกก็ไม่ได้มีอะไร
Pas saya
เป็น
join tim
อะไร
ini,
เลยครับ
saya bukan
แต่
juara.
พอเข้ามาในทีมนี้
Tapi
ก็
ketika saya
พี่
join
เขาได้
ini,
สอนหลายๆ
mereka ngajarin saya banyak hal.
ทำให้ผมเป็นผมทุกวันนี้
Setelah
You gotta really give it to this team.
Saya
Bermuda
bersatu.
United just going super aggressive right now. Very, very explosive.
A rusher with a plan, a warrior who thinks. This is Wasana, Buriram's quiet strategist.
Now it's gonna put it up, trying to finish off everything, and one more shot. Booyah!
ก็พวกผมก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับพวกผมหวังแชมป์มันอยู่แล้วครับแต่ก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดแล้วก็เอาแชมป์มาฝากทุกคนให้ได้ครับ
The blue will be closing in soon. There's no shift anymore. Here comes Wasana timing that up. Another booyah!
คือมันวัดกันในหน้าเกมอย่างเดียวเลยว่าแบบว่าใครจะแบบเหนือกว่าก็คือแบบจะได้มาแข่งถึงทุกวันนี้ครับ
Tapi Buriram Esports itu termasuk salah satu tim yang tersukses untuk di Free Fire nih ya coy ya.
25, and it's only been game number 1. So Buriram fans are currently rejoicing both live at the venue as well as
Global Finals kemarin tahun lalu mereka juara 3.
Thank you so
Di
much to everybody
2023
tuning
juara
into the
2.
broadcast. We will be starting the next matchup very soon. But as we are waiting for that next matchup, we've got to keep talking about these teams, right? We've highlighted Buriram. We've also highlighted a weakness that Fluxo is currently experiencing. Are there any surprises that we have currently noticed in our first game? Because it's the grand final weekend, and this is normally the time that we start seeing aces, tricks, tips, things that we haven't seen leading up to the grand final.
I guess there's a lot more that can be settled in terms of looking at in how it happened in Bermuda, because at some point there were some potential disappointment gameplay. Evo's Divine almost losing out against Dragon Esports, because Dragon Esports just understand, and it has been mentioned as well, that they have studied Southeast Asian region. Their introduction here, or even from last year, has motivated them to do even more. So now they qualify to the grand finals, and they want to put in so much effort just to survive, and then just to do the play style that Buriram United has been doing for the past.
I think another thing that needs to be mentioned are the risk takers of the individual teams, right? Because so far, we're seeing that a lot of the POIs, like vending machines and utilizations of trying to find economy with the pocket mark alongside finding at least free fire points to buy not only your weaponry, but everything is just so expensive, right? So when you are taking that initial risk, there are only two outs. It's either you completely just, die off, or you end up in a position where you can actually contest some of the top spots despite not getting a lot of placement points. I think Team Vitality has proven that in game number 1, and I think that coming into map number 2, we might see the exact same thing happen all over again. Control over the POIs for at least the first 3 rounds.
So with that in mind, coming into our next map, which is going to be Purgatory, what do you think are going to be the hotspots where teams kind of want to congregate to position themselves for that safe circle entry? Because, of course, we don't know where the circle is going to end, but the teams have to correctly predict. And there are hotspots that make it much easier going into certain circles. Neptune, I know you're a man of numbers. You have that tablet in front of you. You got the cheat sheet. What do you have for us?
Well, definitely one factor is to take advantage of a path towards Brasilia. Because at some point, if you get that middle of the map, you'll be able to go in and out. Like some of the strategies of the team is just stay in the edge. But since we don't know where the circle will be ending, will be showing up, at least as close as you are in Brasilia, there's a huge chance that you can always go make a U-turn and then stay onto the edge. So there's also a technique in terms of Battle Royale wherein you put a square in the previous circle, and then what is covered by that square can be a potential area that you can wait for before the next phase of the circle shows up.
It's a pretty good shout out, but for me personally, as much as I like Brasilia, I personally like playing on the high ground of that mountain range, actually pretty on the northeastern side of Brasilia. And I think it allows you a couple of good options, assuming you win the 50-50. That's the big problem here. It's a power position to hold. You don't have a lot of structures to play with, but the verticality of it allows you to rotate to the northern side and towards the western side a lot easier compared to other teams, especially when you're on the north-facing side and not on the south-facing side going on the incline.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one reason as well why AG Global takes the fields. That is a specific area that you were talking about because of the elevation that they have, and we did mention and we saw how well they are treating the high grounds with the snipers, and they have a good chance as well if Lost will still be going into Ski Lodge, as well as Pain Gaming going into Mode House, so they will be the potential target of AGAL. But unfortunately, these are teams that has been eliminated early in the Bermuda, so they need to get away from that.
All right, so as the players are going to keep an eye on each other, apparently Admats has gone for a bit of a journey himself in the jungle. Let's see what Admats has managed to find on his safari adventure.
G'day mate, it's me here, Admats, Pro Player Hunter, and we are here in Boulevard City for Esports World Cup 2025. I'm here to find out what else does the pro player been doing here. So let's find out. Let's go, let's go. Crikey, I've been walking for hours. It's supposed to be the place here for one of their specialties here for pro player, but I'm not so sure. Should we get some? Oh, how lucky we are! We have spotted a couple of them. Let's just see what they are doing here. It looks like our pro player have stopped and have sit down. Yeah, the waterfall. Quite bizarre. It's something new. Come, let's go closer. A little bit closer. It looks like some sort of ceremony. I believe this is a ceremony. They call it as the ceremony of Zen. This is where they clear their minds. Fascinating. Tranquility. Meditation. Oh, let's get closer. Let's get closer. Crikey. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're angry. Help me. Okay, that's it from me. And that's probably an answer. We'll see you on the next one.
Cast her down, call an ambulance. I think we may have lost AdMats there, but that was a pretty interesting journey. I didn't realize we had such a amazing Zen experience by the waterfall in the boulevard.
I wasn't expecting Onyx Olympus to be that vicious. I get it, you know, you didn't get to the next round. You don't have to take it out on AdMats, man. I don't know what he did.
Yeah, I mean, once your Zen has been disturbed, especially with what the result is, yeah, definitely AdMats would be ravaged by those players.
Are you telling me that AdMats was at fault here? That it was his problem? That it's like he shouldn't have gotten that close.
Pride. He should have pride in what they're doing. I would say. Sorry, AdMats.
I don't know if we have AdMats anymore with us, but we will find out if we're going to be seeing that man in the future. But we are still waiting for the matchup. The teams as well are taking a bit of an extended break, and I think if I was a player, I kind of want this, you know, after game number 1, especially for teams that didn't do well. This is the best time to start recouping with your coaches, your assistant staff, to look back, maybe watch some VODs, really have a discussion and figure out what went wrong in that previous round and how you could potentially fix it. If we were to suggest something, we're not coaches, we're not, you're analysts, I'm definitely not, I'm horribly underqualified, but if there was something that the coaches could do that would really improve the morale or even the play from the players, what would you expect the coach to kind of provide in terms of support?
I don't know, but if I was like, if I was a player, I probably would try to call my mom. To calm me down, you know. But I think they are not able to do it here. But maybe I would try to pray, because I like to feel, you know, connected with, you know, energy in this type of things, because you can't let this let you down, you know. You need to breathe and try to do something better in the next match. That's my opinion. I don't know if you guys will agree with me.
Definitely agree. I mean, I did coach a team for Battle Royale, and I guess that relaxation, the calm before the storm, it really helps you. And at some point, it would depend as well, because we know these are different people. We don't specify them as one-minded, or like there are different approach in different player base. So one thing as a coach is you need to study your team, and it's like just talk to them based on how you think they will be motivated. As a coach, it's not just the in-game that is needed. What's more needed as a coach is as a life coach in general.
I'll tell you this now. I'm on the slight opposite opinion of this. I don't completely disagree with this. I think that for the first 2 maps, and especially when you were looking at these players who are feeling that pressure, the first thing that comes first is motivation. Why are you here? Do you have any regrets? Drop those regrets. Be aggressive. Do not get disrespected. Show why you are the best in the world. And once you start coming into those 3rd and 4th matches where you start to feel that overheat, where it's starting to get into your head, that's when you pull the reins back and say it's about balance. You got to change up that narrative. You start gaslighting your players. Say, hey, you're not the best in the world just yet. You got to prove to yourself. You've done it in the first 2. Now it's just find that balance right in the middle, right in the center.
A little tough love, right?
A little tough love, baby.
That's the reason that I'm like honestly not a player, because I will probably cry, I guess. So I think it kind of explains so much, you know.
It's like the right amount of gassing, right? It's like you load them up, you hydrate them with that ego, but then it's like, wait a minute, we're overflowing. We've got to calm it down. We need some towels here. All right. Now, we may have lost AdMats in his safari adventure, but I have been told that Yunsul is on a bit of an adventure herself on the boulevard. Let's see what Yunsul is up to.
It's me, Yunsun, and we are back again in Boulevard. So many nice things here to do, many games to play, and the weather today is actually really cute. I love it. Do you guys like stuffed animal? Because I do. And I found this place, catch my eyes, and we're going to play it. Hello, I would like to try this. Alright, only one shot. Let's see what I can do. As you can see in esports, sometimes we lose,
kenapa sih lemparnya nggak akurat banget?
It doesn't matter. Oh. Oh, really?
Gue dapet boneka gede. Nah, pertanyaannya gini. Kalau gue yang dapet ya, kalau gue yang dapet.
Believe I lost, but I still won this.
Kalau gue yang dapet itu ya. Pertanyaannya gue masukin ke bagasi pesawatnya gimana, kocak?
So where do you guys at Boulevard? Come here, try with us.
I think we could do with some props on the main stage, but I don't think I've ever seen a purple banana before.
A purple koala. Yeah.
Banana. Banana.
It's hurting my brain. My dyslexia is killing me right now.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I think it would be very fun for us if we could go on the boulevard because we haven't had a chance to have fun yet. You know, I mean, we're on the panel, we're having fun with you guys, we're having fun with the players, the teams, and also some free fire, but we got to have a little bit of fun we got to have some fun to relax as well.
I think Yuzel has had the most fun amongst all of us. I think, you know, that after all the safari adventures and I think, you know, going into the play area, she's got what? Ice cream, games, a haunted house.
Oh.
Like, come on.
I mean, that's the best job ever. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I love it. It's because of that woman. Okay, I'll tell you all the story. So we have been here last year, and I think out of all the talent, Yunsula is the one that likes to wander around and really do things. She plays everything. She tries all the snacks. And she has it in me that because of her, there is a giant cup of lemonade that you can buy outside. And it's giant. I mean, it's like that big. And she couldn't finish it. And apparently there's all kinds of varieties of lemonade. I need to get my hands on the lemonade, but I need to find time to get off the desk when there's no free fire to go buy this lemonade. So if I find it, I'll try and bring it onto the stage. But if I can't, after the broadcast, if you guys are here in the boulevard, you might see somebody wearing a purple suit with some lemonade.
But I guess you need to hope that teams will rock it and get all those points as early as possible. Because if they ended in 4 matches, you would have that time.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, keep in mind, this is Champion Rush. You just have to qualify and then get the booyah at the end here. And I think something that people don't realize about Yunsel is that she is quite the gamer. She is the most competitive woman I've ever seen in my life. And I'm glad that as of right now, Garena has implemented a Free Fire World Series for women's, because if she started to compete, I think Vietnam is going to have a really big representative.
I promise you she'll be doing all the content. You know, all the side content where we get to see all the players and we learn things about them. You'll learn everything about Yunsel. Everything. From start to finish. I mean, there's nothing you won't know about the woman.
Definitely. I mean, we've been in together and like talks even in the ride from and back. I mean, there's a lot that Yunsel has to offer in terms of entertainment, not only in I remember the dance that she keeps doing every time she meets someone. Like, hello.
Just a little wobble, just a little wobble. Honestly, this is setting it up perfectly for the $1 million idea for the anime here. The Free Fire World Series anime here at EWC, that could be one. And then afterwards for spring as well, to have all the characters. Because, again, the player reactions are already great, but also having amazing storylines to kind of play with, whether you're from Southeast Asia or whether you're from Latam as well, you can definitely see the diversity in the way, not only by how they play, but how expressive they are on that stage. Because I feel like with Brazilian teams, when you know the crowd is against them, they feel more empowered. I saw Fluxo telling the Falcon fans like, "Hey, no, I don't hear you now."
Yeah, that's such a Brazilian thing, I guess. we are, you know, we like the energy. I also like the energy because I think it gives you more confidence to do something, you know. But Brazilians are really expressive. Me as well. I'm always like, you know, but I don't know. I think that's cute, you know, that's kind. And well, it's not like the, you know, Asian players, they are not like in that way, but I feel that they are a little bit shy.
They are.
Yeah. I don't know if it's because it's me. They probably don't know me so much. So, but well, I mean, I like to have this type of experience. I like to see them. I like to see the Brazilians teams fighting, screaming to each other. So I think it's really nice and funny.
Look, we got to keep things light on the panel here. I know we're having a little bit of fun, but we actually have a little bit of extra fun for you guys at home because we had a moment with Core Memory to play a game. And that game was Guess the Sound. Let's see how Core Memory did in our little game of Guess the Sound.
Ini kayaknya ada technical issue deh. Makanya kayak di delay terus. Udah kita nungguin dulu ya guys.
And also I'm happy to be here with the core memory team. Welcome guys. It's so nice to have you here. So we're gonna play a little game. It's a fun game. It's not Free Fire, but it's all about Free Fire. So you guys have to guess which gun is only by the sound. Are you guys ready?
Okay.
The first sound, please.
ได้ยินแต่มันคืออะไรมันคืออะไรอ่ะ
เสียงปืนนั่นแหละ
เสียงปืนอะไรเสียงปืน
แต่รู้ไหมล่ะ
แปลกๆวะ
ก็มันเปิดแค่เนี้ย AK เหรอวะไม่รู้วะ
หรือมันเป็นลูกซองยาวต่อไป AK
ใช่เหรอ AK อะ
มั่วขา98ขา98
Almost. Okay, I'm gonna give you one more shot.
ไม่รู้อ่ะขา98ไอ้ AWM
No. You guys said like the two snipers, which is good. It's kind of similar, but it's SVD.
SVD
อ๋อ SVD อ๋อมันไม่ใช่ขนาดนี้หว่า
เสียงมันแบบวิเดียวอะ
AK8
Yes, that's correct. That was an easy one, right? Who said first?
ผม
Pom. Good job. There we go.
เฮ้ยชื่อมันชื่ออะไรวะ
ปืนพกคู่อ่ะปืนพกคู่อ่ะ
M197เหรอไม่ใช่ดิ
ไม่ปืนลูกโม่อ่ะ
ก็นั่นแหละมันชื่ออะไรเนี่ยแบบพูดเป็นลูกโม่แล้วสิมันเป็นปืนลูกโม่อะ
A little bit confused.
ปืนโม่คู่อ่ะ
You cannot remember the name of it. Okay, just try. Say some names.
ก็นั่นแหละลูกโม่
อ๋อลูกโม่
ลูกโม่เล็กอ่ะมันเป็นพกอ่ะ
M179 มั้งมันเป็นปืนลูกโม่
Yes.
โอ้โห
No, I'm just kidding. It's a joke. No, you are almost there. It's another one. It's close to M79. M1917.
ถูกแล้วแต่จำชื่อไม่ได้ไม่ค่อยได้เล่น
รู้แล้วว่ามันคืออะไรแต่ว่าไม่จำชื่อมันไม่ได้
Okay, now you guys remember. Okay, but it was a close one.
เฮ้ยโทก้อน
ไอ้นี่โทก้อน
That's correct. That was an easy one because you guys use this a lot, right?
ใช่
It's anyone's favorite gun.
นี่ปืนของคนนี้
ไม่อันนั้นซีซั่นที่แล้วปืนผมก็แหละ
แพทก่อน
เป็นแพทเก่า
Okay, since it used to be your favorite gun, I want to know which player from any region could you eliminate easy with this gun?
ยากเลยเนี่ย ยากเลย
Come on. You have a name.
คูก้าคูก้าโดนตัวหน้าไงโดนยิงบ่อย
Cougar. Last year he won EWC 2024. Okay. He's a tough player.
Thompson
Thompson. Yes, that was an easy one. Easy. Okay, next and last one.
พันยาอันนี้ท่าพันยาเป็นพันยาเฉยๆ
เสียงพันยาไม่ใช่แบบ
เสียงพันยา
ปืนอะ
Exactly, mad cute. Okay, that was an easy one. I think you guys have a good year. Thank you so much, guys. I hope you enjoy your stay here in Riyadh, and I am excited to see you guys in action for Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 2025. And that's all. I see you.
Hello, survivors over here. Guys, what's up? Love the energy. Love to hear what's going on. I'm Tash alongside Bats here.
Yo.
Honestly, I'm super hyped because everyone be talking about core memory. Everyone be talking about Buriram United Esports.
Yeah.
But what about Falcons? What about a dynasty that could be a back-to-back win?
But come on. They have won last year. Enough. Oh. I sense a challenge. Okay? I think an Indonesia team will win this year.
Indonesian team.
Because
Itu dia. Disorakin.
Sportsmanship. All right. Because I can't talk.
They're loud.
Yeah, they're loud.
Because
everyone's ready. Everyone's hyped. Okay? Everyone's hyped. But I just want to Giamo, Indonesia, suaranya di mana?
Gile, respect merinding gue.
They're a bit loud. Should we go louder? Where's the Falcons chant? Do it for me!
All right. The next game is about to begin soon. We had a very nice opener from Bermuda United Esports. They had a magnificent booyah on game number 1. So before we head to game number 1, why not we rap out, we explode the arena. Everyone, cheer for your team. Come on! Come on! Right, that is Kidi Arena, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back to our panelists.
Welcome back to the panel, folks. Yes, we are so stoked for this matchup. We are still waiting for it, but we're very, very close. But it's good to see that everyone in the stadium is hyped. They're ready to go. And I feel like in the stadium, it's almost like we have a match happening in there as well, right? We saw this happen yesterday. We got all of our supporters kind of fighting each other to see who was louder. Now I'm going to ask the panelists here. Who do you think was the loudest audience?
Falcons for sure. Let's be honest here. Falcons are ridiculous in that arena. The nest is so nearby and the fans have come out in droves. But I am impressed because I would imagine in every game title that the Falcons are going to be there right at the very forefront to give that energy to the teams. But I've seen so many foreigners come in and just try to support their own locales, like Indonesians, for an example. Koreans as well have come down to watch their teams, their local organizations play, and honestly, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and also in the opening earlier, we thought it was like just Team Falcons cheering, and then I was hearing a little bit of fight back and forth between Team Falcons and Team Vitality in those cheers. So I guess that is like, with all that pressure, with all that shouting happening from the fans, I'm quite surprised that the teams are not, like, nerves are not wrecked.
And Raja, I noticed we also have some fans from Brazil. Now, obviously, they're not as abundant as some of the other teams, but I have to say, some of them are crazy loud.
Yeah, I mean, I was at the Global Finals in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro, and it was so fun. I was inside of all the people, you know. So sometimes I couldn't even hear, you know, the production, and they keep talking to me like, Haja, you need to do that, you need to do, you know, and I was like, I can't even understand, I can't even hear that, because they are so crazy, so loud, so in love about the team, and it's really good to have this type of supporters with you, because you get motivated, and I just said a word, call it loud.
Oh,
have you guys ever heard about it? Well, it was, maybe we can see in the next EWC, but I guess you guys are used to hear that, right?
Oh, definitely. I think we've heard it so many times.
The loud supporters, they are really loud. So, you know.
Well, it looks like we have another interview lined up for all of you at home, and it looks like Carol managed to sit down with Loss before the matches started today. So let's see what Loss have to say before the matches for the grand final.
Hello everyone, it's Carol Bombshell here, and we are all about talking about the grand finals, and I'm happy to be here with the coach of Lowe's, Lipão. Welcome, Lipão. It's such nice to have Lowe's here for the second time. Before they were Netshoes Miners, and right now you represent Lowe's team. So I would like to know, how does it feel to have made to the finals since you guys have such a great performance during the knockout stage? Como é que vocês se sentem estarem aqui na grande final, já que vocês fizeram uma performance incrível durante a fase classificatória?
É uma sensação muito boa, a gente veio muito confiante, a gente conseguiu acertar muitas partidas durante o campeonato, então a gente ficou nesse top 2 aí da classificatória, então foi um up, assim, sabe, né, a gente veio mais confiante, mais preparado, a gente se preparou muito bem, algumas coisas, claro, vão dar errado, mas a gente tá preparado para tudo nessa final.
for sure, it's a great feeling. We have came prepared to the grand finals. We have studied the other teams, and it doesn't matter the roast right now. We are fully prepared to win here, and it's a great feeling for sure. For us to finish our interview, I would like to know what kind of strategy have you guys set for the grand finals? If you can share, of course, a little bit with us. Quais são as estratégias que vocês fizeram para a grande final? Se você quiser compartilhar com a gente.
Eu acho que é mais a tranquilidade, né? Porque uma final tá um pouco tenso no começo, então a gente vai se soltar um pouco no começo do jogo aí pra tirar essa tensão logo de cara, mas é isso, fazer o nosso jogo e não tem mais segredo.
What I can share right now is just we're gonna keep it comfortable. We wanna be normal. We wanna keep it simple, and because we know how pressure can have during the grand finals. Yes, and we are gonna make our best game. That's all. And you have heard enough from Lipão, the coach of Lowe's team, and I'm back to you guys.
Let's go.
A very common but very popular philosophy amongst coaches. You gotta be comfortable in your games, because if you're comfortable, that is the most comfortable and safest situation to be as a player, because you are playing at your best.
Yeah, I would agree. And we keep seeing that in those instances wherein it's the final chance for a team. It's a final chance, like they're just letting go of all those pressure, and they're very comfortable, and thus a lot of performance, despite of not really going up a notch. Like vision system from the knockout stage, we know that they're already out, but they still bring a lot in the fight, and I guess that's where all the teams, all the players need to be in a comfortable spot in themselves and just treat it as if this is the last game.
I think what fans don't really realize is that they think that, like, when your coaches are speaking to the players, and the coaches by de facto the smartest person in the team, they're like scientists. They're talking about formulas, they're talking about numbers, they're talking about positioning, they're talking about rotations and everything involved in the game. But what usually comes out in these types of experiments, and I've noticed amongst multiple game titles as well, that it usually comes out as hey, we should try this, end of story. You know, there's no bigger, deeper explanation for a majority of their stuff, because they like to keep it simple 90% of the time. There's no need to overcomplicate them with a boatload of information. It's more important that they feel it for themselves, because the players need to not think about calculations and formulas. They need to have the instincts to do it first.
And there's a word for that. It is mechanical skill. It is automatic. So to anyone that doesn't know what Gideon is talking about, it's when you play a game of Free Fire and everything just comes automatically to you because you do it so often. Now, pros are a special case, because not only is everything automatic, but they're also thinking so fast in those games. Fractions of a second deciding, is this shot worth taking, or should I pull back and regroup with the team? Do I have enough glue walls to close the gap and get ready for that third, fourth circle? Like, so many things are happening. Sometimes I feel like we don't appreciate the level of skill these players have at that top level, because we can't feel it, we can't think it. It is something that's all within their minds. It makes them, that's what makes them such special players and such top level players in the world of Free Fire. I really think, you know, as spectators, as viewers, as supporters, we have to give them the utmost respect, because they've achieved something that us spectators, as casters, panelists, you know, as much as we love to talk Free Fire, they're a different animal.
Yeah, definitely. And that factor, that the description that you did mention, is one factor, or what's the importance of having an IGL. Because the IGL, at some point, he's the one who's managing all those, juggling all those thoughts, and just relaying it to the teams. And the rest of the teams just have to focus on their mechanical skills as well as the calls. So, as you can see, we might be seeing like team captains, in-game leaders, not performing that well, because there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of things that they're thinking about. And if in case, like, he can just give the calls, that it will let the rest of the teams just shine.
I think that Free Fire is a very special case because it is in the category of a battle royale in a lot of like different places in a lot of different games. Usually communications, they have a word of saying, hey, cut comms or like silence comms just to clear it as much as possible. Let's be very direct. But in Free Fire, it's a little different. You need every little advantage and every little piece of detail that you can get from all of your players. So your IGL not only has to cut through the noise, but they need to listen to the noise of 3 other dudes saying, he's up here, he's down here, I'm reloading right now, somebody else needs to start healing me, can you cover me, all at the same time.
And to make matters more difficult for somebody, this game is so fast. It's like pressing the 2, 3, 4 speed up button. It's just absolutely insane. Now, speaking of insane, we actually have another interview lined up for you guys, and it's actually with Fluxo. So let's see what Fluxo have to say leading up to our next match.
Oh, hey, it's Kara again. And right now I'm here with Luke King, coach of Fluxo team. And of course, we have a lot to talk about because Fluxo team didn't go well during the knockout stage, not even point rush, but after the first match, they stood up with their games. Let's see what Luke King has to say about it. O Fluxo durante as fases classificatórias não foram muito bem, nem no point rush, foram mais ou menos. Porém, entretanto, todavia, já chegaram muito bem aqui na primeira partida da grande final. O que você tem a dizer sobre isso?
Muito bem, é uma palavra forte. A gente fez uma partida mediana, mas a gente sabe que final é final. É totalmente um jogo totalmente diferente de um classificatório, de um point rush. Deus nos deu mais uma oportunidade para fazer o que a gente ama e a gente está aqui muito feliz.
Well, talking about the first match, we did got a good position, but we didn't go really good, and we need more of this. So if God gave us this opportunity, for sure we're gonna go for it. Especially because we are the world champions for Free Fire, and right now we just are going on the path for take the trophy. And for us to finish our interview, I would like to know if you can share some thoughts and maybe some secrets of Fluxo's teams for this grand finals. Pra gente finalizar nossa entrevista, eu queria saber se você pode dar alguns spoilers pra gente aí do que o Fluxo vai fazer nessa grande final.
Mano, zero spoiler. É o que a gente sabe fazer de melhor, que é jogar esse joguinho. Então, a gente vai se divertir lá dentro, se for da vontade de Deus, a gente vai ser campeão. Não tem muito segredo.
Perfect. Okay, he doesn't want to share anything. No spoilers at all. And right now we are just focused on the game and we're gonna do the best that we can.
We are back at the Free Fire at Esports World Cup 25. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. It's time to continue the rock and roll with me, Husky, and the Mustachio AJ as we head into round number 2 on Purgatory.
Let's go, finally. Purgatory.
Scoring a whopping 24 points to kick off the grand finals, even without any head start points. Best case scenario, they ended by round number 4, but we don't want that. We want the competition to keep heating up, and Fluxo is teasing us by telling us that there will be no spoilers for their plans. Let's see what they've got on Purgatory.
Yeah, and everybody's
Let's go, finally. Gila, 1,5 jam nunggu ya. Gilanya.
But we have to acknowledge
Gelo.
that was one of Buriram's best maps. They have to wait until Alpine to strike big again. But can they pull away something solid from a map where they usually do not shine?
Aku juga main, Bang.
This is the map of Brazil. This is the map of loss.
48
As we
pemain,
kick off Purgatory, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, buckle in, because it's gonna be a wild ride.
And right off the bat, we are seeing some teams divert their drop spot. Dragon Esports, for example, they did go golf course yesterday, and they got hard dropped by R7.
Purgatory.
Victim, but there's one team
Pain ke
that
Fields.
never changed their drop spot, and
Enggak,
that
Pain
team
ke
is
Mod
Buriram
House.
United Esports. Going for Marble.
Tapi nggak ada yang ke Forge ya, sama Skill Lodge.
Let's see how that one's gonna transpire. Pain Gaming going over to Mod House because VP is no longer in the equation. Was spreading out towards the north of Ski Lodge, and Brasilia plus Field taken over by AGAL.
Oh, dude. I mean, R7, are you kidding me? They were
Gila,
going
Falcons
for
on RRQ.
the heads of Fluxo. Mount Villa belongs to Team Fluxo. Now, Raja told us that everybody respects each other. Everybody respects Fluxo in Brazil. Y'all gotta understand, this is the world stage, baby. They don't respect, they don't disrespect, but they want to put your heads on the chopping block. But R7, they better be careful. Yesterday, they were aiming for the heads of Dragons Esports as well. They tried to tease Buriram. They tried to tease Fluxo, and they did not walk away with a single head start point. And thankfully right now at Mount Villa, all cleared up. Fluxo went away. Now golf course as well as Mount Villa belongs to Team R7. That means this Mexican team is starting off with a ton of loot.
I think on top of that, hold on a minute.
Zipline.
Did Evos just really do that?
Gila.
All the way to Central where our RQ's headquarters are established. Rasha instantly punished. Does bring himself back up to his speed. His Ray now hunts for Ma'au. You take care of Ma'au. You take care of long range support. Ma'au down in the low, but still not confirmed. Knockdown Ray to Oscar dash. More than enough time to go for the swing. Coach Yu finding Kiba off speed. Evos taking a gamble and it's paying off.
Oh my. Coach Yu
Pocel dapetin Kiba. Ya ampun. Ya ampun. Nah, satu dong. Udah shutdown. Gila, dudes. 1v1. Oh no, MGAT mati. Oh. Wah.
And thankfully, they scored some revives before that elimination was confirmed. EVOS, initially it paid off and then they bit off more than they could chew.
Lah, Peter jatuh.
The ultimate prize. Rigby ends up
Bosnya
breaking
mati.
his ankles early on, that's why Payne got their point. But EVOS, they gotta really feel the hurt. Coach Hill being the only survivor, going over to where Villa and Golf Course are. Thankfully, the team
Gila si
looks so BRU have
Evos RRQ dapat 5 poin elim.
But EVOS, they gotta start from scratch again.
Unlike Avatar, when Indonesia needed him the most, Dudes delivered. What a stand-up play from this buddy here. 3 eliminations, clutching it out up against EVOS, who dared take the fight up against them at Central. Initial player taken
Agaknya lawan Rainbow Seven.
Rosesa just pausing the play.
Kayak Rainbow Seven-nya masih ngeluting.
Recovery now. Trying to get super aggressive, and the Wonder Kid hits a double revival. EVOS back in play. We've got 47 players in the lobby, but I'm not too worried at all. Dragons usually hit that revival as well.
Yeah, they really uphold the Hippocratic oath. They always make sure they have a combat medic ready. Everyone is going to be healthy, even though they're not that good. It reminds me of not that good at shooting. No, I gotta finish sentence. Reminds me of the I forgot his name, the sergeant in war that does not want to pick up a gun. It feels like Dragon Esports now and then, right? They are not the best fighters, but they sure
They're
as hell.
gentle dragons. They're the Arbon. They just like to scan out the area, avoid it if possible.
Yeah, they don't like conflict, but they're not pacifists either. You can't.
Oh, dapet dong. First elim point buat DRG.
The first one, and the base having a terrible time here. Maal with a very quick reversal. Looking for the save, but that Riptide Rhythm going to make sure the glue walls cannot be erected around Sifu for the time being. In the meantime, Maal going in for the flank. Dudes going in for the finisher.
Di flank sama Dudes.
Great glue wall to protect the boys, and now Dudes all alone in the situation. Dragons can take advantage.
Let's see if
there you go.
can put it up again. There's a time turner. Dudes 1v2. Kiba back him up. Great
Gila, Dudes.
acceptance from Dudes, and now going on to revive another glue wall to block out the damage.
Gila, Dudes. Gila, sumpah Dudes. Wow. Gila. Maal down sih, Maal down.
But of course, Dudes still alive and kicking. Dragon looking for that recovery on the revival. Glue wall melter, not in their pockets. And the deep freeze will tag up Yasser for quite a bit. And
Mana granatmu?
trying to use whatever in his arsenal to take down the rest of the team members, but I think he's used quite a bit of his luck already.
It's down to Dudes once more. Abai not in a condition to fight. In fact, he's not even going to share the area. 1v3, time turner from Simo. What is Dudes going to do? He's going to try and heal back up. Time is off the essence, but he has enough space to make it work. Another attempt to
Dudes are down.
It runs out for Dudes. Dragon Esports recovers, and now it comes down to Abai to keep the run going.
Bloody hell. RRQ.
Berarti RRQ dapat berapa? Dari Dudes 5 sendiri berarti 9 total, 8. Oh 7 ternyata. Koja.
Young with the M590 looking for their opponents, but Vitality, all they find is an empty house as Fade backs away.
See if that rooftop takeover is going to be beneficial for Payne Gaming. As Vitality, they are still in a pretty decent condition, trying to go around the backside of the building. Good
Wah, dapet Kyong.
Kyong ends up going down. Payne Gaming now have an numbers advantage. Vitality attempting to go for a revive, but the pickup is unsuccessful. Koja and Kyong now out of service. Payne Gaming continues to systematically get rid of Vitality. They might just come down to Dix with a Trogon. 2 from Payne down.
Peter literally ran in there and walked away without a single scratch. The pickup onto his buddy failing. 2v1. Payne Gaming in a lot of trouble here. If they do lose Peter, they will be on a super hard reset. And Vitality actually allows him to get away as they look for their own
Rasanya masih jauh
recovery
banget
play
ya.
here as well. Either way, both squads inside of the circle, and Pain has a vending machine to play with.
And earlier on, we did say that R7, they were flirting with a bit of conflict with Fluxo.
Itu mau di backstep itu sama si Dudes.
In the same area as Buriram United Esports. Big revive hit by Pain Gaming. The scan was there by Vitality early on. Evos makes a full recovery, gets an air supply. And that's gonna stock them up to make their rotation deeper towards the safe zone.
And the dangerous team, I was about to mention them, lost. Finding Peter early on. Falcons, there's not an elimination just yet though. Just a shot from afar. Ross making sure everybody still remembers them.
Ross dapetin limit.
Front runners here at Purgatory. But Buriram still being alive. This should be a record for them at this map. Let's see if they can find a little bit more. Falcons not wanting to mess around with the Brazilian squad. Jump pads their way out of there. But on fire, left behind here. Might just be the sacrificial lamb.
Being surprised we're paying.
Lah, kok jatuh?
So another 3 points for Lost. Falcons did get majority of the squad away to keep this going.
Really? Is he going to go in for the chase here?
Nah.
Running straight to the jump pad though.
It would be a risky move.
Vitality sisa
Might
satu.
end up running into Pain Gaming instead.
That would be a terrible move. A little late to the party. You know Falcons can shoot them out.
Evos mulai masuk nih. Mulai masuk ke circle nih.
A little bit of a revival here. Evos on the other hand, meeting their big brothers RRQ. Poking the Hornets nest early here. Very cheeky from Evos.
We know that wherever Dragon Esports is right now is a high priority area. Because there were 2 R1 scans right on top of them.
Let's go.
So Dragon Esports, they obviously don't know this, but we know one of the teams that won that spot is Evos.
Yeah.
They're gonna slowly move towards the area. There's an arsenal to work with. It's a pit stop. But it seems like Evos are deciding against that. In fact, falling further away from the circle.
And we might just have a rematch here between RRQ and Evos. Both teams have recovered fully. But as RRQ goes in from the rotation from Brasilia, looking for fields, coming across the rotation path of Evos is just extremely high here. Wow. Dragons on the other hand keeping their heads down, trying not to be detected by the players of Buriram, who do have their hands full with R7.
Yeah, there's a UAV just hovering around that crucial zone as well.
Circle udah mulai
4
datang.
teams at least. Core Memory, R7, BRU, Dragons, and now Fluxo is about to join the party. This next circle will dictate how that one's going to play out. Favoring BRU, R7, and Core Memory. AGAL on the southern side, Falcons and Pain Gaming on north. And this is where the great rumbling begins. All the teams are going to converge, and we're going to have a full 48-player lobby duke out.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And we got to thank Coach Namo and his crazy, crazy capability of analyzing.
Let's go. Game on, game on, game on.
Time and time again, we have seen Buriram get such an accurate read. They have not needed to move for quite a bit now. And because of that, they have the advantage. Dragons flying straight in.
Anak kecil yang bingung.
And all they will see is bullets.
Dapat pemain Vitality.
Very big risk that they took, but I feel like it's necessary to get themselves some cover. And now you gotta use as much resources as possible. One last glue off for Yasir. If they can make it into the building, there is gonna be a chance. And Mark needs some cover. Great coverage from Yasir to keep his buddy alive. The run now is a bit harder for DRG because they have lost 2 members, but at least they still have a chance.
R7. Rainbow. Dapat tuh. Wih, cuma tipis doang damage-nya.
R7 backs away. Had the golden opportunity. Yasir, 3 eliminations so far. Just could not get those accurate connections onto the players.
Pain 6, Dragons 6. Gila. Dapat dong.
Incredibly important for Fluxo to survive, but
Wah.
the odds does go down.
Wah, dapat lagi.
Remove GU. He's just barely hanging on, but thankfully he was able to heal back up. They are tanking the blue, and Evos is not going to let them go easily.
No, not at all, man. I mean, Fluxo, when they go in for this rotation, they have to go up against Buriram and Core Memory. Evos at the very edge of this next circle. For the time being, the blues not hurting them just yet.
Koja mati.
The jump and set up behind Fluxo. And EWOS not going in for the reposition, taking down those glue walls, so they have a straight line of sight to the
Tinggal batu doang tuh tempat dia berlindungnya.
So DGWP, but thankfully the blue forcing EWOS for a rotation. Fluxo gets to live a little bit longer, but the blue is getting the damage in though.
Yeah, the safe zone did move away.
Sisa 11.
So that's going to force the Thai Giants to
Siapa
rotate
yang
as well.
tenang Vitality duluan dong.
Feels like it is destined to happen as EVOS makes a
Ya
self
ampun.
rotation. They're going to end up behind RRQ, who are preoccupied.
And Vitality taken out. I can't even say fairly early. We're heading towards the 13th minute of this game. Insane quality on the world stage. So many teams still alive.
Gila, Pain mau masuk. Kocel dapat. Wah, Kocel. Wah. My god, dapat banyak coy. Satu tim elim. Gila. Gila. Nggak connect sih kameranya, tapi dia ambil semua coy sama EVOS. RRQ.
Falcons and Pain Gaming wrestling for the most important spot in the northern side of the safe zone. Moto VI is positioned very far away to provide cover fire, but it requires the rest of Pain to start and engage. They need an A124
Pain dapetin
plus that Skylar Riptide Rhythm to do some chaos.
pemain.
Get knocked down, but without any meaningful follow-up,
Berarti
it is
tim Indo
not
sisa
good.
EVOS
Dia
dong
gets brought back
yang
up.
di
Riptide
Purgatory
Rhythm
sekarang.
slightly late, and Pain Gaming
Ya.
continues to play this long drawn-out fight.
Yeah, crazy repositioning.
Wah, Buriram hilang.
Avoiding the
Oh, nggak Fluxo yang hilang.
after putting in the initial hurt. Fluxo getting taken out in 10th. The EWC is absolutely insane at this point of time. Pain now focusing on core memory. Getting the help from the
Gila, glue wallnya dihancurin terus cok. Gak bisa lo berlindung, dilompat, dia mau lompat mati semua. Buriram hilang. EVOS confirm peringkat 1 untuk sementara. Anjir, Rainbow ngelempar diri dia sendiri. EVOS lawan Falcons dalam hanggar.
Most likely will be the first team to make a move, and Falcons, they gotta be ready to accept this.
31 ya sekarang poinnya EVOS.
It's known at this point of time as the Brazilian map, but if
Gila, Pain lawan Loss. Loss dapet. EVOS dapet 1. Ya ampun, friendly fire dong Loss-nya.
exactly that to the team members, putting them out in 6. Now Loss, the final team out of Brazil, has to take on both EWOS as well as Falcons, who are
Dragon
absolutely
ini
sharp
lepas.
in their positioning right now out there on this Purgatory map.
Dragon lepas apa gimana? Oh nggak, dia mau masuk circle.
And that has kept them in top 5. The only team without a full squad, but this circle is going to force EVOS to move. There is a chance that they ended up fighting Lost. First, DRG now caught in the middle of the crossfire. Riptide Rhythm from AGAL, and now it
Buset, Rasha dapat lagi coy.
targeted by multiple teams.
Dragon hilang. Sisa 4.
And EVOS actually taking the outer rotation. This puts them in the cross.
Wah, Ray hilang coy.
Taking those shots. Grenades won't find a connection onto Russia. Glue wall melted. Remain the defense made
Gila,
here by EVOS.
di ini dibajuin sama Kocel. Mana pennya? Sumpah berani banget Kocel, kagak bohong. Wah, Kocel aja drop. Gila, M-Guard dapet dong. 2v2. Rasha dapet. Oh no, M-Guard. Ya, tinggal Rasha dong. Oh enggak, EVOS out. 2 Thailand, 1 Brazil. Gila AJL. Mana Loss? Mana Loss? Loss out. 2v1.
But one final one left standing. Limit missing his AWM shot, not doing him any favors at all.
There's going to be a chance for Limit to clutch this. It needs to be able to identify where Dew and Cypher are at. They're currently still running in a straight line. That
Ya
shot has
ampun.
to connect. A dash in front, Cypher in the face of Limit. Limit is out in the blue. He's just
1v1.
AGAL
Anjir, AGAL.
will find the first booyah in the grand finals.
Oh.
Second booyah here at Purgatory for AGAL. Almost became a Brazilian map once again thanks to loss. But they took their chances down by removing Pain Gaming from the equation, and unfortunately for them,
10 menit break ya.
way too open of a final circle. Those defenses just didn't work, and Falcons just playing that high ground advantage so well for themselves.
You know what, AJ? I think the race is officially on. Pack leaders after round number 1 all fell. EVOS, AJL lost.
Tapi Evos tadi berapa 9? 12 kill ya tadi ya? 12 kill banyak loh. Dulu gue sempat main FF pas awal rilis Dead Gameplay, sekarang bikin pusing. Gue juga udah lama banget nggak main Free Fire sih jujur.
Wow, what a performance of Team Falcons this last match. It was almost a booyah. We have watched great acting so far here at the grand finals. And of course, I want to hear Team Falcons, are you there? That's what I'm talking about, guys. Let's talk with Limit right now, because Team Falcons crowd are going crazy and they are chanting Falcons, Falcons. I want to know what that means to you. What this kind of love from Team Falcons crowd means to you.
ก็ในฮอนี้นะครับตอนนี้นะฮะทั้งฮอกำลังส่งเสียงกระหึ่มเชียร์ให้ทีมฟาลคอนนะครับก็ถึงแม้ว่าอีกเมื่อกี้เนี้ยอีกเพียงนิดเดียวเราจะได้บูย่าแล้วแท้ๆเชียวอยากทราบว่าเสียงเชียร์ของทุกคนในฮอนี้ตอนนี้ฮะมีผลอะไรกับการยิงของเราบ้างไหมฮะคิดว่าไม่ได้ลิ้นเท่าไหร่ก็เล่นได้เป็นตัวเองแค่นั้น Actually, all the chanting is like doesn't affect our play style of any time at all. We're just gonna play in our style. We're gonna stick to our own plan and like do the same thing over and over again.
Okay, that's a really good answer. I like to hear that, Limit. And right now, you almost had a booyah. You were so close to got a booyah. And if you could say a word to a team that is about to face you in the next match, would you say?
ก็เมื่อสักครู่เนี่ยฮะอีกเพียงนิดเดียวเท่านั้นเราจะได้บูย่าแล้วเนี่ยอยากจะบอกอะไรกับทีมที่อยู่ในที่กำลังแข่งอยู่ตอนนี้บ้างฮะว่าในรอบต่อไปเนี่ยจะต้องเจออะไรกันบ้างฮะก็ฝากถึงเขาขับให้ละกันนะว่าอย่าเบาๆหน่อยตังเกิน Actually, there's nothing to tell the team that we are going to face in the next match. But I have something to tell to the fans. Like maybe keep your voice lower for a bit. It's too loud for him. It's a little bit too loud for him.
Okay, I don't think they are willing to do that. Once again, Team Falcons, are you there? I'm sorry, Limit. That's how things work here. Yeah. And I'm pretty much sure you guys at home are very hyped, like we are here on stage. So keep it up with us because we're gonna go for a quick break right now, and we'll be right back.
Oke, kita break dulu berarti. Let's go.
Triple kill.
Hey everyone, it's Yonsol and I'm right here at the Boulevard, of course at the Play Park. You guys know what? As usual, we always play Free Fire and we should go in there, right? But here, we are going to change it, something a little more different than the usual. Let's come with me and try to shoot some planes, shall we? think this game's kind of hard to play, but it seems to look really fun and new to us, right? If you can, come and enjoy us here at Boulevard, the play part.
มากดาวเดี๋ยวเลยเอ้ยนอกวงพี่ดูเจอขวาหลังหลังนั่นแหละตัวเดียวไม่ดอกเล่นกันเจน2-1ลีเลือดก่อนลีเลือดหน้าพี่ดิวลีเลือดก่อนดิวเจนกูรอชนะเลยพี่ดิวรอดใกล้กูได้ปะรอดใกล้กูได้ปะจะมายังรอดใกล้กูเล่นกันมาแล้วรอดใกล้กูจะมาแล้วดิวเยอะรอดใกล้นะเอาเลยไหวพี่อุ้ยเหี้ยมาเนี่ยเดี๋ยวมาไปดูไอ้เหี้ยเดี๋ยวมา
Falcons were so close to catching that booyah, but unfortunately just weren't able to come out on top in that 2v1 situation. So AGAL secure our second booyah of the day on Purgatory. And so far, we're seeing a very interesting trend amongst all of our teams. Towards the very end of that game, it was not very top heavy. We saw a lot of teams up there with very few eliminations because, again, teams are prioritizing survivability over eliminations. And I think we're a little bit concerned on the panel here because when you play like this, sometimes if it doesn't work out, it really doesn't work out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of things that has gone wrong in those game style, especially with Evo Divine and RRQ. Initially, it was RRQ who won that battle against, as they call it, the younger
13 elimination point.
But towards the end, that's when they turned it around. Thus, Evo's Esports managed to get a lot of elimination, a lot of points as well. But for AG Global, I guess how they slowed down their pace, and of course, the number of teams still available doesn't give them an opening to really shoot at some top enemies.
13 elim.
I think
7 poin.
I think teams are now understanding that the pressure is starting to mount, right? You can't afford to make mistakes. And I think they understand that the standard line of play is how we saw Bermuda United Esports playing in map number 1, right? Look to try to gatekeep your opponents around 4 and 5 is where you start to escalate a lot of the situations. But we did see a lot of escalations, right? When we're looking at our key players, we're seeing that Abai is already doing a very good job with the help of even Goods clutching out 2v1 in a lot of scenarios. But then you look at players like Peter alongside with On Fire, right? Because these members, if a situation goes bad, it doesn't mean that it's over for you just yet. You're going to have to make a longer rotation. And I think that at least for Pain, having fought pretty much at every stage of the maps, every single round within the map, already goes to show that this playstyle does have its benefits. But I think it's only going to maintain for maybe 2 more maps.
And I want to talk to Statsman Neptune here because he's reading through the numbers. What are we currently seeing from our first 2 games, just looking at all the data that is currently available to us?
Well, I guess in terms of elimination, it is still Evo Divine who's leading it. But who's following them is not only AG Global, who has 16 elimination, but also those at the bottom, which is RRQ. It just so happens that RRQ has that firepower, but is not consistent in closing. As what we mentioned earlier, they almost got that elimination already against Evo Divine. They could have also eliminated the teams who are surrounding them, but unfortunately, they only got a total of 2 placement points out of the 2 maps that we've seen.
Well, I kind of agree with that. I think that the teams are trying to play safe, you know. So I think that's the mainly reason why we can see like Movistar R7 doing the same game as we saw on the knockout stage. They can even do elimination. So it's really hard for them right now. And I think they are not into this type of play style, you know. I think it's gonna be hard for them to adapt because again they did all the knockout stage in a way, like in a aggressive way, and now they just need to turn everything because I don't know, it's just not working, you know. But we can also see like AGAL, which was not doing such an amazing job at the knockout stage, but right now they are doing such great points for them. So that's the reason why they appear in the top of the ranking, right?
Yeah, I would agree with you as well. And another factor why AGAL got that booyah, it's because the circle just ended up in fields. And AG Global didn't have to move that much. They were in there, that's their drop spot. They were just waiting for the other team, so they're only finding cover. And then towards the final moment, like with the cover that they have, they know which compound to take. That's where they just started shooting at them and eventually finishing off Team Falcons.
It's the element of luck, right? I mean, that's unfortunate one part of the Battle Royale experience.
RNG, yeah,
RNG. It's just, I mean, you get lucky sometimes, and I think that's why a couple of teams feel like the champion champion rush can be a little frustrating at times because it feels like the game just hands it to certain teams sometimes.
I mean, that's the nature of RNG. You know, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Now, speaking of winning and losing, I just got an update from Yunsul that there has been a major update with the SDC Club Championship. So let's have a look at the SDC Club Championships update with Yunsul.
Ada apa nih? Genji.
What's up, everybody? It's Yunsul, and this is your reporter Hid. And today, I'm right here at our SDC Esports Arena, Stage 1 of League of Legends. It is our grand finals between Genji and AGL. The match is pretty intense, you guys, as we can see. First two for Genji, and second one, AG just flipped it back. So, are we going to have our best of 5? Let's see and watch it out.
Thank you so much for the update, Yunsul. And wow, things are really heating up over at the League of Legends stage because we got 2 grand finals happening, ours and theirs.
It's going to be important, right, for the club championships. I mean, this is their moment. And honestly, considering that, like, they're playing and AGL is already in their finals, and now we come over to Free Fire, and it's like, hey, they could potentially turn things around right here, right now.
Hey, they just got a booyah for AGAL. So imagine if they get it in League of Legends and AGAL get the win here.
Boom. I think they might just overtake Team Vitality at the top. That's what, that's 2,000 points if they win both of the events.
Exactly. So at some point, we did mention this when we were talking about Club Championship, the pressure that this has, because this is bigger than the actual tournament. The Club Championship is bigger than the actual Free Fire Grand Finals. And that brings pressure to a team. So we'll have to find out, though, who's holding out on that pressure, whether it's Team Falcons, Team Vitality, or AG Global.
Got a lot of teams vying for those points at the Club Championship, but I've just been informed that we're going to be heading on over to the main stage with Tash Bunny and Admas. Let's see what they are going to be doing over at the stage.
You know what we're going to be doing, Danley? We're going to be giving our hot takes, and it is hella spicy. Over here, the main stage here has been hot, mostly from the fans, just fan wars all around, but most importantly, my hot take, I'm going to say that while everyone thinks that Buram United Esports, they are hiding strats, I say that other teams have started to counter them.
That is true. I'm going to continue to do her hot takes. Don't call me biased on this. Despite what had happened to them, I still believe Indonesia will come on top.
Okay, which team?
We see EVOS almost get that booyah. So with that sign, maybe game number 4, booyah for EVOS.
Booyah for EVOS.
Yeah.
How sure are you about that?
Well, that's my hot take, so I'm pretty sure.
Okay, fair enough. I'll give another hot take.
Sure.
I think that Vitality is a slow cooker team. At the end of the day, they're going to completely explode.
I think so too, but that is our hot takes. How about the hot takes for Husky and AJ, casters of our EWC finals?
Well, my hot take, Adman, since it's game number 3, brother, we are heading into Kalahari, buddy. And but you see, Adman may have got the number wrong, but he got the team right. At Kalahari, the dominators are EVOS, and on the desk, your boys, Mustacho and Husky, back at it again.
I just gotta say, for someone who is named Admas, you sure can't count, huh, buddy? I gotta put it in. That's 0-2, all right?
Okay, that's hot takes from the casters.
That's our hot take. Maybe you should go back to traditional maps, but it's all love from the casting booth. Yes, EVOS Esports came close to a booyah, but I respected it, right? Mad respect. They held up for longer than they should have. It was a very bloody fight between them and RQ on Purgatory, and then they came out on top after a gruesome recovery sequence. Right now in Kalahari, it seems like we're entering the playground of these two teams again.
It's another opportunity for Lost from Brazil to find their way out here. Just like EVOS, they're one of those teams that do manage to pick up quite a bit of points here on Kalahari. And unlike EVOS, who mainly focus on the eliminations, Lost is a team that looks for the circle, and they find it pretty much all the time whenever they play this map. So this is pretty much high on the board in terms of potential for them to walk in here and rip away. But of course, match point stage here, you see the highlights onto Buriram as well as AGAL for a good reason. But I don't know why they missed out EVOS, who's exactly in between them.
And I think if EVOS gets off to a good start, they are definitely going to be on the board.
Oh yeah,
we only have slot for 2 teams, so EVOS, just a bit more injection of points, and they will be just fine. Movistar R7 already scoring a first blood for themselves, so that is sort of what you need as a team who is falling behind, right? Like, I think there's only so many rounds you can fall behind in Champion Rush before it really comes out to the state where you have no choice but to ruin other people's chances.
A hit list taken up here by EVOS, and that instantly sends the players of Core Memory scrambling away back towards their own compound at Santa Catarina. But that obviously also means that EVOS now could go in for a early hunt. Buriram taking out a hit list, targeting the players of Dragon. This is not good for business at all for Saudi Arabia. Dragons need to fly away as quickly as possible.
Especially when they are currently resting, basically stationed at Buriram's next favorite spot after Stone Ridge, Command Post. Only a few teams are willing to take Command Post, and the one team that Buriram respects is Onyx. But Onyx is not here anymore, so if you want Command Post, you gotta fight for it.
Oh, what's happening here, man? Falcons rotating towards Core Memory. This is gonna bring them directly towards Buriram as well. Dragons might just be the 4th party in this that just stays away from all of this heat of battle. But this is just danger zone for sure as EVOS moves on into Santa Catarina. We've got a party here.
And you instantly see the Dinoculus being thrown out.
Brazil, do you ready to lose? Bukan gitu konsepnya, kocak.
Off guard, and now they need confirmation of how many ops are there from EVOS.
Welcome back guys. Game 3.
Continue to rotate southbound. That's good news. But the bad news is they're about to run from the panic to the fire.
Absolutely. EVOS chasing them from the back. You've got your 2-time world champs right in front. What do you do if you're Core Memory? They haven't managed to pick up solid points here today, although they did manage to rip away 10 points to head start this day here at the Grand Finals. They haven't been able to make good work of that just yet.
EVOS and AGL are currently the leaderboard, and with EVOS getting more points, currently they are going to be in first place, and that is a scary thought for a lot of teams, because EVOS did come in with some head start points.
Let's go.
And you don't want to feed them extra, because EVOS, they have a prophecy to fulfill.
Absolutely, and Zenzi has got a life to protect his own. Man has got enough coins.
Nice headshot, Kochel.
M590 to the head, and EVOS off to a fantastic start, but that was
udah eliminated.
an effort across 3 teams, all right? So,
lumayan dong. 3 elim.
Core Memory, they'll just have to make their way back in here at Alpine.
That stings, because they did have 10 head start points, and were not able to utilize that in any condition.
The head start points are the only thing still keeping them in the middle of the leaderboard.
Purgatory was probably the better map that they had, but this
Alright.
saga, if you've been following it for the past year, since EWC 24, you know how important this 25 run is for them. Especially you said early on, 3 years in, finally gets to play due to the age legalization. His first season, he's right here about to bring that team to potential championship run.
That would most definitely be the dream run for EVOS after 6 years of grabbing a championship on the world stage. It will most definitely be sweet for both Russia and the squad, especially for the 16-year-old, because he is that firepower behind the squad, right? But as Falcons now choose to back away from that impending doom of ending up between
Evos sudah 40 poin.
as well as EVOS, they now move towards
Evos kalau misalnya dapat
reading the circle really well here, all of these
20 poin,
Katarina is definitely going to be a tad bit hot.
bisa
But I
lanjut
know
sih.
what you just said, whoa, because the Brazilians, Fluxo, just made a crazy rotation.
That is mad. They just flew right past BRU. We just kind of a footnote on EVOS. If they do win this, it will be the first organization to win 2 different world championships with 2 different teams in terms of nationality and region, right? They did it with the Thai team, plus Phoenix. That was where Jonah Get Hayamoshi were from. Right now, to bring it to Indonesia and have a trophy back home would be historical.
Hey, the Free Fire World Cup counts.
it does count, of course.
Different brand, but
yeah. But still, no teams have done it with 2 different regions at least. I think, again, this is quite a story that spans 6 years. DRU actually decides to not contest command post, go over to the sub, which is the safer spot. So DRG somehow avoided an apocalypse.
That's insane, man. I mean, Fluxo and Buriram literally just switched spots. Okay, this is insane because if Buriram had just been a minute late on this rotation, Fluxo would have met them. And I don't know which team would have been on the receiving end of bullets, because it could have just been Fluxo flying straight in towards Buriram, giving Buriram that open opportunity, or them just catching Buriram with their pants down. But either way,
Buriram 1 point.
Neither one of those scenarios happened. Both teams alive and kicking. And Buriram continues to rotate in towards Refinery, which is usually held by RRQ, who unfortunately have left this spot at this point in time for some weird reason.
But it's also understandable because there are a couple of times that we see RRQ take Refinery and then they spread out, right? They decide to play the perimeter. What's interesting is the fact that this is an off rotation, an odd rotation for BRU. They usually don't do this. They don't go from Stone Ring to the sub and then go straight north. That's the Dinoculus, who just scanned out 3 out of 4 members
Gamers,
of
All
Dragons
Legends,
Esports, who took the zip line to Refinery.
the Foundation.
I wonder if they would expect that to be RRQ instead. You have R7 also there. There's a potential sandwich that could happen. DRG holding high ground.
And with BRU thinking that Dragons could be RRQ, that could just force them to hold back, and that may just put them in the crosshairs of R7. And as I say that, Buriram getting shot at point blank center. R7 not getting any knocks just yet though, but just love taps at
Ya ampun, circle-nya.
and the lead of the circle. Fantastic once again from this world.
1, 2, 3, 3 tim yang di luar.
But Dragons up top looking for a
Ray 7
little bit of
kill,
trouble as
Dudes
well
6,
on the very edge
Get
of
High
Refinery
6.
The moment they spotted Buriram rotating in.
Dragon Esports actually moving a little bit. I'm not sure if that rotation was the best choice because they just put themselves in the crosshairs of 3 different teams. And to back off right now would be taking a risk.
Berantem tuh Falcon sama EVOS.
Dragon Esports forced to make a tough choice. EVOS now on our screen and they're about to challenge the Falcons in their home ground. This is the nest of the Falcons, but for EVOS, they know that they have the upper hand.
They definitely have the upper hand and the high ground advantage rate.
Oh, tawan. Glue-nya. Nice Russia. Well play Russia. Nice. Let's go. Gila Russia. Emgat yang dapetin kill. Well play. On fire. Nice, let's go. Well play. Well play Russia. Well play EVOS. Gile. Emgat 4 kills. Ah, diam ya. Fans Falcons diam ya.
You smile.
They've been bested. That's how you cope with heartbreak.
Gak dapet poin nih ya. Gak dapet poin nih ya. Gila, EVOS 7 elim coy. Mantap EVOS. 44 sekarang.
That's why Adman's got a tad bit excited there as well, right? He did say EVOS, they do have a lot of promise here on this map. They have gotten the number wrong, but the prediction is absolutely solid. But it wasn't even EVOS pulling in the hurt onto Falcons. RRQ.
Let's go.
Phenomenal rotation. Unfortunately, they just caught Falcons at the wrong time. The Falcons just weren't battle ready. And Limit tried to back away in towards the hills, and there was just no escape zone from then on. Vitality up against AGL at Foundation.
4-4.
This is not an easy point.
Tambah 6 kill, 50 plus 12, 62. Ih, game 5 ya, apa kayak paling cepet kalau mau juara.
Both teams looking for that vending machine as their prize possession in this spot.
Yeah. And I gotta commend how EVOS utilize the Oscar, right? Usually you use him to charge forward, but we see that double up where Oscar charges backwards, you break the duel in the process, and your buddy follows up instantly. So there's no downtime in between where you kind of get staggered for half a second.
Buriram baru dapat 1 kill. Circle kemana nih? Ke kiri bawah harusnya. Ke tempatnya DRG.
As the western side of the map starts to get a bit crowded, EVOS are in a great spot. Next destination will be Foundation. That's where the circle goes towards.
Enak
That's where
banget.
AGL and Vitality and
Itu Dude sama apa RRQ sama Vitality masih standby di dekat situ ya? Dekat foundation. Oh, iya, main defense. Si Evos harus jalan ke circle.
Those VSK shots hit like a truck in the current meta. And EWOS is flirting with the edge of the circle, but they do have a jump pad that they can work with. Loss on the other hand, one player down. Hanaral not gonna get
Wah. Waduh. Waduh. Oh, nice rush. Gila, what a save, what a save. Di recover gitu coy. Nice, let's go. Hilang lagi. Gila, 11 kill total. 11 elim. Dapat agal. Wah, gila. Dapat grenade. Gile. Take down. Let's go. Yeah. Well play. Gile. Bisa dapat grenade kills coy. Diputer. Nice. 14. Gila. Wow. 51 coy.
In the current position with 8 teams left, they've already scored 40. You add on 14 eliminations, they are so close to unlocking Champion Rush. One more good round will be all it takes for EVOS to put themselves right in front of the finishing line ribbon. Someone has to stop
54 anjir.
Maybe BRU can do it.
Yeah, Buriram needs to
Gila.
so right down there at the bottom as well, but they've pulled in the attention of RRQ. Thankfully, RRQ very close to the edge of this current circle. Save zone's not with them. RRQ has to travel around. Fluxo spotted out by Buriram. Buriram with the high ground advantage. At points, it can be a disadvantage, especially when you've got
Dragons cannot do anything sih itu. Udah kayak pasrah. Fluxo lawan Buriram. Buriram di bawah.
A good time to also bring out the fact that for EVOS, Rosesa was the new addition.
Wih, gila. Kita lawan RRQ. Berantem. Aduh, dapat M-Guard dong si Rainbow.
In this matchup, it has replayed a few times in the knockout stage. RRQ always
Fluxo di bawah. Buriro menang high ground. Buset, Vitality RRQ berantem. Gila. 1v2 di revive. Oh, RRQ dapet coy. Gila. 27 sekarang RRQ. Dok ada mobil tiba-tiba Dragon Grenade. Oh no. Fluxo.
DRG, they are trying to hold on in this area, but at one point you gotta fight. Great retire rhythm. All the defenses of
Gila.
start to crumble bit by bit. R7
masih ada blue wall. Dragons dapat kill banyak ke Fluxo. Fluxo out. Gila, tiba-tiba Dragons dapat coy.
Earlier on caused that survival gameplay because Wasana and squad were chucking everything including the kitchen sink, grenade after grenade at Dragons, and Steffi saved.
Mana Evos? Itu masih di luar circle loh itu. Harus pindah si Dragons. Dragons kalau keluar duluan bisa di snatch sama. Oh, dapat pain. Aduh. Kena Buriram coy. Gila, itu Buriram versus RRQ versus Dragon sih. Gila, quadra kill. Well play. Maal. Udah welcome sama RRQ ini. Lo jalan ke circle, welcome sama gue gitu ya. Gila. Dua Indo, dua Brazil coy. Dua Indo, dua Brazil. Rainbow Seven unggul di high ground tapi harus pindah ke lower ground soalnya circle-nya nggak bagus. Pain gaming out. Rasyah 5 elim. Lawan RQ, lawan Dudes. Sakit banget. Gila, M-God 6. 15. Temporary ceasefire gak? Oke. Dapat Maal. Rainbow Seven. Di sandwich. Mau di backstab sama Rainbow Seven. 17 coy. EVOS 17 coy. Gila, RQ out. RQ out. Oh my god. 20 elim coy. 20. Oh ya. Gila, 21. Wah.
33 points. Abuya and 21 eliminations. EVOS once more puts themselves way ahead of competition. A replay of Free Fire at EWC 24 where they were in the exact same spot. They were so far ahead of the crowd. But this time
33 coy. 21 elim. Respect.
The race hasn't ended yet. And the veterans leading Russia, they know that feeling when it was all too close.
60. 70 poin. EVOS.
This time they needed to get it done, and they will get it done. I think one more good round, they will be at the cusp of lifting that trophy.
The dream run for the Wonder Kid. There's two ways to say his name. Russia.
Gila, respect.
Russia means secret, and he has been that secret weapon, the deadly secret weapon of EVOS that they have been cultivating for the
How they got 21 kills?
unleash him upon the world of the Esports World Cup, and holy hell, they might just be able to. Now, what am I talking about, might? They are going to activate champion rush condition in the next game. They only need 10 more points.
Spirit looks pretty down on the side of Falcons. It's pretty rare that we see this sight, especially with the home crowd by your back, knowing that you have won before, you have come up with miracles before, you have achieved the world record 40 points in a single round last year. But this year, the case is very different. EVOS seems to be the only team that has been able to consistently step up when they need it the most. They just need to finish the job. They get one more goal.
Gila.
We might just end this
70 poin coy.
Step foot onto Salara.
Well play.
It's difficult to tell a kid to not touch something hot because they just don't understand exactly what heat or fire
Ini kalau misalnya
and that's exactly what this Wonder Kid is.
kalau misalnya si EVOS menang, juara coy.
The greatest advantage of the team. And by the way, fun fact, those 70 points that I talked about doesn't even include what they picked up off a point rush. We're going to take a quick short break here. When we come back, we get to see the Indonesians activate the champion rush condition.
Bentar. Aduh, ada media share yang dikirim coy, bentar ya, harus gua matiin dulu. Bentar guys, biar nggak keganggu ya, karena ada media share masuk ternyata. Ada media share. Bentar dulu. Nih biar ini dulu deh. Orang kalau lagi EWC gue lagi nggak onin media share ya, gue lupa anjir. Lupa gue matiin yang tadi.
Sekarang knock. Nice. 9 orang guys. 7. 8. Moko. Hijauin. Moko.
Gila, gitu ya sama mereka ya.
Udah mati yang kiri. Yang kiri udah mati. Di gua 1. Repep. Ikutin Waduh, kirinya guys, kirinya ada satu. Kirinya ada satu di ujung. Nice, satu lagi. Kiri lu. Satu lagi. Depan gua. Ngen. Kebatal. 100. Nah.
Gila.
Woi, tos dulu woi. Woi, tos yang bener.
EVOS has achieved a huge feat here at Free Fire at EWC 25, scoring a massive number of points, rocketing them up the leaderboard and potentially
can we see
putting
Indonesian
them in
player?
a position where they could very
Another
soon
Indonesian player.
unlock the win condition here for
Bentar.
Champions
Ada
Rush.
media
And
share.
I don't think anybody expected this crazy of a performance. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it, guys. We have broken the curse. No more slow Free Fire.
Dah cukup. Nunggu puter. Lunas.
I mean, we can already see that experience from EVOS really shining through on this map, but the huge feat of scoring
70
over
poin.
30 points. That is huge because all of a sudden this threatens the other teams because you see EVOS so close to unlocking the condition and you see them play like that in Kalahari. I mean, somebody's got to stop them now.
Absolutely. I think as long as now EVOS ends up on the first page of the upcoming map, I mean, Alpine is something that they've played a lot before, and achieving 10 points is so doable, but at the same time, right, as you mentioned, nobody was expecting them to earn 30. We were expecting them to maybe get 10 and then another 10, them in Solara, maybe look to try and close it out. But even for RRQ, we're noticing that a lot of the movements made by the Indonesians are extremely similar, which has costed a couple of teams to really pay the price. However, now, even Pain Gaming, Movistar R7 is coming into the play, and now that we're going into our last 3 maps, well, I say last 3 maps, but 3 maps in rotation, this is where we're going to see a lot of teams start to pick up the pace, because the pressure mounting is enormous, and we saw the reactions from EVOS Divine, right? Throwing off their earphones, screaming how good that felt, because again, they're keeping it all in. They're trying to keep that cool, calm, and collected momentum.
Cool, calm, and collected CCNC, bro.
It was only for a few seconds though, because after that, like they were asked, like, slow down, chill. It's not yet over. They haven't won just yet, but it was still an amazing feat. Imagine you're already in the top, and then driving to the 33 points brings you closer to that champion rush condition, apart from the other teams who will still battling. It's very close. AG Global, RRQ, as well as Movistar R7 from 39 to 38 in the points. It's tough a battle for. It's really a tough battle for them.
Whoa, look at the overall standing.
70 poin.
EVOS are at the top
Gila,
of the world.
imagine.
They are so close to unlocking the condition, and it's so close to, in that, let's say next round, they don't have a great one, 10 points. 10 points is all they need to unlock the condition, and they just need to booyah any of the following rounds. So now we're starting to see teams
jadi
sweat bullets.
EVOS cuma butuh 10 poin di round di map keempat, which means mapnya itu adalah Alpine, whatever it is. Kalau misalnya EVOS dapat 10 poin, di next era mereka buyah, mereka juara.
That final booyah that you need to achieve, I think that's where we're going to really start to see EVOS Divine struggle, right? Because in terms of map rotations, once we get past into Solara and we restart the map rotations all over again, I don't think any team is going to let them take it away that easily. And if they want to replicate that performance, that's like what? From Alpine, Nextera, and then Solara, and then another 3, they have to wait a full 6 map rotation to get back to Kalahari to try and replicate that performance one more time.
It's difficult though, and it's a good thing that we have some teams who really are proficient in whatever map. We've seen, especially Bermuda United, though they didn't perform that well, but they're very close, 35 in the points. But we've seen them grab Booyah in 4, if not 5 matches in one competition. So there's a team that can do it. I think Fluxo did the same thing at some point. A lot of Booyahs in one of their matches in Brazil. So they can possibly do so, but they have to deny first Evo's Divine from getting to that condition. If they can hot drop right now, it's a risk of one gameplay and then they can just follow up later, or if they can survive that and then just play safe towards the end, then they can stack on the points to get closer to Evo's Divine.
I mean, it's hard for them because you need to deal with the fact that Evos it's just in the top of the ranking, and you also need to understand why your play style is not working. So it's really difficult for them. I think, I don't know, I'm not really sure what they can do right now, but they need to refresh and try another strategy maybe.
Might have to be new strats. Sometimes you have to do something uncomfortable to find a result that you do find comfortable. Now, obviously, our viewers, our spectators, they're having fun in the arena as we get ready for our next matchup. And folks, it's only game number 4, and we have a team that is so close to unlocking the condition for victory. But it looks like we're ready to jump into our next game, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to fly into Alpine with AJ and Husky.
Alpine.
Thank you very much, Daddy and gang. This is Alpine time, baby. Now, Evos can sneeze and they'll activate the champion rush condition. But if someone else snuffs them out, like the big C19, and ensures they cannot sneeze or put some masks on them, then perhaps we get to play another round. But if they do activate Champion Rush, the other teams don't need to worry that much just yet, because when we get to Nextera's not Evos' best map. So we could just have a game number 6, and like Gideon said, hit that reset button after Solara. This competition is still crazy when I look at it.
There's still a possibility for sure that we go further. At least we see the full rotation until Solara. But for Evos, they know this feeling. 3 out of the 4 players have caught a whiff last year on this exact same stage of lifting that trophy, of fitting that key in. They got stopped by Falcons, but I think this time it feels different. That momentum is infectious, that energy, it radiates, and Evos, they know it, and all they need to do is to not let last year repeat.
10 poin doang yang dibutuhin di Alpine.
But if they can prevent that, I think Champion Rush is going to get unlocked by the end of Alpine.
Yeah, that's the secret to this, right? Rasya's the secret, and Champion Rush condition is the
Champion Rush condition, guys.
Once you activate Champion Rush condition after exceeding 80 points, it means absolutely nothing, unless of course you keep
Finals leaders
until game number 10, and then we get to see exactly who has the most
L40 coy.
the finals leaders, 70 points on the leaderboard, the one and only EWC Esports.
It's crazy, 40 eliminations in 3 rounds. These guys are killing machines. Evos taking Forest Red. You could not ask for a better draw spot at the start. A couple of hot spots that you usually want to go to. Forest
Alpine,
back in
Evos ke Forest Red.
At some point,
Circle-nya oke.
But right now,
RRQ ke Dock. Tapi Abai pindah ke Carousel.
Does put Evos in a good spot to gatekeep a couple of key teams like Falcons and Pain.
And you see the proficiency of all of these pro teams always dropping in with a 3-1 split in case anybody comes hunting for some heads.
Alright.
But of course, thankfully,
70 poin coy.
early hot drops as of this point of
Masalahnya
time.
tapi lumayan sih, maksud gua kalau misalnya kondisi gini. Evos di Alpine dapat 10, terus Evos juara. Terus kayak RRQ peringkat 2, RRQ dapat 3 miliar coy.
Only scanning out 2 players, but those initial shots look
Ya kan?
like they want to pick up.
Kayak Evos 10 poin di map ini. And then di map 5 Booyah terus juara, RRQ misalnya peringkat 2, RRQ dapat 3 miliar coy. Kayak point will stop.
A very poor start and they still recover.
Kayak kita nggak perlu 10 map gitu kan.
Have been actively hunting Dragon Esports.
Memang 4
yesterday
kan,
they were a lot
memang
more
4
active.
map.
That first blood, in fact, was actually stolen away by BRU. Good job on that. Get high. Needed to get a bit of extra points for the team. BRU sitting at 35 points.
Well, R7 going in here to hunt down some dragons, some mythical ones for sure.
Let's go. We continue, guys.
But I'm taking advantage of the situation as dragons try to find that reposition out in the open. Oh my lord, they're just crossing the pathway of Buriram, and these shots are easy for that one single second. Thanks to the elevation of this ground, Wasana could not get those shots in. Dragon lives to tell the tale at least for a little bit longer.
Probably not for a while, at least compared to the previous rounds where they were able to scrape by. When you are that far out from Garrison, you are a sitting duck. I think BRU done. They're gonna get as much as they can. Good reply rhythm, like you pointed out. That's gonna, discourage BRU, but not for long. Jonah is wrapping by the corner.
Yeah, Jonah is just gonna be that irritating presence that makes this so much more difficult. FTL to the walls, my lord.
Buriram dapetin pemain.
Just can't seem to get away from these deadly players. But R7, they want some revenge. How dare you steal our point?
And that is massive. See, folks, getting down Wasana. BRU, they need to get him back up, but this is a hard line across, and R7, they are going to clean
Rainbow Seven.
just abandon ship. R7 becoming the
Bisa gitu ya. Gila, dapat double kill Wasana. Anjay. Joker.
Steal one, we take back two. All's fair in love and war, baby. R7 instant comeback. And of course,
gila, langsung di backup sama Buriram. Ini Koja down. Oh, belum. Oh, dapat. Kenok doang. Nggak eling.
Neither does Vitality. So early on, EVOS already has this team in their crosshairs. We see that early pickup onto Koja. A supply drop for them to work with. Remind is gonna get found
berantem.
out. That blue wall will only buy some time. Good valiant dash from Pain Gaming. Beat up with the collection as DRG continues to live on survival mode. Another knock from off screen on the Fires. Vitality, if they don't stay alive for any longer, that's gonna put EVOS in a good spot. Good backup from Koja, but still the collection is there. Now Kyung is gonna be on the run. EVOS is not gonna let him get away. Not after the damage that they attempted to deal onto EVOS. 2 points to start. 72 total for EVOS.
Yeah, Kochil getting knocked down did not slow him down at all. Rushing in together with the rest of the squad.
2 poin, 8 poin lagi EVOS.
Every single bullet out of those barrels to get the points. But Vitality said, not today, brother, as they quickly back away from the situation. But R7, I'm not too sure if or not they're gonna face a little bit of trouble. House of Pain, but Joker fighting Monovia, who had his eyes on them all along.
And that is what it means to make every shot count. Joker really making it tough for Pain.
One more.
R7, they're gonna go for more retaliation from Pain, but they are outnumbered. And R7, they have control of the roof. Joker just needs to stay alive. That is mission number 1. Priority being given over to take down Joker, but the rest of R7 is gonna make sure that life is hard for Pain Gaming from in front and from behind. Joker stays alive. The VSS continues to pay off.
Latam making Brazil look like quick work, but out of nowhere, Gus. Perhaps this is that comeback gameplay they're looking for out of Pain Gaming.
Rainbow Seven. Gila, Rainbow Seven.
Joker and Games King have a little bit of leeway here as Monovia
Tiba-tiba cuy. 6 elim. 7 elim.
300 coins.
45.
For some of those coin machines for a little bit longer. Falcons on the other hand finding
Tapi kayak kalau menurut gue sih EVOS harus ngambil poin sebanyak mungkin sih. Maksud gue kayak EVOS harus ngambil 10. Terserah lu placement berapa, atau kalau bisa placement 1 tapi lu ngehabisin Rainbow Seven sama si Buriram gitu kan. Karena kalau enggak tiba-tiba dia 80 kan PR juga cuy. Pressure malah di EVOS kalau kayak gitu. Kiba dapat kill.
They are just trying to fight to the death. Might as well give it all you got. Reptile takes down at least 4 glue walls. Wow, with another backstab. And that could be another quick end for Fuxo. GU needs to help put this up, and he will do just that. RRQ has the numbers.
Oh, Kiba had a good chance, but RRQ keeps the odds on their side.
RRQ 2 kill, 2 elim. Nice. Abai, aduh Abainya kenok coy. Abai kenok coy. Fluxo out.
first team to get eliminated are your reigning world champs, as a matter of fact. That's insane.
Fluxo mainnya jelek banget dah.
Chronicles could have predicted this. Fluxo, ever since the first round of knockout stage, has not found momentum at all. It felt like they never belonged here. It felt like a foreign land, even though the maps are the same. The format is something that we all know, but for Fluxo, seems like they have been thrusted into an alienated land where everyone else is just playing the intended game. I don't know what you can do as Fluxo right now. I don't think even a pep talk could save them. But you gotta pray that EVOS doesn't hit that 80-point mark so that you can play a bit longer, because EVOS are getting dangerously close to that. As I say, they're on the map, AGL, you gotta win this.
Yeah, man. They need 8 more points. But what can I say about Fluxo?
8 poin berarti kalau misalnya ini poin elem yang nggak nambah, EVOS harus peringkat 3. Karena peringkat 3 poin 8, peringkat 2 poin 9, peringkat 1 poin 12. Luar poin elim ya.
Question is, can AGAL prove that up against EVOS as well? It's going to be a little bit tough here because EVOS playing a different strategy this time round. Not super aggressive. They're just staying away.
Bagus lah EVOS kalau main stratnya beda.
They're waiting for the Koda to come back off cooldown as well.
Gila, EVOS mainnya lebih hati-hati ya, kayak dibanding yang tadi di itu. Di mana? Purgatory. Di Kalahari, di Kalahari.
But with how the circle is, I think EVOS are going to stay still. What worries me right now is where RRQ is going to rotate. There's a chance they rotate north first, they run into loss, but Vitality, they might just spoil the party.
I think RRQ will just stay for a little bit first, because the way the circle has been pushing in closer and closer towards Stadium and Rai, this will continue for yet another circle.
Right.
But RRQ will have to move out of vantage either way though, because the circle usually does not fall onto those waters, because that's just a very difficult area to play with. Thankfully, that has been patched up in the past months. But as Falcons rotate towards this little tiger's den in the name of EVOS, trouble is looming. The reigning champions of the Esports World Cup for Free Fire might just
dong.
those points for themselves.
Diputer sama ini, sama Falcons.
On the overall leaderboard, they have got a
ketahuan. Kita sama RRQ deh.
Complete opposite of last
Blue
year.
wall.
They had one of the best start. Some might argue that's the only reason that they won, because of a huge 40-point start. But however you see it right now, they are on the back foot. When this next circle closes in, there's a huge chance we move over to Rai.
EVOS dijepit sama All Gamers All Legends, Vitality, Falcons. Circle-nya enak banget. Sumpah, circle-nya enak banget, tapi EVOS ngeri-ngeri ya sedap sih. Oh, EVOS udah mulai nyerang Falcons, guys.
Moving towards them, but now it's
at
a toss of a coin. It's
apa itu?
definitely not going to be towards vantage. So
AWM-nya.
Can look to rotate out towards the spot between Rai and Stadium. Usually the final circle looks for a
Habis ini final circle.
cover and a little bit of open land. And whoever who has cover, they are going to be the lucky ones. That's why you see all these
Gila sih, 10 menit masih sisa 11 sih. Ini slow banget game-nya. Sama kayak tadi di Kalahari.
Deep into Stadium, that's for sure. So Falcons will be in a tad bit of trouble here as well.
I think EVOS just caught sight of Vitality. This could be what sets it all off. The chain reaction of this fight between multiple squads. EVOS, they know AGL is towards Rosesa's northeast side of the map. They've gotten their bearings right. I think for EVOS, they just let it happen.
Yeah, man. Vitality, EVOS, AGL in a damn good spot within this next zone here. It's all about who makes that one mistake. Buriram playing with the circle, but they're about to enter the house of pain. The Brazilians need those points. The issue is they are battling up against the blue zone as well. Rotation in towards
bersamaku. Gitu ya, enggak bukannya. Beda-beda.
Just nice to dodge R7, because that could have been very, very messy. R7 in an alternate universe would have gotten a full wipe onto BRU before they even hit the ground. Body will still be warm when it does. DRG Again, playing it slow and smart, but this time making an insanely late rotation. Not something that we see often unless they were down members. But in this case, they had a full squad. Pain Gaming making their move is about to get crowded the circle. Now even more powerful for EVOS.
Circle enak banget coy. Circle EVOS enak banget coy. Ada EVOS ada AGAL sih. Bakar. Bakar kakak.
Vitality might have just scanned out where DRG is. R7 against BRU happening. More memory now is going to be fighting out as well. Lost.
Mana EVOS dari tadi nggak? EVOS benar-benar diem di tempat coy. Nggak gerak-gerak coy. Nggak ngasih apa? Fire sama sekali.
EVOS, Vitality, and AGL.
Bener-bener mainnya kenok. Bukan kenok ya, apa namanya? Endok.
So rare to be seen here in the current meta, used by Falcons to pull the rotation into a compound that serves up the best defense in the next circle. Brilliant rotation. Buriram on the other hand, found by R7. Joker, VSK to the back of the sniper of the squad. Instantaneous.
Masih 44 orang coy.
Oh no.
Oh no, Mushi. R7 dapetin kill. Grenade. Dia miskin. Oh my god. Let's go. Vitality dapetin loss. Wah, lost out. Vitality dapetin R7. Nice Russia. Nice Russia. Well played. Well played. 75. 5 poin lagi.
And they perish. Dragon still alive. The
77.
on the lower floor up against Vitality up top. They call it truce for the
Gila, satu building coy. Dragon sama ini Vitality. Oh, EVOS masuk. Gila, diadu coy.
If EVOS wins this one, they're gonna unlock champion rush condition no matter what. From placement points and eliminations, this is the biggest fight. We saw the fans duking it out in the crowd.
Gila, blue wall-nya dihantam terus coy.
Pretty early on in the most crucial moment for EVOS' history.
Oh my god.
In their run in 25. But they are gonna play it slow, and I like this. Oh, nice. I like this initiative.
Yeah, beautifully done. 8-1-2-4 pop, which means
Oh no, EVOS.
have to play the recovery, and this circle.
Ya ampun Rasha, penok coy.
But it's game over, baby. EVOS, Superman, kicking in at the very final second. Ray hanging on.
78.
Placement points, unbelievable resiliency from this kid.
Saved by
79.
RQ Team Falcons.
One more. Oh,
They praise RQ. Wow.
ya ampun 79.
EVOS all so close.
Ah.
Check in by the end of this.
Ya ampun.
The team will now have one more extra round to play. We are definitely going to make it to Solara at least.
Yeah.
That is a guarantee.
Somebody sneezed, bro, because EVOS
1 point away.
Stop dead in their tracks. Dead bit unfortunate, but that's how the cookie crumbles. Here at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, baby. This is Free Fire at EWC 25, and it does not get better than this. Dragon still hanging on, but that's the end for Sifu.
Astaga 79 coy.
Top 3, 2 CG.
Ente banget, so close.
Pain looking to represent big time.
If Pain gets this win, we are going to get a grand finals on our hands because AGL and RQ, they have been doing pretty well so far, but for Pain, they are the ones that have been suffering. The Red Tiger is to destroy all of the blue walls. That's 4 from Ma'au. Investment pretty heavy, but the price that they pay is also something that they
Berarti minimal kita sampai round map 6 berarti.
AGL with the high ground vantage point to look over Pain Gaming as RQ now faces the blue. They take the jump pad.
Gila AGL.
It's just a firing race. The meat grinder
Dua
of the
kenok.
squad.
Yeah, the firing squad of AGL, and the reason why
Sisa
RRQ
dua,
and Pain
RRQ
did
out.
not go in there for the rush was because of the timely use of that A124. Wonderfully put a stop to their tracks instantaneously, slowing down the pace. But now it's Brazil up against Thailand. Who drags this
8.
Booyah away? Either way, both these teams are quite
Berarti
far
24
away
maksimal.
from activating that champion rush condition. This is just going to be a little bit of a souvenir that they can carry on into next era, where they're going to try to compete up against EVOS to activate. Can you imagine if you have multiple teams activating Champion Rush at the same time, Husky?
I would like to imagine, but thankfully it hasn't happened yet. Even EVOS got stopped at 79 points. And I can't believe, if Pain wins this, it would definitely benefit them a lot more, because AGL already has a Booyah.
Oh, Dew does not have that Riptide rhythm, but thanks to the timing of this circle here, Pain Gaming backing away.
12-24
taking down their defenses, and
maksimal
Dew and his
57.
Riptide rhythm, they are fully engaged, activated already. Pain Gaming, if they take a fight on the outside, it will be trouble for them.
That's why you see Motovia moving up to the second floor. They need to find elevation, but the circle is not going to wait for long. Pain needs to make a decision right now. Riptide Rhythm
Gila, Pain Gaming benar-benar stuck di situ. Blue wall-nya dipasang lagi. Hancur blue wall. Mobilnya di atas atap ya. Mobilnya di atas atap, coy. Gila, dipenetrasi sama Pain.
And they do leave Motovia behind to deal with Shinoy. They will keep each other engaged. That A124 waiting for that final opportunity, but it will be Pain Gaming to pop it first. These players are now frozen. Pain Gaming has a few seconds to take advantage of the situation, but high ground advantage still held by Dew, and nobody else.
Aduh, ya ampun. Triple kill buat Dew. Booyah kedua.
Second Booyah of the grand finals to put themselves one step closer to the top.
They needed 41 points to activate the champion rush condition. Safe to say, they haven't done it just yet. But guess what? EVOS as well.
24.
Somebody just needed to sneeze.
63, 63. 63-17 berarti.
Unfortunately, 1 point away from activating it. You know, the dream run. Obviously, everybody else tried to stop them as well, but that was just Lady Luck telling them, be patient. This is the Esports World Cup. We have a potential 10-game grand final here. You can't just end it by the time you go to Solara.
It's not that time yet. If they wipe Falcons, that would have been champion rush for sure. Even just one extra knockdown would have done the job.
Ngitung.
Way, EVOS still
Pemain AGL yang ngitung poin.
They could finish 9th spot with 0 elimination and still be the first team to have a chance at the trophy. And that's how close they are. EVOS.
Tapi EVOS mainnya terlalu hati-hati banget ya tadi.
It was just a small speed bump in that journey to greatness. They just need to be patient. But for everyone else out there, at least we will see Solara.
Yeah, you say that, but dude, being stopped by 1 point before you activate Champion Rush has to hurt their souls. But let's see if or not Russia can keep the squad motivated. We've got Carol on the stage with an interview. Let's see what the player has to say.
Hello everyone, and we are back here on stage with the grand finals, and it keeps getting better. And actually, right now I would love to
Rasha.
Indonesia.
Sama Odi.
Indonesia's teams are in the house, and they are making some noise because we have EVOS Esports doing so good so far. And of course, we gotta talk with this man over here. Russia, you have been doing such an amazing job. You are so impressed with your performance. And let's talk about the Kalahari Booyah. After a massive Booyah with a massive points, how are you feeling?
Jadi tentunya di sini kita berbicara dengan Rasyah ya. Dan gimana perasaan Anda setelah berhasil mendapatkan Booyah tadi di Kalahari?
Sumpah kok Odi kenapa pakai Anda, Cok?
Poin eliminasi yang banyak banget gitu.
Mungkin rasanya seneng banget karena kita udah semakin dekat sama juara.
I'm just very happy. I think we are one step closer to become a champion.
You guys definitely are one step closer to be the champions. Mostly because you are about to unlock one of the precious things here. The champion rush. You guys are with 79 points. 1 point prepare you guys for the 80 points that are gonna make you. Maybe with Abuya, the winners here. So what's the mindset for Evils right now, especially for the next match?
Ya, tentunya kalian di sini 1 poin lagi untuk bisa mendapatkan poin dari Champion Rush. Tetapi di sini mindset kalian gimana caranya supaya bisa mendapatkan poin champion itu?
Nggak tahu sih, kalau dari kita yang pasti main lebih disiplin lagi dari match-match sebelumnya.
Okay, so I think we just need to be more disciplined than before. Even like previous map is like we must be more disciplined than now. Yeah.
And I don't care about point.
Oh, he said in English. What a moment! Thank you so much for that, Russia. I love to hear that. And especially you.
I don't care about the points. Lu kalau don't care about point, bro, kalau lu don't care about point, gimana mau juara, cok?
Tentunya buat para fans yang ada hadir di hari ini.
Terima kasih yang udah dukung kita. Insya Allah kita bakal bawa juara ini.
Thank you for all the support. I hope we can bring home the championship.
Wow, I love that interview. Thank you so much, Russia, for the energy. And once again, Indonesia fans, make some noise! That's lovely. I'm loving the grand finals vibe. And right now, I'm gonna ask you guys, just wait just for a couple minutes, because we're gonna be right back. Just a quick break. Wait.
Gila sih. Alright, kita balik lagi nanti guys. Break dulu.
Double kill. Double kill.
Clear. Kalian lagi pada ngapain sih?
Mungkin perbedaannya kalau raser di luar tim gua, mungkin gua sih ngerasanya gua lebih agresif aja daripada yang lainnya.
Ini bentar. Nunggu interview ini kelar ya.
Perasaan saya senang karena mungkin di luar sana banyaklah pemain-pemain yang lebih tua dari saya. Jadinya saya pengen lebih baik dari mereka.
Despite the age, he's not the one to be underestimated.
Kalau ngeremehin pasti adalah beberapa kan, tapi mungkin kalau misalnya sekarang ya bakal gua buktiin sih ke mereka yang orang-orang kemarin yang pada ngeremehin gua.
Abai didn't wait for permission to become the MVP. He took it, racking up Predator and MVP awards in 2025 alone.
Kalau soal MVP mungkin gua anggapnya itu kayak penghargaan terhadap diri gua gitu. Gua bangga dengan diri gua, tapi yang gua cari itu adalah juara, bukan title MVP. Gue juga agak sakit hati gara-gara kemarin gue gagal juara dunia. Nah, di turnamen ini mungkin pembalasan untuk tim lu.
The youngest on the squad, yet the first to dominate the stage.
Setahu gue, seinget gue aturan itu kalau misalnya udah 80 dulu, habis itu map berikutnya baru baru nentuin siapa yang bakal juara. Terus kalau misalnya 2 tim atau 3 tim yang di map yang sekarang nih Next Era ini, ada 3 tim atau 2 tim misalnya yang tiba-tiba udah total poin 80. Siapapun dari 3 tim itu atau 2 tim itu yang buyah itu langsung lock jadi juara. Kayak gitu. Jadi siapapun yang nyampe 80 duluan, map berikutnya dia buyah, dia juara kayak gitu. Dan sekarang posisi poinnya itu adalah EVOS 79, KAL 63, RRQ 55. Misalnya EVOS dapat 1 poin aja, AGAL 17, RRQ 25, tiba-tiba gitu kan. Ya udah 3 tim itu next map yang di map ke-6-nya, map apa ya tadi ya? Map 6 itu Solara kalau nggak salah. Nentuin siapa yang juara gitu.
The energy in the crowd is explosive, it is spicy, and the action is just beginning here.
Sudah ada satu tim Indonesia yang juara guys, by the way, di EWC. Itu tim Vitality, Bigetron by Vitality, juara MWI.
We have one team who was 1 point away. And Rosesa says, I don't care about points. That was such an aggressive statement coming from him.
Aggressive statement.
They kind of need that 1 point to even make it to unlocking the condition.
But I guess the mindset is like not thinking that you need a point, you just play as it is. You are
Iya betul, harus main, ya udah main aja gitu. Kalau nggak buaya nggak juara, enggak. Nggak bisa. Juara-juara. Ya posisinya kayak gini. Maksimal 10 map. Tapi sampai 10 map nanti kayak yang masuk Championship rush point itu nggak ada yang buyah sampai map 10. Ya udah hitung poin siapa yang paling tinggi juara kayak gitu posisinya. Tapi kalau ada yang masuk Champion rush point, misalnya EVOS nih 1 poin lagi nih, mau berapapun posisi dia, kalau dia dapat 1 L5 aja, map yang terakhir, map ke-6 bakal jadi match pointnya EVOS gitu.
RRQ feels like they're making that
comeback.
They got a lot of eliminations in that round.
I totally agree. And I think
tapi kayak gue harus akui sih, EVOS tuh mainnya terlalu hati-hati dan terlalu pasif tadi di map yang tadi ya, map 4 tadi ya. Mainnya benar-benar main aman banget tadi, makanya kayak main banget coy. Apalagi kayak tadi Rasha maju duluan kan, terus kayak pas mau masuk ke Falcons tapi kayak circle-nya kayak bikin knock Rasha, terus kayak nggak ada yang ngebantu buat nge-heal, ya udah gitu.
And looking for elimination points as soon as possible, which is honestly costing them a little too much when it comes down to final positions. AGAL, our Booyah Team 4, this map, they've got the most stable mindset possible. They are looking to play their old play style of last year,
AGAL udah punya 2 Booyah. Semua akan berpengaruh di ini, di mana map berikutnya kalau misalnya udah 80 poin.
But that's only just one time. Can they replicate this position one last time? Because EVOS Divine, as we can tell, it's inevitable for them to hit that championship point.
I would agree with AG Global at this point, and especially with their setup in terms of active skill. We saw, and it has been pointed out, that Steffi plus the Riptide Rhythm from Skylar, it is very crucial that they have those two, especially in the final circle. In that situation, in the 4v4s, in the final, if in case they don't have that Steffi, 1 or 2 grenades pop, especially with a splits on an Alvaro, then they could have been taken out quite easily. So that's like foresight coming from AGAL, and not only that, they're also playing that aggressive long-range engagement, not only as
aku di kakinya kok ini komentator kok di sini dulu bentar. Nah,
usually just gets that M590 shotgun up close and personal, and that's when he hits. With the cord, you have that range, you have that damage as well, so they're just playing it from a distance, stacking up in the ranks.
All right, I love that Neptune. I feel like I'm learning something. But what we also need to learn is the overall rankings, because we need to see where everyone.
Jadi kalau misalnya AGL dapat 17 poin, EVOS dapat 1 poin, dua-duanya punya match point buat juara.
From EVOS, and we can see that gap is starting to close, right? Because EVOS, unfortunately, only getting those 9 points, and obviously with RRQ and AGAL having an amazing round between the two of them, all of a sudden I kind of feel like they've lit the fire now. And I think if you're EVOS, sure, you're 1 point away from unlocking the condition, but you also need to be aware that AGAL and maybe even RRQ, they may have to consider shutting down EVOS with a hot drop.
I totally agree with that. I think, oh man, you could look to do that, but that gives other teams on page 2 an opportunity, or in this case, R7 as well as Buriram United Esports a chance to maybe catch up, because you know that it would take at least 2 really good games, 2 really good maps for them to even achieve the championship point, in comparison to AGAL, which I think at this point, for them to secure another great performance, get another booyah, I think that would shock a lot of people, because the probability is pretty small overall. Not only is the element of luck playing into effect, but with teams being so desperate, one wrong move that could cost you an entire map and waste you another 2 rounds.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they really need to set up. So just to avoid that early game elimination, they really need to find their drop spot. If in case there's any threat on the drop spot, then they have to move away. There are a few potential, or only one potential hot engagement. It's lost against Dragon Esports, but we know Dragon Esports are trying to get away from all those hot drops, because especially from what happened yesterday.
All right, it looks like I am getting a bit of an update here from Yoon-Sul. She's going to give us a quick update on the STC Club Championship update. Yoon-Sul, what is happening over on the other stage?
All right, hello everybody, it's Yoon-Sul here and welcome to our STC Esports Arena. We are here live at our League of Legends, the Grand Finals between Gen G and AGAL. This is the 5th game already.
Yo ampun, game 5 cuy.
Real 5 is still happening right here. And guess what? Gen G just got their first blood. And who will become the champion? The crowd here, even myself, we are so curious to find it out. Of course, it's an intense match between LCK and LPL, but who will win? We will never know. Let's find out and enjoy the match together.
Thank you for the update, Yoon-Sul. And I kind of wonder, did the League of Legends team just give a burst of energy to the Free Fire team? Because the Free Fire team just got the booyah.
It's that twinning energy. Same organization. It's like having 2 Siamese twins ready to share each other's thoughts.
Or it's probably a good talk. Because a good talk from whoever's managing them, because knowing that they're also part of the club championship, there's a lot of pressure that they can bring on just to make sure that they get the additional 1,000 points.
All right, thank you to my dear panelists. It looks like I am getting a bit of an update here. We're ready to fly into our next matchup. Survivors, don't go anywhere. We're ready for the game right now. Passing it over to our wonderful casters, AJ and Husky. Take it away.
Let's go.
Thank you very much to the panel, Danny, Neptune,
1
Raja,
point
and
away.
Gideon. Right now, we are about to head into Juego Numero 5, and that's where Nextera is going to be on the board. It's Husky and Musashi AJ once more. At least we're guaranteed Solara. But what is not guaranteed is EVOS's champion rush just yet. As easy as it is, they just need one random stray elimination. They still have some work to do. Stop AGAL, stop RRQ. In fact, stop the entire lobby if they can.
Yeah, you highlighted the right teams there. AGL for sure, but RRQ is a beast on this map, is a beast on Alpine, specifically at the EWC 25. Thus far, they are the team with the most number of points gathered on Alpine, and they only need 25 points to activate the champion rush condition. But the 2 at the top, EVOS Esports as well as AGAL. One needs a single point, the other one needs 17. Either way, it would be a miracle that I sure as hell want to see if all 3 teams that we just highlighted get to activate the champion rush condition right in this game.
Where's EVOS going? Oh my goodness, EVOS. They're gonna head to Graph Labs, and they are outnumbering Pain Gaming. Maybe this is the way, AJ. Maybe this is how they get to champion rush.
Nani?
Pain Gaming. I don't think they knew what hit him.
EVOS, if this can go south, okay, they just need 1 elimination and then they can just throw in the towel. But if it goes south, all right, if they get no eliminations whatsoever as they take this southern drop, that would be hilarious and sad at the very same time.
Here we go.
Players have been spotted out already. The Koda has been popped on the side of Pain Gaming. And the standoff between Falcons and Lost is here as well at Rustown. Unbelievable stuff all across the Alpine map.
RQ dapat.
Graph Labs is a pretty tricky spot to play it on Nextera. Indonesian team, they love this. They love a challenge. They love that The innovation that the terrain of this map brings, the infrastructure that it provides.
Oh, loss.
This one is gonna be close. Peter and Rigby both down low.
Nice, Rasha.
One knockdown.
Waduh.
Fight between Evos and Pain now full scale.
Aduh.
With the support of the electrotherapy was able
Rasha dapat.
to get a knockdown, but that elimination we saw
Nice.
from Rasha
Championship. Champions rush point.
unlocks champion rush.
Oh, it's GG right there. Even though the battle was going south for them, they get that elimination. All thanks to the Wonder Kid. A 3-year investment leading EVOS Esports to the World Championship here at the Esports World Cup 25. Reigns sprayed down by Motovia as the battle between Pain Gaming and EVOS Esports continues here at Grav Labs.
P90 from Aimgar on top of the room. I don't think Motovia saw him. You hear the gunshots. And Rasya gets taken down by Peter. So Rasya eliminated. Aimgar actually finds Motovia. EVOS continues to fight on. Koju is out in the way, but if Aimgar can at least get another knockout punch, which he just did, Motovia going down, EVOS will put themselves in a better spot. Pain Gaming needs to go down, and EVOS is making it hard.
Very nicely done by Aimgar. He loots up his opponent as well, pulls up those blue walls right out of the loot box, but a 3v1. Even the god of aim could not get that one done because Chill still has.
Berarti EVOS sudah bisa ngunci gelar di Solara berarti.
And EVOS can still continue to toy around with the teams, but of course I hope they don't toy around too much, because if they don't get the booyah on map 6 on Solara, and I have to say it's not their best map, but they are one of the better teams on Solara. This is going to get extended, and we may just come down to who has the most number of points by the end of game 10. So even though they're close, they cannot falter. They can't really take this easy. Yasser M1014 in hand. But of course those numbers were very easy.
Oke, setidaknya bisa lebih tenang ini, kecuali kayak All Gamers All Legends tiba-tiba dapat 17 poin sih baru deg-degan ya.
Failure is truly not an option. And EVOS makes another great read. Coach Yu goes to Turbine, buys Rasya back, and they all drop at Museum. And usually BRU will hold that spot for a bit longer, but BRU changing their approach onto next era. They made an early rotation to Farmtopia 3 minutes in, which leaves Museum for EVOS to use as a base to recover. And you could not have asked for a better situation for EVOS.
No, you could not, man. But either way, I think the confidence has dwindled down for EVOS, all thanks to Pain Gaming putting them in check. But now, Falcons up against R7, and opening here, but
Waduh.
with the Bison, pulls up the time turner as well, uses it to back away on Fire's front, down Peter,
Waduh.
the shotty gets the hit, and backups on the
Wah, gila Pina.
quick work of R7, unbelievable stuff out of Falcons.
Gila Pina.
Finally, Falcons show some signs of life. The fans desperately wanting them to at least show that they still have it in them, and they indeed still do. Leading the elimination leaderboard for now, 7 eliminations on their belt.
7 elim di 7 elim di siapa? Falcons.
The Dextera is their oyster at this point of time. Fluxo about to run into EVOS off the map. Vitality might run into AGL and Dragons.
My God, with the shotty,
52 berarti Rainbow Seven.
and Falcons
Nggak bisa masuk Champions Rush. Baru EVOS doang yang bisa.
Pina delivering with the shorty. But now, EVOS has yet another contender that's trying to ruin a little bit of their confidence once again. But is it going to work the opposite way as the Brazilians Fluxo come across the White Tigers?
Kocil.
Koshu needs a +1. He is running the Cassie. Has a Tatsuya. The Rebel Rush is back pocket as well.
Gila.
The rest of the team
mau dijepit 4 orang. Gila, dinaikin dulunya.
Rasia's playground, but needs to deal with both Butches in as well as Giu. They've got the guns to make quick work of Rasia, but Ray pushes on asking big questions.
Ya ampun. Dapat Giu. Waduh, langsung cabut coy. Bobs langsung cabut coy. Kocel. Gila, kocel. Bisa gitu kocel, sumpah. Wah. Sisa 1 cuy, futsal. How the...
If they run at you, you run straight at them. He then fall through Fluxo. Full revive for the Brazilian squad. Circle closes down to southeastern side of the map. So these
Gila, bisa gitu coy.
big rotations. But Evos,
Aduh, circle jauh banget coy.
will be able to
Falcon
loot up
9.
and be fully equipped by the time they get into the circle.
Yeah,
Falcon 9.
machines, because in the past you would have needed a elimination for those extra 200 coins, or you needed to get lucky. But now with the coin machines littered all around, finding the extra 200, bringing the whole squad back in for a full reset. All those players will have a minimum of 2 balls as well as the P90, and this was a replay. M1017, Pina,
Ini tadi Pina ya. Oh ini nih yang tadi pas pertama dia dapat 3 kill si Pina. Padahal darahnya tipis banget si Pina.
Stepping it up when all the chips are down to keep Falcons breathing.
Genji juara.
With that play and with Falcons still in the game, you look at the
Genji
total
juara
points
League of Legends.
right now. Falcons is going to have a temporary tally of 38 points. But that is going to go up because we still have 11th squad left. Only R7 has been removed from the equation from the early encounter against Falcons. The state of the circle, it's not going to get any easier. AGAL, Dragon Esports, Vitality, BRU, RRQ, Core Memory, they are all in same proximity.
But AGAL nowhere close.
Genji dapat 1000 poin. Coba 800 geser Vitality.
Able to achieve one out of many conditions, which is remain alive on the battlefield. Core Memory with a wild rotation, very far away from Champion Rush, but they can put a dead stop here to AGAL's hopes of activating the Champion Rush condition right here, right now outside of Jig.
That dream might go on a bit longer. AGAL investing that Riptide Rhythm. There's no follow-up just yet, just as a deterrent. Evos moving over to Farmtopia, getting to loot up.
Alright.
Supply box for them to check, probably emptied out by BRU early on, but look at this rotation again from Evos. A safe passage into the circle whenever they want. If there's one team that has really proven to have done their homework, I think we're looking at them on the screen right now.
I don't know, man. I think the team that has done their homework is Dragons Esports, because game after game, circle after circle, these guys are finding the safe zone, and they are out-surviving Fluxo, they are out-surviving Movistar R7. They are the true champions out here, and they represent Saudi Arabia. They may not be well-skilled enough to pull away those eliminations, but these boys have sure as hell done their research. But now EWOS, as they fly on in to yet another firing squad. It's Brain Gaming looking for their heads, and they've got the high ground as an advantage.
EWOS back for round number 2, and this time revenge is to taste so sweet. Ray, Ross, they're all getting lit up, but they're
Waduh, dapat kocel. Nice banget. Berantem sama Pain game. Good shot, by the way.
Will not let Rosea go down. This Wonder Kid belongs to them. His survival is important, and they will make sure that the run continues.
Yeah, beautifully done up against Brain Gaming, but now big fights once again for Fluxo on the
Udah ketawa-tawa itu.
back foot up against a well-oiled machine like Falcons is gonna definitely beat up M590 to Box, taking him out. Gio has got the charge buster at a long
Buset.
range weapon.
Pina, wah kenok Pina.
Could not turn on them, but lost another Brazilian squad, letting Fluxo
Gila,
ahead.
Falcons
A
out coy.
miraculous save for their brothers Fluxo.
And once more, look, Falcons fall.
Yoi, anak Indo coy. Anak-anak Indo di Arab coy. Let's go.
Lending a helping hand as well from
Evos
afar.
8 poin elim. 87 total sekarang.
The teams are starting to move towards the circle. Dragon Esports making that big jump pad rotation straight on.
Setidaknya harus nendang sini sih. AGAL sih. Supaya dia nggak Champions Rush juga. Evos nggak langsung juara dunia. Nggak juara dunia langsung. Di map ini nggak. Map 6 baru bisa.
global stage on their very first debut here. It's insane in terms of quality. But how
Soalnya EVOS udah memenuhi syarat 80 poin kan. Map berikutnya kalau dia buyah di map apapun, dia buyah pertama sebelum tim-tim lain yang punya Champions Rush condition juga, dia bakal jadi juara.
We expect them to come into this maybe
87 poin. EVOS udah bisa main lepas kecuali ini sih AGAL sih masalahnya cuy. Masalahnya adalah kalau AGAL itu dapat top 3, dia dapat 8 poin, ya kan, berarti total 72 poin. 72 poin itu masih bisa kebuka banget di map 6, dia bisa masuk ke Champions Rush.
Dollars on the table there, baby.
Everyone's gonna return home rich, but that biggest piece of the pie is not just a grand prize of, I believe, what, $300,000, but on top of that,
not just crushing other teams' totals.
And the trophy, right? You get to encase the fallen opponents, your rivals, your nemesis, however you want to see them as, and bring the corpses back home, or the remnants of what's left of them.
Oh, that's the best part of the Esports World Cup.
I love it.
Yeah, not
brutal.
Yeah, not just a trophy, but the fact that you get to choose 3 of your opponents that pissed you off the most, 3 of the opponents that try to stop you dead in your tracks, and you get to lay them down on the ground and build your trophy above them. That's beauty.
Gila, Buriram mulai diantem. Tapi Falcons dapat 10 poin kill lumayan sih. Sorry, poin Elin.
That seem to be struggling.
What used to be a rematch for dominance is now just a rematch for survival. Never thought that we would come to this permutation of the storyline, but here we are. The narrative continues between Fluxo and BRU, as Fluxo are the ones engaging and initiating the assault. BRU laying out a labyrinth.
Gila, di rush sama EVOS.
Is incredibly low, knocked down by the ability in the process. BRU now piled on forward.
Wah, Buriram take down Fluxo harusnya. Down, ya, Fluxo out. Sumpah Fluxo underperform banget cuy dari tadi, dari map 1 underperform banget. Kenok sama Rigby. Harus nyari AGAL-nya diem dari tadi, sumpah. EVOS nggak di dalam building coy. Ya ampun, RRQ pain, buset. Ya ampun, kasihan RRQ down. AGAL dalam building, Buriram dihantam terus di deket bus. Ya ampun, EVOS dapat lagi coy. 13 poin Elim coy. Agal 70. Aduh, Agal 70 coy.
But somehow EVOS are still in a good spot.
Yeah, absolutely. They have got their mind in the right place here. Their head is set. It's not just about activating Champion Rush. It's about making sure they get as many points as possible, and if potentially they can stop AGAL from activating Champion Rush for themselves. And they are in prime position.
Dibantu sama Vitality. Aduh, bagus. Aduh, Agal, dapet coy. Ya ampun, dapet 3 kill coy. 2 kill. Aduh. 73 cuy. Ya ampun. 76. Gila, bener. AGAL harus dimatiin sekarang cuy. Nice, let's go Dragons. Let's go Dragons. Let's go. Bantuin, Cok. Aduh, kenapa dia ambil levelnya? Gila Dragons. Tiba-tiba coy. Gila, ini Dragons tiba-tiba. Tiba-tiba Dragons. Bisa satu AGAL.
Dragons Esports in
Di ngumpet, Saifa ngumpet. Udahlah Elim aja dah, udah sumpah masuk. Nice. Aduh, lost. Nice. Yes. Nggak dapet, harusnya nggak dapet. Gila sih. Wall. Aduh, Dragons. Kasih aja udah ke Dragons, sumpah udah. Nggak apa-apa. I don't mind, Dragons dapet. Gila. One down, Evos dapetin Lost dapetin Dragons. Dragons down. Aduh, Dragonsnya peringkat 3, nggak apa-apa. Ente. 3v3. Wah, Lost juga bisa dapet Champions Rush, anjir. Bam. Aduh, Lost dapet, cok. Astaga. Tapi nggak apa-apa, Evos cuma satu-satunya tim yang Champions Rush-nya aktif. Dan harus dapetin map 6 ini, kalau enggak Lost sama AGAL bisa masuk dan mungkin bisa juara.
This is about to get crazy, y'all, as we head on into Solara for game number 6. The insane thing is, EVOS is one of the better teams on Solara, but here at EWC, not a single booyah at Solara yet. Could this be the game?
The championship booyah. Oh, what a dream on the map. They haven't even gotten the booyah yet. It all feels like it's lining up. The crowd, the Indonesian supporters, again, awaiting with bated breath. They've seen this before. It felt like the dream last year until it wasn't. And now they are back at it again. Deja vu is not even enough to describe that feeling in the stands.
Wah.
But here we are, EVOS.
Tapi sumpah Dragon sih ngebantu banget sih. Dragon bantu banget itu supaya si siapa? AGAL nggak masuk Champions Rush.
My God, after 6 years, and the secret is Russia, Russia. He is the secret weapon of Indonesia, the secret weapon of EVOS Esports. But we'll have to see at Solara whether that happens. A quick break and we get back to the action.
Let's go. All he needs is Champions. Solara.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify. The official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Hobby Esport.
Mano, sobe em cima da casa e tranca a subida. Não compensa. Acho que não compensa aí. Eu vou, relaxa. Eles estão embaixo aí, esquerda sua, Rigby. Calma. Vai puxar no Rigby. Olha aqui, tropa. Tudo já lá. Boa. Finaliza ativa. Finaliza que ativa. Boa, relaxa. Repõe e joga no X comigo. Um pouquinho de suporte.
Eu comeu.
Boa, caralho. Menos 100 com o Raoni. O tiro. Boa.
Lost pick up their first booyah here for Champion Rush Day, but I think the more important news here is EVOS. We have our first team to unlock the win condition today. And unfortunately, there is no team in sight that is on their tail. Neptune and I looked at the numbers, and the competition is now looking very stiff, very desperate. And now, all of a sudden, EVOS have put a big, bright red target on their face. This is going to be such a scary moment. Solara is going to be our next map, but welcome back to the panel, folks. We have a lot to break down because that map, that was supposed to be an opportunity for other teams to pick up points. Another team to grab the booyah. But EVOS, Rosesa said he didn't care about points. What was that?
Was that necessary, some may say? It would have been even more ironic if they also achieved the booyah on top of it all. But look, they're still at the top of the standings for the match, coming up with the big 27. And I was nervous for them because at a certain point, when was EVOS even thinking about AGAL and been trying to grief them when it was the top 5 just to say, hey, you're going to need to play 3 maps instead of 2 to achieve your own champion point.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a good thing for EVOS Esports to really deny AGAL of getting that booyah or getting a lot more points, because right now they are only 4 points away in activating it. If they manage to clear a squad before being eliminated, like, there would be 2 of them in contention for that championship round. So we'll have to find out, though, if this is something that they can deny EVOS Divine, because a lot of teams are very close right now, if in case those following AG Global can grab a lot of points.
So an interesting discussion that we had, Neptune. I asked you the question is, has EVOS won Solara at EWC? And the answer to that is?
Nope. I mean, a top 5 in that specific map, actually top 4th in that specific map, and still no booyahs from them. So it would be tough, but again, there's no need to rush to get a lot of elimination. They can just hide out, or they can just keep their distance. They have Rosesa to spout out for any information. They also have the skills. They can use binoculars to be able to, like, just get information as they go into the next phase of the circle. And survivability, I guess they just need to get a page from the book of Dragon Esports.
Well, we do have the overall rankings ready, so let's have a look and see where everyone else is on the leaderboard and how far away they are from unlocking the win condition. Because sure, EVOS might have it unlocked now, but if they don't get the booyah next round, but a team gets enough points and they reach 80 points, all of a sudden you're going to have more teams in contestant. Gideon, just looking at the leaderboard here, okay, I want to pick your brain. Look at the teams. It doesn't have to be the next one in line. Who do you think is very likely to be the next team to break into that 80-point mark?
Ooh, breaking into the 80-point mark, I mean, this one's a little tough, right? Because we're keeping in mind that the next map is going to be Solara. For me personally, I think it really just comes down to whether or not, like, Movie Stars R7, Lawson, as well as Pain Gaming can actually make the play, because I feel like everybody else is a little too far away to reach it. They're definitely going to need at least 2 maps to actually get somewhere close. One of the maps almost guaranteed to need at least 20 points to get even remotely close. And I think that's a scary thing right now, because the contention, the race for that championship really boils down to AGAL and as well as EVOS Divine, unless they whiff the next 4 maps, which seems highly unlikely. But at the same time, this is Free Fire, right? RNG might not be on your side.
Another team that I think that we need to keep our eyes really open, it's for RRQ, because they ended the FFWS Global Finals in Brazil at the 2nd spot, and they we saw in the interview from Abai that he just said that they are kind of chasing for a revenge, you know. So I mean, maybe they can be able to do the points and try to get a booyah, you know. They are also Indonesian team, so I mean, I think I can feel that Indonesian teams, they are more, I don't know, comfortable doing this type of format, you know, of Champion Rush.
All right, thank you so much, panelists. I'm getting a very important update here from Yunsul. We're going to do the STC Club Championship update right now to see what has happened on the League of Legends stage.
It's Yunsul live at STC Esports Arena, and welcome to League of Legends. The stage between Genji and AGL has ended. And yes, as you can see, our champion is Genji. And of course, in our club championship, Championship, Gigi only got 800 points, but since this champion has brought them over the 1,000 points, and right now they are at 1,800 points, which climbing the first top spot at our club championship. What an amazing thing, and how such great esports is, right everyone?
Big congratulations to Genji on clinching the title here. I think a lot of people, okay, to be fair, there was a lot of T1 supporters, but AGAL, they closed the book on that story, opening up the door to Genji.
I mean, I honestly feel bad for them. That's 2 international tournaments within a week, getting second place, not getting a championship. But is this foreshadowing for what is to happen here in Free Fire?
Oh
Maybe.
my God.
Speaking of foreshadowing, I have been told that we are ready to jump into Solara Survivors. We are ready for our next game. We'll have to see if we're going to crown a champion after this.
Let's
or
go.
if it's going to be
Semoga
another
Evos
matchup.
Buya ya
AJ
jadi
Husky,
juara dunia coy.
take it away to
Juara EWC
Solara.
maksudnya.
Thank you very much, Danny. This is an insane moment here at Free Fire at the
Let's go.
Esports
Evos.
World Cup 2025. Only one team has activated the champion rush condition. That team hails from Indonesia, the one and only EVOS Esports, here to make history for their whole nation, and Russia, the wonder
Let's go.
kid for the Cinderella run we have
15 tahun. Rasha umur 15 tahun juara EWC bakal jadi cerita yang sangat indah coy.
any spoilers because this is the newest map and I don't
Map
think
terbaru.
EVOS is the best team here just yet. In fact,
Match
they
point.
don't have a single
EVOS Esports.
And that's what would make this story even sweeter if they win it right here. They will quell all the doubts. They will finally quench the thirst for the trophy. And to
merinding
add on
gue.
to that even more, the magnitude
EVOS
of
kalau
it.
juara nih
They haven't
merinding
gotten
gue.
a on Solara. This could be it. But
We
this
will
is
have
also map
first
number
originally
6.
Indonesian
If
team.
follow old format, map number 6 is the last map of
Jadi
any
juara.
grand finals. And here they are again at the doorstep. Literally, you could see the door ajar. You could reach out for the trophy. And all they need is one more win. Easier said than done. They couldn't close it last year, but they sure as heck are closer this year than they did.
And it's unbelievable that teams like Falcon, Fluxo, nowhere close to activating this champion rush condition, let alone win this whole thing.
Soalnya EVOS terakhir
They'll need
dapat 600 poin itu pas
something
di
beyond
Free Fire
a miracle
juga.
to make something happen out there. AGAL though, 4 points away from activation. That should not
200
be
poin.
too tough. But in
Mereka
order to
kemarin
still stand a
tahun
chance,
tahun
they
lalu
need
mereka
to
juara
hunt
2 kalau nggak
for
salah.
some heads
Kayak
of
beda
these
1 poin.
Tigers.
Best case
Seingat
scenario
gue,
is
1
that
poin ya
if
kalau nggak
they
salah.
wipe out EVOS, that's for sure, but they were too far away to make that happen. In fact, AGL
Yang
is
beda
on the
7,
complete
beda 7.
opposite of the horizon at Aquarium. But I would say AGL also has a pretty interesting
Sekarang kebuka lebar
storyline.
buat juara,
It goes
cuy.
all the way back to Dew. He is the heart and
Indonesia's first
soul
team.
of the teams that he were in. Nigma Galaxy, eventually, you know, EXP Esports, and now AGAL. What a sweet moment it would be for him to lift that trophy, but that would take at least 2 rounds. Starts with this and then ends the next, where we get that random map, the rotation reset it. But then again, BRU on the horizon. This could be what sets off the chain reaction for EVOS. Ray catching fire first, but it seems like they are willing to take on the fight. Moshi is ready, but so is Ray with the VSS.
Absolutely. Moshi, RGS 50, one more.
Team Vitality ya.
Moshi is behind. Chill with the spoiler, XM8, powerful enough to take down a player at this point of time. And Moshi is the one that's going to be a tad bit annoying, so he's going to be great number 1 that Kochil aims for. But he instantly backs away as Jonas shows up from the back at 590. Double connection. Kochil in trouble. Riptide Rhythm assistance and
Waduh.
sprays him down. But Aimgod won't find Jonah.
Oh no.
Put the pause on to put it up.
This is not good for Buriram. If EVOS wins this, not only they pull ahead and put BRU behind, but also they free out the entire southern side of the western side of the map. AJ,
Let's go.
out. You look at the radar. There is only one team
Gila, langsung
that
berdiri
takes over
MGAT.
the entire western side of Solara, and once more is EVOS in the best possible spot to win.
Indonesia.
Let's go.
How am I not hearing you make some noise there at the Kidia Arena? Y'all gotta turn it up, man. EVOS is on a whole other level right now.
Cannot believe that this is it, but for Falcons, they better make this round count. They better make sure that.
Gila si MGAT udah naik berdiri aja cuy.
Same goes out to the other 10 teams. And Falcons will make the first move.
Let's go. Bisa.
Being the team that sets them back, they take the fight straight to the Brazilian champ.
They get this as on fire, fails the first approach.
Oh,
3 players down on the
gila
ground.
loss.
Limit the only one left in this equation. And lost turning the tables onto Falcons. The reigning champions of Free Fire from EWC
First green
24.
elimination.
The performance here is pretty similar to what they
Mau ngejar
did
limit ya.
at the Southeast Asian Finals, Husky.
Yep.
But I'm a tad bit surprised because they started off the knockout phase as if they are the true champions.
And how do we want better? We've already set EVO's storyline up to be so impressive, almost like a magical fairy tale. But what if it's them and Falcons in the finals?
Oh my god. Berantem Dragon sama R7, Rainbow 7.
They gotta somehow survive movie star R7 and the fight's pretty even.
Double kill.
Putting out some numbers, Seafox obviously down on the ground, but he's not out just yet. His teammates keeping him in the game, or at least keeping him protected. Revive is gonna come to in just a little bit. DRG once more holds back the ties of the Latam representative, and Hacks left alone in the building. Yasir taking contact first, but makes it out of that. AGL on the horizon. This could be the 4 points that puts them in champion rush condition.
And they pull this one away though. Up against Dragons from EMEA, Saudi Arabia. They have represented the nation well thus far. They could just play
Oh ini nih, momen MGAT.
but on the replay, you see exactly how AimGod brought this to an end.
Wuh.
With the triple taken out, I'm taking out to that point rush.
Gila.
Everyone except for Rosesa popped enough in the face of BRU. Rosesa is locked in. He's so close. His first championship in his first year. I cannot believe how that.
Gila. Revenge has been taken, bro.
World champion at the age of 16, and to not just get there accidentally, to be one of the MVPs time and time again. My goodness.
Ya ampun.
Nice try, Games King. You gotta be faster with that wind up.
Double kill.
Because clearly that was a punish. Games King goes down. Hawane gets brought back. Lost stays in the game. Again,
Circle mulai gerak coy. R7, Rainbow 7 tinggal satu orang.
I don't think there's a script I could have came up that could match what we already have.
AGL di mana? AGL barengan sama Dragon sama RRQ. Sama si siapa? Core Memory.
It's ridiculous. It is just ridiculous at this point of time. They are all in the clear. Everybody else just focused here towards the southwestern side. Fluxo outside the circle. Wow. But they are about to meet a world of pain because for some reason, Pain rotating in towards Bayside. This is just not looking good for Brazil.
It's incredible. That rotation to the grind rails, EVOS will make it closer to Eco Drain. But most crucial of all, they would end up coming in from the southern side of the circle. It's another free passage. You call it luck, I call it just efforts to do research. This rotation, I don't think we've seen it in previous rounds, and that's what's mind-boggling.
Masih lanjut guys. Bisa ini bisa. Insya Allah bisa juara.
And clearly they've done it really, really well. EVOS hunting for the circle into Eco Drain.
Sumpah kalau gue main-main kayak gitu, tapi kursi gue turunin gitu nggak enak sih gue. Kalau gue ya, kebetulan kan gue pakai Secret Lab kan, jadi kayak gue tidak merasa enak kalau misalnya kayak gue turunin gini terus kayak gue megang HP sambil main. Kayak gue harus nyender banget gitu. Nah, gue tegakin sekalian badan gue, kursi gue. Oh no, AGL dapat poin.
That's just a teaser. HGAL core memory. This is a party. RRQ. Yeah, this is just pure insanity waiting to unfold.
Sekarang agak yang main hati-hati banget coy. Lost langsung rush.
They need one more round, that's the bare minimum, but EVOS, they could end it right here, right now. That grind reel, oh, EVOS, they're not going to make the full trip, are they?
No, they are, because they just scanned out the area with the binoculars, grind rails, straight in towards the petrol bunk. And this is just, yet again, a clear area.
Ya ampun.
Everybody else just avoiding the action that EVOS can bring to the table. And this is just the championship awaiting EVOS.
Salah ini harusnya. Ya ampun, didatengin dong sama EVOS.
Very few teams have been able to show that in a grand final setting. The stakes are this high. BRU, Fluxo to name a few, E-Arena, Nigma Galaxy. But from Indonesian, RQ is probably our closest second choice. And EVOS...
Woo! Good circle. Oh my god, good circle.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And Indonesia rising up to the occasion. And obviously, you have to credit that to the fact that they get to be in the Southeast Asian server, playing up against Buriram.
Ya itu AGL nggak gerak sih dari tadi.
Monsters from Thailand, torturing Indonesia for years, and they didn't back down. No. They just used all of that torture.
Rainbow Seven ketinggalan satu di luar circle.
Up against Indonesia, they put it on the ground. They used it as a stepping stone to climb up higher and higher. And it will be insane if this comes to an end right here, right now. The
Falcons di TV Tower. Dia sendirian doang, tapi ada right. Oh my god, kenapa right gue ngomongnya kocak? Kita mau di snipe sama General. Mulai blue wall-nya.
A tough fight UAV sent out earlier on and R7
Glue wall breaker 11. Banyak ya. Banyak ya glue wall breakernya.
If you avoid R7 right now, AGAL awaits, and that is a team that is hungry for points.
I have a feeling this competition is going to end right here, right now, because pandemonium about to ensue as Loss finds R7. Revenge is sweet, baby, they say as they take those shots. Putting down two of their players, especially Della down on the ground, looking for the elimination.
Aduh, dapet dong AGL.
The only one is Joker. And he
Champions rush dong dia. Habis ini.
Bagging two more eliminations. Ever so close to that champion rush condition. If two more teams get wiped out, AGAL is guaranteed to have a shot if EVOS don't win this round. And Movie Star R7, they don't really got much time left. The rest of the teams, they sure as heck have a chance. Once more, only two teams are safe. EVOS and Falcons, but even for Falcons, feels a bit uncertain coming in from the northern side of TV Tower.
Dapet. Bisa dapet gitu cuy.
Slow down the rotation of Loss.
5-6.
Scanned out Falcons, and I'm willing to bet it was EVOS. If that was their scan,
gila dibuka, dilepas-lepas itu. Weaponnya, pennya dilepas. What can you do?
All of the movement around the right hand side of the map.
Yep. That was the only angle they needed to cover.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And now
AGL 79.
You want to scan us out? We're gonna hunt you down, Tigers. Flying straight in towards EVOS.
Aduh, EVOS.
Nobody shoots them out of the skies just yet.
Oh, grenade masuk. Oh, freeze-nya masuk.
They are not going to make it easy for Falcons. If EVOS clears them out, it would be a disaster. We will not see that dream rematch.
Oh no. Oh nice. Aduh, Peter. Ya ampun.
Good trade, but it comes down to the wire. Aimgot and Rosesa still up. Ray also recovered. They only lost Kojo in the process.
Nice banget.
Here comes the world of pain. Brazil looking to stop EVOS right here, right now. They've got the numbers advantage. Falcons just could not.
Soalnya kalau EVOS out, siapapun yang out, si ALG masuk coy.
Follow the rest of his brothers to take the fight up against EVOS.
Oh my god.
Numbers would have been equal.
Temporary spoilers, dual melters, multiple thrown out by Ray. And now this is survival mode. EVOS making it out is not going to be easy unless a separate team sees Pain Gaming, which they.
Wah, anjing Pain dapat Rasha.
Ray gets the Rasha actually gets
Waduh.
Rasha is back up though. Pain Gaming making it harder for EVOS. And this is the scenario that AGAL wants. And for EVOS, inbound, Yoska first right to it.
Astaga.
Potential hero play that didn't end up in vain. Rasha goes in, and it's him against Peter.
Bisa nggak? Bisa nggak? Oh my god, Rasha. You're a monster. Wah, gila sih Rasha. Wah, AGL masuk coy. Championship rush. Dikejar dong. Ay. Oh my god. Astaga.
They gotta play one more round. The fans so close. That dream slipped away just by a little bit, but for AGAL.
Ya ampun, map 7 dong. Astagfirullah. Tapi AGL juga out coy. Tapi Champions Rush, astaga.
And now the playing field is
Dua
open.
dong.
RRQ against Vitality on one side. You got Dragon Esports waiting.
RRQ needs massive points here. In terms of eliminations, they don't need a lot if they can pull away the Booyah. But on their left-hand side, Fluxo desperately trying to get in. Their own blue wall standing in their way, and now RRQ disabled by that A124. Peter, the one that wrecked the hopes of EVOS fighting the Booyah. Under pressure, but masterful play, saving the whole competition from ending prematurely.
Definitely causing Falcons elimination in the process as Vitality mops the floor with the remains of core memory, bringing them down to just one Zen seed. Really nothing much that he could do. Vitality 4-man strong. They still need to move towards the circle, and Fluxo for once has control. For once, Fluxo makes it to the end game.
Goods with the grows up. RRQ still looking for that Booyah.
Ampun,
Should
sayang
be able to
banget.
get this done. We need 5 eliminations in hand as well as the Booyah to place a huge smile on their face and then later spoil the plays of their little buddies, EVOS Esports. Fluxo on the cleanup. And they want to prove that they are still the better Brazilian team, but it's going to be a high climb
Ya
as they
ampun.
are at the bottom of this mountain.
RRQ bisa masuk sih.
At least they won't be last by the end of this, hopefully, with core memory that really showed up 3-point rush, but it's a no-show in the grand finals. 5 teams remain. Vitality have a good shot at this.
Pemain doang lagi RRQ. Waduh, Vitality.
Dragon Esports not standing a chance.
Mantap.
Vitality showing that this marathon is not ending yet.
Not yet for sure. 2 more players on the side of RRQ to activate Champion Rush seems to be
Aduh, Yasser dapetin RRQ dong.
as it is Dragons that makes it even more difficult. Leaving a Bay all alone for the Indonesian squad.
Final fight.
Vitality alive and kicking, the kings
57.
of this map. Not here at the Esports World Cup though.
Definitely not. Solara will not be the finishing line. We go again. Bob taking out Peter. Pain Gaming out in 5. Only one team has a full squad. And that's Vitality
57.
sitting right in the middle of the safe zone. Final circle threatens to close in. Dragon Esports still has one lone
RRQ
survivor.
out.
Yes,
Nggak bisa Champions Rush.
that has a chance.
I mean, again, Dragons, what an unbelievable run here at the Esports World Cup.
Pure survival.
Pure survival, and that's what Battle Royales are all about. They got to sharpen up their capabilities in terms of taking away these
43 tambah
eliminations,
8,
though. But I sure as hell can bet we will see more from this squad in the years to come. Vitality,
Buset.
split blitz, 3 of those nades finding the connections, and Bombs barricading himself in a maze of blue walls.
Oh, nice vitality.
But he gets sprayed down. Koja fires by
Double kill Koja.
running this final circle. Gio left standing just for this moment.
Banyak yang pasang blue wall. Nice vitality. Well play.
And the only thing left is to clean up
11.
pieces, and that's Yasir from Dragon Esports. And Vitality knows that they've gotten this round in the bag. Finally, some signs of life from this team. We've been doubting.
Oh, nice, well play.
At least this Booyah
12, 24 berarti vitality. 67. 67. Not enough. Oh my god.
We weren't seeing a lot of cheers there, lots of Vitality fans. But it's all right. He was
67 ya.
working against the grain here. But beautiful stuff out of both Vitality as well as Dragons fighting their way into the circle. Recovery game for Fluxo as well. 16 points pulled away from that match. But how much more do they need to climb up this very, very, very tall mountain that the rest of these squads here at the Esports World Cup have built? Fluxo, the last time we checked before the start of this match, they were 12 out of 12.
Which is crazy, a crazy thought. I think if you watch Fluxo performance, you would not believe this. Two teams now stand at the summit, but only one can stake their flag and be called champions. We're gonna throw this to a break and be back with more Free Fire action.
Oke, kita break dulu deh. Gue mau juga kebelet coy. Lihat dulu ya.
Double kill.
Gunting kertas, gunting kertas.
Batu gunting kertas. Ikut. Batu gunting lava. Lava yang menang.
Dua lagi, woi. Sabar. 120, di gol 1. Sabar yang. Aman. Bantai aja di gol 1. Mati. Satu lagi. Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
Masya Allah, tabarakallah. King of solar anjing.
Di gol.
Respect.
Ini gasok sini, Cok. Go jujun. 100. Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
Alhamdulillah. Let's go guys, masih bisa guys.
We have wrapped up a full 6 maps, and we now have 2 teams that have unlocked the win condition here for Champions Rush. Welcome back to the panel, folks. Things are really starting to heat up because we thought it could have been EVOS again. They looked really good at the start, then they got caught out by the worst possible team, and things just kind of went downhill from there. But it did open a door. AGAL now a contender for that crown.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, not only that, if in case RRQ could have done a lot more, there could have been 3 teams in there in contention. But I would say Evo's Divine felt a little bit of pain in that game, and that would the downfall, especially with Peter. Just a surprise hit. I thought he was gone. Even we were not expecting him going for the backstab.
I totally agree, but even so, these games are getting really, really spicy, and I feel like the Indonesian flair is definitely so evident in the moves that are being made here in Solara, right? It's so expressive to the point where you really understand what these players are feeling in those moments. It feels like we have to make this move. We got to do this now. If not, we can't let these teams run away with these points.
Now, speaking of points, we have the match rankings on the screen right now. Something interesting to note, though, right, is the majority of the teams that got the top end of the leaderboard were a lot of our teams struggling towards the bottom of the bracket, right? Leading up to this, Dragons, Fluxo, as well as Team Vitality, they're not really anywhere to be seen towards the top. So much needed points for them. They're slowly catching up. It's just, can they survive a little bit longer and deny our qualified teams?
Definitely. I mean, denial is not just a river in Egypt. It's something that they need to really bring in and extend the match even more. Again, we still have 4 potential match, and another one might break up. And if I'm not mistaken, the map itself was shown earlier, and Team Vitality might be taking advantage of this once again.
I think this is where it gets really scary, right? Because now once you finish with the fixed format of the 6 maps, we start going into the randomizers. And so far, as you heard it from the in-game comms, Team Vitality, we are the kings of Solara. It's so evident that they know something that all the other teams seem to be lacking here in this new map.
Well, maybe they can be able to get another Booyah, but I thought that Avos will be able to do it right now in this match. So, unfortunately, you can blame Pain Gaming for it. So, it was such a sad history, but I think they can, research for the next match, and they also are playing really good. So, I don't know. I think I need to stop talking about them, because maybe I can give to them like bad luck, because as you guys can see, my team, it's not really doing that good.
Have you seen my power rankings? I mean, Core Memory have not gotten like any points at this point. I think I'm the best.
Oh yeah. Okay, so right now I think you were in a worst. You were having a worst experience.
I love how this woman's so blunt.
Pak, ternyata gue kemarin beli susu full cream, tapi untung gue taruh di freezer gitu kan, taruh di chiller gitu.
The odds of Vitality getting the booyah,
Let's go.
it's pretty dang high, meaning there's an opportunity for other teams to unlock the win condition. This is kind of a bad thing for EVOS and AGAL, because they kind of want to win now, right? You don't want to allow the other teams to have the win condition, because the more opportunities you give, the more opportunities to lose.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's similar to what we've seen in Southeast Asia. There was one team, which Bermuda United, who got it first, but unfortunately they didn't get that booyah afterwards. Denied overall, actually not surviving longer compared to what we've seen EVO's Esports is doing right now. So I guess this.
Tapi bakal lucu sih kalau misalnya kayak Evo sama AGAL nggak booyah di sini. Terus kayak si Vitality, Begatron masuk ke Champions Rush. Tapi semoga Evo sih yang juara, sumpah.
It's making it difficult for them to survive longer as well.
I also think that the quality of these fights are getting very, very messy. There's a lot of missed mechanics, a lot of like awkward glue wall positionings that we've seen teams do within their own compound, which doesn't really make any sense.
Tapi bukan RRQ aja bisa cuy, 12 poin cukup coy. 12 poin, Vitality 13 poin kan, entah dari earning, entah dari placement kan. Tapi dengan catatan AGAL sama Evos nggak juara, nggak booyah, RRQ sama Vitality masih bisa masuk. Jadi berbuta itu 4 map tuh, 4 tim.
Absolutely. Now we do have the overall rankings, just in case you guys missed it previously, but at the moment we have 2 teams that have met the win condition, EVOS Esports and AGAL. Now RRQ, they're getting close, they're not quite there yet though. They're going to have another good round, but the question is, can they have that good round in this next matchup? Because they did okay, but I don't think it's quite enough for them to just say, hey, next round we will 100% will get the points and unlock the win condition.
And one thing I want to see as well, other than Loss, who is also very close, but Dragon esports. They are just playing it not only with placement point. I know they're just like trying to their best to survive, revive their teammates, but they're doing a decent amount of elimination. Total of 21 elimination overall. So I guess they did it from the knockout stage up until the point rush, just to go to the basics of survivability, and this is where they're putting in a little bit of mix of elimination in the play.
I think a lot of MENA representatives have to be, MENA fans have to be proud of this team, because this is a huge turnaround from what happened last year. Coming into this year, now they're looking like a true competitor. Maybe not the creme de la creme, but they're getting very, very close, right? Give this team another year, and we might be seeing, a huge shift in power levels amongst the regions, and maybe even a new legacy.
A new legacy, a new story for all of us to enjoy as well, because it's really fun to see new teams, new players, new names develop an esports scene. Like, as fun as it is seeing all the old faces, we love them, we know them, but everyone loves an underdog story. Everyone loves new talent, and especially the stories of our very young, talented players. I kind of feel like they sort of bring that special spice, that special glitter, that sparkle to the scene, and you really learn to admire new people as they come into the scene, because they also introduce new ideas to the game, right? We're not seeing the same kind of Free Fire we did 1, 2, 3 years ago. It's evolving every year, not just with the patches, but also with the players.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the movement alone, what you're seeing back then, it was just all aggression.
Yes.
All of them just chasing each other, but now we're seeing a
Terus
mix
kalau
of,
match ini EVOS 1 udah menang nggak sih? Iya. Gar. Ini pertarungannya antara EVOS sama AGAL. Jadi karena kan AGAL udah 80 poin juga tuh, Champions Rush kan, jadi ya sama kayak EVOS. Jadi di match ini kalau EVOS buyah, EVOS juara. Kalau AGAL buyah, mereka juara. Gitu. Kalau misalnya tim lain yang buyah selain EVOS sama AGAL masuk map tambahan lagi gitu. Tapi kalau RRQ dapat 12 poin nih, misalnya. RRQ 12 poin. Vitality 13 poin, ya kan? Tapi EVOS sama AGAL nggak buyah. Mereka masuk Champions Rush buat ngerebutin gelar juara EWC.
In the main stage with Tash Bunny and Admats.
Alright, things are heating up here in Kidia Esports Arena as we are slowly approaching to see who will be crowned champions for Free Fire at EWC 25.
It's getting intense because the Falcons, despite everything, they're still yelling, they're still really yelling.
They're still yelling.
Ya sih, yelling sih.
Cheering harusnya Tasha, Tash Bunny.
Now we have two teams on Champion Rush. It is EVOS as well as AGAL. For EVOS team, make some noise! And a very good booyah as well for Vitality.
Sumpah di bu sama Falcons, bro. Falcons juara bertahan, jir.
Yeah, the Falcons still have hope to defend their title, but anything can happen in Free Fire because this block right here might go back to Falcon, might be not. So let's see how will it go for the next match right here, right now.
Thank you very much to Tash and Admats. Here we go again, another round, match 7 coming up. And from one team who unlocked Champion Rush, now we add another onto the list. First,
let's go. Semoga EVOS juara ya. Gak apa-apa. Gue juga baru sekali ini nobarin EWC kan, EWC Free Fire. Karena gue punya license. Gimana kabar Gar? Sehat Gar? Ini yang nge-cast temen gue nih, Husky, orang Malaysia. Ya, gue udah lama banget gak ketemu Husky. Gue terakhir ketemu Husky 2023. Pas gue ada event di Malaysia sebulan. Gue, diajakin makan tom yum di kelapa gitu kan. Sama si Husky. Bro, good memory bro. Tapi kalau misalnya bulan depan gue ke Malaysia, gue harus ketemu sama Husky sih. Gue sudah berjanji ke dia untuk bawain dia Indomie dengan rasa-rasa langka gitu ya. Rasa-rasa yang tidak ada di Malaysia. Aman Ros. Pantas loh kayak ada Melayu. Iya. Dia orang Malaysia. Pasti orang Malaysia. Ini caster Free Fire bahasa Inggris kebanyakan orang Malaysia. Hostnya orang Brazil. Host yang di panggung ya. Yang interview pemain. Terus yang di desk hostnya itu orang Malaysia. Ada orang Brazil juga. Terus translatornya ada orang Indo. Kalau lo tahu Odi, dulu sempat jadi manajernya Bigetronnya MLBB, MPL. Dia jadi translator buat bahasa Indonesia. Gua nggak kepilih, Cok, buat ke Riyadh. Nggak kepilih jadi translator, tapi nggak apa-apa. Tahun depan insya Allah. Indomie makanan terbaik, betul. Tidak salah. Itulah kenapa saya suka Indomie.
Obviously, we are looking at a situation where that could just happen again. The one way to prevent this from happening, of course, is if they become the apex predator out there. But the question is, do they want to take such a risk?
It's either that or this might be a crazy idea. Comes up to Russia, and I'm not talking about him popping up again. We know he pops off.
Yeah.
But what if he is the one that keeps the team's emotion under control? Because the other three, they've been here before. They know how these.
Amin Ros, tahun depan. Amin semoga.
How high the stakes are, and they tasted defeat last year. But for Russia, it's his first time. Maybe that's the key.
Gila, Russia masih umur 15 tahun, coy. Satu buyah menuju ini, menuju gelar EWC, coy. 15 tahun, coy.
One of the sharpest snipers on the battlefield. And that's
tapi si Rasha tadi pas di interview ngomongnya I don't care about point. Sekarang lu care anjir. Lu harus care soal point.
And he's just making quick work of the competition. None of the other snipers have been able to outshine this kid. Just
tadi memenangkan nominasi Brazil. Brazil nggak bisa bicara banyak, coy. Nggak bicara banyak. Cuma Lost doang yang paling tinggi. Lost peringkat 5 sekarang. Dragon Esports kan Bangladesh. Pen Gaming peringkat 7. Fluxo 11. Padahal Fluxo tahun lalu juara, coy. Tahun lalu juara dunia kan. World Series mereka juara dunia. Core Memory Esports Thailand sih. Tapi itu Fluxo peringkat 11, Rainbow Seven apa namanya Latam juga kan peringkat 8, Pen Gaming peringkat 7, Brazil Lost peringkat 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 nya Indo Thailand Indo. Iya, ke bawah hype, betul. Tapi nurun. Tadi map pertama si siapa? Si Husky ngomong Bermuda bukan mapnya Brazil katanya. Tapi bener sih. Game-gamenya nggak banget. Nih mapnya apa lagi nih? Kalau misalnya mapnya Solara sih berat banget buat EVOS ya. Kita lihat mapnya apa. Tadi sih ngomongnya Solara sih tadi di waiting screen ya.
Then EXP Esports, and then now AGAL, and yet Dew is the only one who stayed throughout all of that and has been through the worst. But now he gets another shot.
And it has been highlighted time and time again from their own fans that Dew needs better backup. But out of nowhere, when you least expect it, on the world stage, the team has finally stepped up. And the team is carrying him up to the top. Dew now just needs to put a smile on his face and go back to playing out there on the battlefield as if this means nothing. Because when there was no pressure on his shoulder, my goodness me, he was a deadly sniper out there and he's still looking for goal. We have a highlight here of Buriram United Esports as well. They're not looking very happy at this point.
I mean, it's very rare that you see Buriram down in bottom 6. Fluxo also, both are two-time world champions, and I think that is one of the most shocking things coming into the grand finals. I mean, we know that Fluxo is going to struggle, sure, but BRU, with a Game 1 Booyah, 24 points, we thought that is the start of a race.
I mean, I did not expect Fluxo to be the champion here at the Esports World Cup, for sure, because we saw so much of quality from the other teams. We saw loss on a phenomenal streak, but never in my wildest
Ayo dong EVOS Peprex, gue kalah di Valorant Mas FF kalah ya cuy. Peprex juga kalah cuy. Yang menang ini enak banget ya. Dia bakal hancurin semua key. Betul, hancurin semua key coy. 11 key dihancurin. Makanya tadi yang ada boneka tadi tuh tempat buat ngancurin situ barengan biar nggak kelamaan kayaknya ya.
That they are once again to go out there not just looking for points but dominating. But you know, one team with the smiles, that's Dragons Esports, man. They sure as hell deserve to smile on the world stage, on their debut, in such a phenomenal performance. I am a fan of the Saudi Arabian squad.
Yeah, I think there's no better way to put that into expression. But AJ, do you believe in second chances?
Hey man, of course.
Oh my god. Let's go.
And again,
wait,
I've highlighted this so many. You cannot write a better script than what we already have, but it keeps getting better and better. EVOS on the cuffs of a World Championship.
AGAL, EVOS.
Didn't get it last round, but match 7 brings us back to where they were.
Wait. So we don't bring out the randomizer all throughout the competition. And
Game on, let's go. Map 7.
to go back to Bermuda.
Bermuda? Nice. Let's go.
Solara comes back in here to
Apa Solara?
make this as random as it can be. Vitality is the only team that has scored a double booyah here.
Oh my god, Solara coy.
And they are not the team that has activated the champion rush condition. In fact, they're quite close to it.
Solara? Astaga.
Talk about having a second chance in life.
Ya Solara coy.
EVOS, Esports, and AGAL. Even when you look at club championships, EVOS has not
Apa Bermuda ini?
at least had a 1,000-point record. They've come close, 750. That's as close as they got.
Yeah.
They don't really have too many teams
Kan
participating.
ini Solara apa
EWC.
Bermuda sih?
This is one of the most valuable ones, one of the most precious ones. They've invested
Oh, Solara lagi cok, ternyata cok.
This 3-year investment on Rosesa, 1 year away from paying off. Right off the bat, circle goes north.
Yeah, GG, bro. So the exact same rotations that we saw out of EVOS earlier on will not be the case this time round. The circle straight up telling us, yes, it's the same map, but it's just going to be a totally different compound by the time we get to the final circle. A high probability of us getting pulled towards the Riders Club as well as Funfair. And this is just not looking fun if you are a fan of AGAL or EVOS Esports at this point of time, because in order to get even into the next zone, they have to battle the Brazilians.
This is potentially a prelude to the final test, right? The final obstacle. They say
Berat-berat
it's
ini.
not how you start, it's
Solara.
how you finish. Finishing line, the hardest to cross.
EWC brand ambassador Ronaldo betul.
Closest to
Ya
it. And who
brand
knows,
ambassador
fighting an
Ronaldo.
AGL against EVOS final circle. That will be the most triumphant and the most heartbreaking moment at the same time. And there is a good.
Dimanapun kill AGAL, sumpah iya coy. Berat coy ini coy, kagak bohong gue. Tapi tadi overhype sih si EVOS tadi pas abis nge-take down Buriram duluan ya.
Being held back by just 1 point to activate the champion rush, which would have been insane, but of course, thankfully, we've got 2 teams now on activation. Point blank on 80, AGAL sits with the activation of the champion rush condition.
Jujur gue berharap juara sih, agak bohong gue. Gue berharap buya si EVOS sih. Tapi bakal nyesek banget kalau misalnya kayak 2 tim yang kesisa tuh EVOS sama AGAL berantem 4 lawan 4 atau berapa buat buya. Lootingnya kebalik cok. Lootingnya kebalik. Airdropnya kebalik. Tuh, RRQ butuh 12 poin. Lumayan. Ya, apa? Tadi kayak gue bilang, si RRQ butuh 12 poin buat masuk Champions Rush. Vitality butuh 13 poin. Mereka masih bisa dapetin gelar juara kalau misalnya EVOS sama AGAL nggak dapet buyah. EVOS dan AGAL. Kalau misalnya itu kejadian, RRQ Vitality dapat 13 sama 12 poin, terus EVOS sama AGAL nggak buyah, men, bakal makin kenceng, men, perebutan gelar juaranya, men. Suara gue aman ya? Karena gue kecilin suara in-game, suara broadcastnya.
Protection she provides from all of those frag grenades. I mean, at this point of the time, when you call yourselves champions, you can sure as hell be proud to call yourselves champions.
Talk about having some risk being taken too. We saw EVOS rotate deep into Archway, complete opposite of what they did in the previous round, where they took it slow. This time they take the fight straight into the middle. Falcons and BRU obviously having a bit of an interaction, with Falcons losing out on one member. EVOS taking a bigger risk than they did in the previous round. So far, so good. The one that they were trying to hunt down was from core memory. But AGAL have the same idea. They are already at the north of TV Tower.
This is an aggressive version, and EVOS, Dinocular scanning out the Dragons, looking to end the run of the Saudi Arabian team early here.
Actually, they got R7. They saw Dragons through Aim God, but they scanned out R7.
Then who scanned out Dragons?
Aman ya?
I'm not
Oke.
sure if they scanned out Vitality though. That is the odd one out. That is the X factor.
Well, either way,
Si Edgar nih belum gue jadiin moderator, Jir, bentar.
but nobody's making the first move. Yes, EVOS could be aggressive, but they're just choosing the peaceful path at this point of time. And because the circle, the very first circle, was pulled so high up north, teams are pretty much confident the following circles will be
EVOS lawan
approaching the northern side
Dragons,
of this map.
ada Yasser, ada
You can see everybody going in here for a
Buriram nih.
mad rush to look for these defensive spots, but thankfully Solara has quite a number of those.
It's safe to say that AGAL has the same approach
Buriram.
as EVOS, right? Early rotation deep. Last round they played it slow, but this round they played it fast.
Falcon agak jauh sih. Falcon butuh 2 map kayaknya.
Falcons continues
Pokok 80, tapi kayak agak susah sih. Kayak almost impossible.
This could get very messy, AJ. You look at the radar, look at where.
Bro, look at how poetic is this, right? 9th, 10th, and 11th. You've got the two-time world champs,
the two-time world
Buriram and Falcons,
Alright.
flanking the reigning champions of the Esports World Cup here at Free Fire. Down at the bottom of the leaderboard.
I mean, what scares me the most was how close EVOS and our AGAL.
Tapi Falcons agak underperform sih, harus gua akui. Match ini min 1 jantung, asli min 1 jantung coy.
R7 receiving fire, RRQ.
Rainbow Seven.
Not looking good for R7 at all. RRQ making quick work.
Wah, nice RRQ. Langsung eliminate Rainbow Seven. Well play. For elimination. 72 minus 8 buat Champions Rush. Harusnya ke kiri sih. Circle-nya. Bisa ini, bisa.
Looks like it has burned out. At least for this round. They can still hope that AGAL and EVOS don't close it out. But the odds are starting to really tip AGAL. It seems
Kiri.
like they've
Oh my god.
The circle read was perfect by both EVOS and AGAL, sure.
EVOS sama AGAL tahu berantem Buriram sama Falcons. Oh my god.
Against Falcons on fire. Left to pick up
Sisa 1, 1v4. My god, team wipe out. Well play Buriram. 52.
We are climbing up a tad bit higher, sacrificing the Falcons. Sure, they are going to barbecue them out there a little bit as well as they climb up. Stadium's going to be a
Cuma butuh eliminasi 9 tim guys buat EVOS, buat juara guys. Masih jauh. Tapi setidaknya RRQ minimal udah bawa pulang 1 poin ini ya, 1 poin placement. Berarti 69 tambah 4, 73, 7 poin lagi. Tapi nanti poin placementnya kita bahas nanti aja. EVOS di zona by the way. EVOS emang di zona tadi. Ini akan menjadi hal yang sangat menarik.
That would be insane.
We would have a conversation about that, right? That would be a story to talk about. Maybe we get that rematch in last year's finals in the final circle. But for now,
it's all about final circle, benar kata Husky.
A bit more because for AJL, they got loss coming for him from behind.
That
Looting dia.
40-point miracle game for Falcons to open up EWC. That was one that nobody saw coming, and it was just absolutely epic. They went on to wrap up the competition as the
masih di area funfair.
Free Fire at EWC 24.
Nggak ada yang ngeganggu, masalahnya.
Coming in here for a repeat at the Esports World Cup is not as easy.
Misalnya Momaders poinnya AGL ya. Kalau AGL buyah tapi poin dia di bawah EVOS tetap juara coy. Ini kayak udah kayak match point, jadi kayak ya buyah matters.
Second place of Free Fire World Series Global in Rio, RRQ. Second place of EWC 24 in Riyadh, EVOS. AGAL, of course, in the conversation.
Hey, Vitality is in there as well, man. They are the kings of this map.
They are. I think that's the craziest thing. We got two teams that have tasted second place on the global stage.
Oh yeah.
Of course, the stakes were different. One is the official circuit title, and one is the EWC title. But no matter how you look at it,
ini nih.
Indonesia has
Ini kalau misalnya ke tengah, ke tempatnya Vitality RRQ, PR buat EVOS. Karena EVOS harus berantem lawan Dragons, lawan Pain Gaming sama Flux. Oh my god, beneran dong. Berantem dong kalau kayak gini ceritanya, kocak. Agak lawan Checks kah? Let's go. Nice di backstep. Masuk Los, ayo Los. Masukin Los. Masukin Los. Itu dia. Wah, glue wall masuk coy. Nice. Nice, let's go. Nice, well play. Kabur, Dew kabur. Wah, kena sniper. Ya ampun. Yes, let's go. Yes. AGL, drop. EVOS, ayo EVOS. Ayo EVOS, buyah. All we need is buyah, no matter what. Let's go, ya Allah. Bismillah.
And unfortunately, AGAL off of the jump pad straight into the hands of RRQ, who are so much closer to activating the champion rush condition as well.
RRQ butuh 1 poin lagi. 1 poin lagi buat masuk ke Champions Rush.
EVOS can survive this.
RRQ sekarang 7-7 ya.
Might just be looking at our champions right now.
You got Fluxo right behind them.
And Fluxo just made a rotation. That was EVOS' scan, 100%. Oh wow, they have dodged a bullet.
Emery on the revive. Don't tell me they are going to do the
77 -3
work.
I think EVOS
bisa EVOS.
Pain Gaming. Don't tell me.
Oh.
2 game in a row. They wreck the chances of EVOS.
Maybe not this one. EVOS isn't.
Pasang dulu. Sumpah, Rasha jangan naikin zipline, tolong.
Out in the blue, on the low ground. I don't know how they're gonna get past this.
Kalau EVOS nggak buyah, champion nggak. Harus buyah. Harus buyah, Gar.
But I think Fluxo is making the choice to get into the circle first.
Either way, Pain Gaming.
Berantem nih, Pain sama EVOS berantem. Tapi ada Fluxo di belakang. Aduh, di sandwich dong berdua. Astaga, sumpah. Berantem dong. Oh my god. EVOS-nya dijepit, coy. Oh my god. Gila. Healing dong. Circle-nya. Berantem 2 tim Brazil ya. Bagus. Biar kasih EVOS jalan coy. Stop the point now. Sumpah. Aduh. Sumpah, tolong dong. EVOS-nya keluar dong. Gila.
They have the blue to contend with, but being able to survive.
Oke, RRQ masuk Champions Rush. Next map. Pen out. Ya ampun, Evos. Astaga.
They've heard the chants and they have heard the insults and they're not about to give up just yet. Kochil hanging on for his dear life,
Kochil.
but he needs a booyah. As a single player, at this point of time, more than the booyah, he needs a vending machine.
Sumpah.
And the closest vending machine is just way too far. It is south of Waterfall. No way Coach Yu gets there.
Astaga. Tapi emang bukan mapnya Evos ini.
RRQ, BRU, Vitality on top of one another. But we at least will have one team that gets to the champion rush condition as Coach Yu gets wiped out. We are guaranteed match number 8.
Aduh.
But let's see who joins the list. RRQ has already joined the list for sure. But if Vitality closes it out, we get 4 teams on the list.
3 out of those 4 teams are from Indonesia. In this grand finals, there are only 3 Indonesian teams. What a year once again for Indonesia. Fluxo flying on in, jump pad straight to the roof, and Steffi do the same. No grenades, don't touch them just yet. Those glue walls blocking out all of those shots. Put it up, cannot grenade on them just yet.
Dragon Esports once more makes it to top 6, and now they're going to be under fire by Fluxo and RRQ. It's not an easy rotation. Vitality was a piece of the pie, and they get all of them. Dragon Esports picked apart left, right, and center. But as this continues, Vitality makes their presence known.
Vitality nih. Champion Rush itu apa kayak match point, championship point? Lost 68. 83 poin RRQ.
The players out of Saudi Arabia. Remind sneaking on in, but with the F. This is just the way you
Dragons
use
out.
those grenades. Dragons Esports out of the race and lost looking for the booyah.
Not just lost by Vitality.
I mean, lost doesn't need a lot of points.
Bisa 5 ya, 6 poin.
We completely, sideline the story of some of these players. Netshoeminers.gg.
Yeah.
4th place last year.
Underdogs last year. They came in with a lot of promise, but when the grand final started, they became the underdogs once again. But if Fluxo cannot deliver, if Pain cannot deliver, we will deliver. The Lost Boys once again ain't lost anymore. Looking for the booyah. And for the time being, all of the action has managed to avoid them.
Vitality makes the first move. Riptide takes out the blue wall. Kyung needs to be able to get
84
safety, and
RRQ.
they sure do.
Ya kita nggak terlalu mikirin RRQ karena RRQ ya udah Champions Rush. Vitality sih. Buriram out. 2 lagi. Oke, sisa 4. Waduh, dihabisin sama RRQ coy. Ya ampun. Tingkat 4.
Brilliant play by RRQ, but now it's up against Lost. The Brazilians who desperately need massive points off of this game. They need 21 points to activate Champion Rush. Those grenades looking for them, but thankfully just glue wall melters.
7 poin. Flux out. On loss.
To block off those shots. Monster Truck playing its role as defense as well. As Alpine makes it up to the top of the rock.
4v4.
Serving as defense. M590 in
Winner takes all ini. Dapat kena grenade dong.
Finding a nade onto Ma'au, and that is going to be green light for Lost. Can push on forward to get them close.
Ya ampun.
Champion rush condition, but they're holding us knocked down. Lost losing Rippy in the process. They need some time to recover.
8.
Juice gets knocked down.
Lost 8. Wah, GG. Lost 12. 24. Anjir, Lost masuk dong. Gila. 63. 24. Gila, Lost masuk coy. Gila.
Started point rush and ended in an abysmal spot. Started grand finals and counted out after round number 2.
Jadi udah ada 4 tim ya.
4 tim.
Last year,
they have a shot at winning it all. They join AGAL and EVOS. As RRQ also joins that list, and they've gotten enough points. 4 teams now make up the teams that have chance to lift the trophy. And this went from
Vitality
real
nggak masuk
to
dong.
really, really real. We head for a short break, and when we come back, 4 teams have a chance to lift the trophy. Let's see if we will get number 5.
Quadra kill.
Gila coy. Map 8 coy. Map 8 coy. Gila, Lost butuh 21 poin dan mereka dapetin 24. Even Vitality aja nggak dapet coy. Kalau Champions penentuannya di Buyah, betul. Siapapun yang dapat Buyah. Siapapun yang dapat Buyah angkat gelar. Jadi sekarang posisinya adalah Kalahari coy. Kalahari kalau nggak salah bukannya EVOS ya tadi dapat ya, Kalahari ya. Gue lupa deh. Kalahari tuh di ketiga, iya EVOS. Ini mapnya EVOS ini. Bisa lah, insya Allah. Bisa ini, bisa. Kalau 4 tim itu nggak ada yang Buyah, map 9. Pokoknya satu dari 4 itu. Kalau 4-4-nya itu yang EVOS, AGAL, siapa lagi, RRQ, sama Lost, nggak ada yang Buyah. Lanjut map 9. Kalau nggak ada yang Buyah lagi, map 10.
The race continues here at Free Fire EWC at 25. We are still not yet ready to crown a champion, but more teams are becoming eligible as they secure those points, hit the 80-point threshold, and set themselves up with the win condition to be our EWC 25 champion.
4 dari 12.
Welcome back to the panel, folks. We have a lot to break down. And in particular, I want to point this over to Gideon because we had a really in-depth discussion watching that matchup. And it was because of a lot of engagements towards that mid-game. Break it down for us. What was kind of the cascading effect that sort of set us up for that end game?
Absolutely. I mean, first of all, it started with the northern side ring to kind of kick things off at the beginning of the match, right? All southern side teams, Fluxo, we've seen Pain, as well as EVOS Divine, really getting a little frustrated. It's a long way up there. That's totally fine and as expected. But once they found those spots, I think Lost really got a lot of momentum when it came down to,
Vitality 10
hey,
doang,
we're going to
cuy.
start this engagement against
Sayang banget.
Core Memory. But what Core Memory does, having initial information about the area and knowing that AGAL was actually nearby, they launch pad themselves past AGAL, causing a very big domino effect, technically shafting the chances of AGAL from winning this map. But Lost eventually snowballed their way all the way to the end.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, AGAL, a great hiding spot for them, similar to what we've seen EVOS Divine, but EVOS Esports. But it's just unfortunate, but because the number of teams surrounding them is just so much, there's no way out compared to the rotation of EVOS Esports. Yes, they saw Fluxo as well as a few teams, but even despite of being pinched, they still managed to survive a little bit longer.
And Raja, Lost is waking up. We're starting to get some Brazil firepower in here. And look, just based off of everything that we're seeing, right, it just seems like the games are never ending. It is not a case of this one team, they have all the points, they have all the power, and they should be able to take it into that next game. It's always someone new coming in clutch, and with every game, we're going to get more points. I mean, do you feel confident that Lost might be able to bring it back for Brazil?
Well, after that reaction, I feel really comfortable. I mean, I feel comfortable and also confident. So I think they can grab the trophy maybe because that's the energy that they need, and that's the same energy that I saw when they got the FFWS. I mean our regular tournament in Brazil. So the same energy. So I think they can, breathe and try to do the same as they did in this match. And something that I want to add, I feel that the game is kind of I don't know, they are trying to play it safe, you know, because if you stop in the middle of the match, you could see like the teams that are in the top of the ranking, they were just inside of the zone, you know, inside of the safe zone. They are in such amazing spots. So I think it's kind of better to play safe in this type of tournament. And I don't know what you guys think about it. Do you think it can be good for a team like Fluxo maybe try to play aggressive right now or not?
I'd love it, personally.
I mean, because Fluxo need to play aggressive. They need eliminations. But, I mean, talking about loss, what do you think about it?
I think I agree with you that, yes, for teams who are not at the top of the leaderboard, they definitely need to kind of step it up and be aggressive in these moments. However, they need to identify certain odds that they have, right? Because we saw Ping Gaming and as well as Fluxo coming in from the same side, eventually pinching champion point holders in EVOS Divine, ruining their chances, but also ruining their own chances walking in, allowing Lost, who came from the northern side, an easier path into victory.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, teams with a great potential of elimination can go for a placement point because the moment that they meet up with a team, like as easy as that, they can just clear it out. So it's just paving their way towards the final circle and then as well as the Booyah.
I think at that point, that's when you're thinking like, hey, how much motivation do you have? How much heart do you have in this game? Because let me tell you, these teams have been playing extremely hard, day after day, no breaks whatsoever, other than the knockout stage. They've been screaming hard, and most importantly, I think this might be the most amount of games that they played in a singular day.
Okay, panelists, I've just gotten information on what the next map is going to be. It is in my mind, and Gideon, you know what I'm thinking. You know what I'm thinking. I hope you guys are ready for this. Look me in the eye. I want you to envision what is that next map. Do you know what it is? We're going to Kalahari, baby! And this is probably the setup, the ultimate Cinderella dream for Indonesia, because we have said this time and time again. This
Kalahari.
is a map that Indonesia loves to play. And look,
Ini poin Kalahari di mana EVOS dapat 33 poin.
If it doesn't happen now, I don't think it ever happens.
It's gonna be a really tough battle here because I know for a fact teams on that second page are
Cuma,
not gonna let these
coba gue lihat datanya tadi Kalahari tuh kan map 3 ya kalau nggak salah ya. Nih, Kalahari tadi di map 3 Lost peringkat 10, AGL peringkat 9, terus RRQ peringkat 3. So lawan terberatnya malah RRQ ya. Let's see.
That Indonesia are being proud of, similar to what we've seen Team Vitality in Solara. But I would say that if this is the case, or since this is the case, and there's a lot of pressure, I would say pressure can be lifted by those from Brazil, from LATAM. They can just play it as it is. No need to plan that much. As you mentioned, if you're a coach, just do this, and they will be doing it. Just play
tadi map 3-nya
to your whims.
Jadi top 3-nya itu EVOS 33 poin, Rainbow Seven 15, RRQ 20. Lost peringkat 9, Lost peringkat 10, AGL peringkat 9 tadi. Semoga keulang lagi, maksudku kayak gue berharap either EVOS atau RRQ. I don't care. Yang penting Indonesia yang menang. Antara EVOS entah RRQ, gue berharap siapapun bisa menang di situ ya.
All unanimously agreed that we would go to around 8 games. They maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more, but so far we're getting closer to that prediction. I mean, we're kind of there.
Well, we're seeing how tight it is already for the teams. Once one is taking the lead, another one will be showing up, even from knockout stage, even a point rush. So we've seen a lot of turn of events that happen. And I thought that point rush is just something that like the other teams, especially core memory, those who
baru mulai bang, kagak kok. Chat udah dari jam 8 dari jam 8 malam. Dari jam 8 malam. Ini map 8.
Similar to what we've heard, Evos as well as Rasia.
Let's go.
They don't care point
Menuju
rush,
map 8.
they just can bring it on. So I guess it's a different mix in terms of tactics. We don't have a finality yet on who can really finish this off.
Saving strats were confirmed.
Kita berharap entah EVOS entah RRQ ya sekarang ya, karena RRQ masuk Champions
We're not
Rush.
hearing this from the players and coaches
Bisa ini.
themselves. Maybe they kind of approach Point Rush differently because, right, it doesn't matter if you win or lose in Point Rush. I think for the lower teams, it definitely does matter because if points are harder for you to get, then obviously the head start makes more sense. But for the top teams that are generally consistent, they know that they can perform and they know roughly how many points they can get per round. Point Rush, maybe it's more for them to scout the opponents, right? You learn how everyone else is playing, find out what their drop points are, and also maybe even decide to go for some cheeky hot drops and figure out, okay, we hot dropped this team on this map. We actually felt really confident fighting them. Sure, we lost, but I think we can do it again and make that fight really happen on the grand final.
I think the hardest part about it all is the fact that the strats are ever changing, right?
Yeah.
I think that from the knockout stage, we saw what everybody was trying to do. Hey, let's just play standard and see what happens. We get a little bit of information. We go over to Point Rush, and even there, we're seeing that teams are deploying completely opposite strategies of what they're used to be known for. And as we see this as we see this Champion Rush stage slowly progress, we're noticing that we're seeing the sides of players that you don't usually see, right? Desperation is starting to take hold of some of our top teams from both regions.
Mulai dong.
And we are seeing other teams take full advantage, like AG.
Jadi antara map 1 ke map 2 delay
probably it's not
1
just
jam
matches,
coy.
the actual matches
Technical
that
issue.
you see, the scrimming as well. It adds a little bit more factor that they can use to study their opponents. Though again, it's just scrim, similar to what you mentioned from Point Rush. It might not be the whole cards being shown, but at least you will be able to play through that because that's also a warm-up for you. So we're seeing a lot of differences in terms of game style all throughout the levels in the competition.
I'm actually glad you brought up scrims, Neptune, because again, we had a lot of talking, Gideon, happening behind the scenes. And I think something we also need to consider is exhaustion, tiredness. We've had a really long day here for Free Fire EWC 25. We have no idea if the teams managed to get scrims before finals as well. So imagine you've played, let's say they played some scrims, roughly 2 to 4 games maybe. Then you come into the grand finals and now you're up to map number 8. That's a lot of Free Fire.
12 matches already, and there's still more to be played, right? There's still potentially up to 14 in total before this all rounds out. So right now, some of these players, they're running on fumes. They're trying to fuel themselves up. Some of them are literally, it's all heart at this point to not just mentally break down at the current position that they're in.
Thus, I mean, when we talk about scrims, like, you don't have to really give it all. It's like more of scouting, identifying what can be done, what could have been done or correcting all the mistakes that you have from the past. So that's one thing as well. Drop spots. If you have failed and would want to change, there's a chance for you to really change that and probably not really play it out as aggressive as what we've seen right now. I think this is what Dragon Esports was taking advantage of. The scrims, the knowledge that they gather, the homework that they've done from yesterday up until today, thus surviving, and they're very close as well.
Right, now we are going to go for a quick update on the STC Club Championships as well, because as you guys know, we had League of Legends wrap up their game today, and Gen G now top the charts after securing the League of Legends win. And now they are the team to look out for right now at the Club Championships.
Gen G.
But are they safe? Technically, no. We're only in week 2, but you still want to grab as many points as possible, and obviously we have points for the Free Fire division as well. So the teams that are playing in Free Fire, they're gonna look at this and they're probably gonna have to set their own goals and say,
peringkat
okay,
5
if
pun
we grab these points in Free Fire,
finish peringkat 5
what
ya.
other titles do we need
Peringkat
to
4
clinch to push ourselves up that
bisa
club
geser
championship?
Gen G lagi sih.
It's shaking things up here, right? I mean, this could be foreshadowing for all we know. I don't know how many superstitious people in chat there are right now looking at this and be like, it's clear who's going to be on top, right? It's going to be Team Vitality who turns things around.
Let's go.
I mean, they've done, well, probably if they were given another Solara, but I don't think so.
I was going to say wrong map.
No repeats. No repeats in a random. It'll just go over and it's just tough. It's just tough right now, but they've struggled, but they were able to survive in some other cases. So these teams have done so much of adjustment overall, despite of the teams they're going against, despite of the patches that they have to go through and study every time. And I guess Brazil is one of the region that really struggle when it comes to all of those updates happening.
Yeah, I think they are kind of, struggling. I mean, so much actually, but we can see still Los playing really well. I think they are fitting inside of the match, and I mean fitting inside of the tournament in general. And maybe in the next match they can do like such a great job and try to get a booyah, and maybe they can be the winners of the tournament. Let's keep our eyes really open.
Let's see if they can grab those points and unlock the win condition first. But I have been updated that we are ready to fly into
Kalahari. Let's go.
Some noise for your teams. Let them know you're sending them your energy. We're going to throw it over to our casters right now. Husky and AJ, take it away for Kalahari.
Thank you, Danali, Raja, Neptune, and Gideon. Now we head on into the desert. Not the desert here at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, but the deserts of Kalahari, where Indonesia usually reigns supreme. But if you sleep on them, they will make you pay. They will make you regret. We're talking about the Brazilians
Kalahari.
who have now activated
Kalahari guys, map dimana EVOS dapetin booyah. It is all about EVOS, RRQ, LOS, atau AGAL, All Gamers Global.
Talk about second chances. This is third chance for some of these teams. Third chance for EVOS for sure.
Yeah.
Second for RRQ. Second for LOS. Third for AGAL. Let's see if the drop spots change. This is where it gets desperate. And especially for EVOS and AGAL, the longer you are at the lead, the longer you stare at that trophy knowing that one game could send you there, the more nerve-wracking it is. RRQ takes Refinery, EVOS takes Confinement, Vitality at Council Hall, and it's Falcons in the middle of all of it.
Early hit list purchase by Captain Jonah onto Butchizin from Fluxo.
Berat ini, berat.
Early purchase of
Let's go guys, welcome back. Map ke-8
Falcons by
dari Free Fire at Esports World Cup.
Very early on, they can either be getting just pure information to avoid the early engagements, or potentially going for the hunt. Because looking at Fluxo and Buriram, they have got absolutely nothing to lose at this point.
Yeah.
RRQ, Lost Team, All Gamers Global, EVOS. EVOS ini champion rush ketiga dia kalau nggak salah.
Starting it off with first blood onto R7. Again, the eliminations don't really matter as much. You look at your screens, 4 teams are eligible to win it all. EVOS, RRQ, LOS, AGAL. But on this map, Indonesians are always favored.
Absolutely, and 2 of the Indonesian squads already have activated the champion rush condition. One was just literally 3 points away, undone by their brothers RRQ, putting a quick stop to that. And the rotation
ini match point ketiga buat EVOS, match point kedua buat AGAL, match point pertama buat RRQ sama LOS. Tapi jujur-jujuran nih, gue ngantuk banget, cok. Kalau sampai map 10 sih males juga ya.
Falcons early on, they just caught wind of EVOS making a rotation. So you know that someone is passing through confinement towards Santa Catarina. That's where EVOS is heading. Maybe might run into a beaten up core memory. Then see we just
dia mau rotate.
name on the list. That is as far as we can be sure about EVOS playing it safe. Of them and AGL have taken risks in this game, and they both ironically ended up falling in the hands of the Brazilian squad.
Jadi tadi ada logo piala itu adalah siapapun yang dapat booyah di map ini. Nah ini contoh nih, ada piala kan di samping 4 tim. Siapapun yang dapat booyah salah satu dari mereka itu udah pasti dapat juara dunia EWC. Nah, kayak Vitality, kenapa nggak ada piala ya? Karena belum dapat 80 poin. Kalau map ini dia dapat atau Vitality dapat 3 poin ya, 80 poin gitu. Tapi 4 tim di atasnya nggak dapat booyah sama sekali. Kita masuk ke map 9 guys. Itu. Kayak kalau nggak ada yang 4 tim teratas ini yang ada logo piala itu nggak dapat booyah sama sekali, kita masuk ke map 9 guys. Dengan kondisi apapun. Gitu.
tell Buriram if they have a good game, they would be
Rainbow Seven.
the list. You know, Vitality 3 points away.
Jalan ke arah
Dragon
dari
Esports,
foundation.
would you believe it? And they would have one more game to close it out. And Buriram has to close it out on the 10th game if they activate Champion Rush. Sorry, they have to close it out on the 9th game if they activate Champion Rush. Mainly because if you just want to depend on those points, man, EVOS and RRQ, they're
Tapi agak berat juga sih, maksud gua. Ya itu harus dapetin Buya karena udah mulai ngejar lagi kayak Buriram, Pain Gaming, terus Dragons pun kayak yang underestimated pun masih bisa ngejar coy.
Will be put on hold if EVOS wins this one. They've already gotten the initial elimination onto Moshi, and that's already a pillar down.
It's a big if here because Buriram, as deadly as ever, looking for the Champion Rush activation.
Oh nice. Tapi tolong banget kalau EVOS hilang sih. Aduh. Ayo Buriramnya hilang satu lagi please. Yes. Well play.
Managed to hightail it out of there. Was that a revival? Either way, Buriram hanging on for their dear lives.
Buriram tinggal satu.
From BRU, but the fans are disappointed. BRU, they get to live on, but for how long? I think that is a question that only the survivor could answer. But if you are EVOS, you just cleared out Stone Ridge. It could not get better than that. And Dragon Esports, they just made contact with Vitality. That is the team that wants to make it to Champion Rush. RRQ, they left Refinery and made it to the southwestern side of Command Post. This is going to be a wild card.
Unbelievable rotations coming on through here.
Ada Vitality, ada RRQ.
The first zone is pretty
Cekska.
so all the teams are just staying put.
Gila, Falcon saya sekarang peringkat 11 coy, padahal tahun lalu juara coy.
Because of how unforgiving the move of the circle could be for zone number 2. So this is just a game of wait and see exactly which sort of a direction the next zone is going to take. Because it's pretty much 50-50 and just absorbs
Astagfirullahaladzim.
It's very clear they do not want to get into a scuffle just yet.
Healing, Buriram.
Same time, Buriram just made a full recovery. Everyone brought back. Thanks to the initiative.
AGAL, nice. Nice. Aduh, Rainbow Seven-nya hilang. Hilang satu. Aduh. Hilang lagi coy. Dar. Diteter gitu coy.
Understanding that R7 will not get cheeky and the glue wall melters once again laid out. Even if R7 expires here up against them, the team still stays in play thanks to that vending machine.
If they can get Cypher, this would be great. Come on, games.
Dikit lagi. Oh no, nggak dapet coy.
This is not good enough. Cypher survives.
Lingkarannya kiri bawah. Oh my god.
All thanks to those revivals.
Dikasih lagi coy. Aduh, itu EVOS. Diberondong sama Flux. Diberondong sama Flux so. Tapi lo lihat tuh Dragons, Vitality, RRQ, Buriram, Pain ngumpul semua ya. Berat cuy buat EVOS ini. Gak gampang mapnya. Circle-nya gak gampang. Circle-nya malah apa di tempat yang kebuka banget. Kalau lo lihat buildingnya bener-bener yang kayak kebanyakan nggak fully covered gitu loh.
Probably EVOS gonna take the launch pad and hop away to safety deeper into where they want to go as RRQ continues to make it further.
Barak tapi bukan sembarang barak ya, kocak.
And EVOS now finds himself smack in the middle of everything.
And the next circle finally shows itself, dragging us straight down towards the southern side of this Kalahari map. The sub command post pretty much in there. And RRQ up against their brothers EVOS, who are leading the fray with the eliminations thus far. Predator or prey, which one are you, RRQ?
It's gonna be so close.
Gila sih.
To mention that BRU are moving towards EVOS.
Mau di ini. Mau di flanking. Nice kill. Di wipe out coy. First team eliminated.
They did strong in Kalahari last year as well. That was
out.
put them in the conversation in the first place.
This is definitely a big map for Lost.
It is
one where They very rarely falter.
Ya, cek kasih underperform ya. RRQ juga bisa menang cuy. RRQ main sabar pun bisa cuy. Tapi lo lihat tuh sebelah-sebelahan cuy. RRQ sama EVOS sebelah-sebelahan cuy. Bakal lucu kalau misalnya mau berantem coy. Karena nggak mungkin teaming kan di sini kan. Nggak boleh kan.
Funnily enough, even Fluxo now has reached a point. We've dragged on the finals long enough for Fluxo to have a chance.
Ada Buriram. Buriram di barak juga. RRQ di compound kecil.
Gather around one single tent. Get high with the grenade in his hands. This could get messy. This could be what sets off a chain reaction.
Itu ngapain di parabola?
Fluxo and RRQ will be activated.
Itu ngapain dia di parabola, Jir?
Up top. AGAL with the safe plays this time around. Spreading out all throughout refinery, but they will have to make a move now because this next circle
belanja dia.
Is surely not going to be in the confines of refinery unless they get some wild luck.
Lingkarannya kemana nih?
Tengah.
Masih di areanya EVOS, Buriram, Fluxo, Pen Gaming, sama RRQ. Vitality mulai masuk pakai ini. Katapel.
Wow, look at this man. Top eliminations, all decked out with the EVOS players.
Falcon sudah mulai masuk. Udah mulai nembak Vitality ke arah Buriram. Mulai ada kontak Buriram, Falcons, RRQ ke Falcons.
Your opponents take each other out. EVOS does not want to be involved in a 6-team slugfest.
Be it eliminations or damage.
Gila, 11 tim tapi lingkarannya udah kayak gitu coy. Berat coy. Berantem sekalian.
The team that is about to ruin their experience, their dreams. Lost looking for the
Vitality bahkan belum dapat poin eliminasi sama sekali guys. Masih perlu 3 poin eliminasi, sekaligus berharap 4 tim yang udah Champions Rush nggak dapat buyah sama sekali. Kalau mau paksa ke map ke-9. AGL ketemu Rainbow Seven, Pain mulai masuk. Sorry, AGL yang mulai masuk karena ini circle-nya ke tengah. Pain juga udah mulai gerak. Harus cabut. Karena zona udah mulai mengecil. Sampai game berapa? Maksimal 10. Tapi kalau dari top 4-nya ada yang dapat buyah, selesai. Pokoknya yang ada logo piala tadi, kalau ada yang dapat buyah, salah satu dari mereka, langsung selesai.
But Fluxo focusing on the players of R7 and Pain Gaming bumping into AGAL.
Waduh.
But the circle is going to be the bigger predator. As it forces everybody.
AGL mulai masuk.
If the Brazilians prey on each other and none of them get the win, it would be a throwback to 2022 in Bangkok. That was how
RRQ doang sama Vitality yang ada di zona. Nah, ini berantem nih. Pain Gaming sama AGL berantem nih.
Infighting between the Brazilians and Nigma Galaxy not able to hang on, and you do that callback and you look at duo.
EVOS dapat loss. Rasha dapat loss. Agal dapat Pain. 2v3. Aduh, berantem sama Rainbow Seven coy. Double kill AGL. Vitality dapat 1 kill.
Can you get it done without your prime sniper? They still do have the backup.
Gila berantem sih. Vitality, Pain Gaming, All Gamers. Lost dapat Falcon.
AGL does not need to rotate too far away, but they will have to sacrifice that high.
Lost dapat grenade. Falcons out.
As Lost takes the fight to them and wipes them out instantly.
The only team in the center of the circle is RRQ, and that is one of the teams that can win this. We say that this is Indonesia's map, but RRQ have always ruled Kalahari. EVOS now get some room to breathe and move. AGAL not done just yet with Pain. Peter on the ground. As Saifa confirms the takedown.
Vitality butuh 1 poin lagi buat Champions Rush. Sambil berharap 4 tim EVOS, RRQ loss atau AGL nggak dapat buyah. Sorry, dan karena 4-4-nya harus nggak buyah. Oh, Rainbow Seven kejepit zona sih, dia di lower ground sih. Vitality masuk. Ya. Oke.
Scrambles looking for the circle. AGAL playing with fire on top of this hill.
AGAL.
Slowly losing members. R7.
Dragons out.
AGAL confirms a triple for Chinoy.
Vitality udah bisa masuk Champions Rush. Kecuali 4 tim nggak buya ya. Lost out. Lost nggak dapet. Buriram out. AGL sisa 2. Pen Gaming out. Wah anjir. Kita mungkin bisa ngeliat juara di sini. Vitality Fluxo sih. Evos mulai masuk lawan RRQ. Wah. Wah, berantem 2. RRQ bisa out. Oh my god. Di push ada Fluxo juga. Astaga, nge-pushnya jelek banget Evos. Evos jelek banget nge-pushnya, sumpah. Ya ampun. Ada 3 tim yang masih peluang juara. Fluxo dapat Vitality 1. Aduh, dapat Vice. Gila, main blue wall semua. My god. Evos dapat. RRQ, wah RRQ dapat Fluxo. Fluxo out. 1 hit lagi. Sisa 4 tim, 3 tim Indo, 1 tim Thailand. Vitality kalau eliminate semua ini konyol banget. Bakal jadi match yang akan sangat konyol. Oh Vitality, oh out. Oh my god, Vitality unggul high ground. AGL out. Oh belum. Oh no, circle-nya. Sumpah, RRQ menang compound sih. Gila di flanking. Oh no. 1v3 v4.
EVOS helps them out. Russia continues to deliver, taking down members by members of Vitality.
My
but the
god.
next point of contact is going to be RRQ. EVOS. Oh, they could just let this happen.
Vitality. They're going in here for the sweep.
AGL mati sih.
RRQ in a
Ah, AGL mati harusnya. AGL out. Bisa Evos, bisa RRQ juara atau Vitality paksa map 9. Let's go. Vitality bisa nge-clutch ini. Gila di-push sama Vitality. Wah, Rasha dapat duz. Lawan Abai. Ya ampun, Rasha ngapain? Astaga, Rasha ngapain? Vitality. Waduh. 1 v3 v2. Kiba. RRQ. Oh my god. Kyong. Vitality bisa maksa game 9 nih. Wah, Evos out coy. Wah, gila Vitality. Gila. Gila Vitality. Clutch, what a clutch. What a clutch. Wah, gila. Well play, respect. Respect, sumpah. Respect. The game is not over till it's over, guys. The game is not over till it's over.
They stopped the two teams that could have won it all.
But you know, this could just be the prayers of the millions of the Brazilian survivors, hoping and praying that it doesn't end, hoping and praying that loss still stands a chance to bring it back to Brazil. But holy hell, it's going to be hard up against 3 Indonesian squads who are right there with them with the champion rush condition map.
5 teams out of 12 that have a chance.
My God.
Who's to say that match 9 ends with another team that gets a booyah, but it's not one of those 5s, and then we get 6 teams for game 10, and we might still be staring down the barrel.
Koed deg-degan sih. Iya asli. Koed deg-degan sih.
And that would have been Evo's. But for now, we're gonna head
Berarti
to
tiga tim Indonesia match point. Halo nih ya.
My gosh. Today for sure will be a day for we never forget. What we are watching here, the grand finals at EWC 25, it is amazing.
Gila sih, Evo sih berat banget cuy.
Very curious to talk with the Evils right now. Let's have a word with God so we can understand what they are going through right now, because it must be really hard to be in the grand finals. Thanks so much for your time. So basically, you guys had 3 chances. Right now, your 4th chance to go and get a booyah and finish with this.
Tapi gila, itu clutch sih, Gar. Ntar kita denger interview dulu ya.
I'm pretty much sure. Be honest, did the pressure hit you?
Jadi tentunya di sini kalian sudah punya 3 kesempatan untuk bisa mendapatkan booyah, dan kemungkinan besar ada juga di map keempat atau map ke-9 nanti ya. Tetapi ada masalah apa gitu untuk menutup map ini gitu, dan kalian tadi juga udah sampai di akhir tapi belum bisa menutup juga. Apakah ada pressure yang mengenai kalian?
Mungkin karena zonanya juga jauh, tadi match selanjutnya gitu sih.
Okay, I think not really about the pressure. It's just that we're a little bit unlucky about the zone and the map or on how we are positioning. So we're just gonna do better next time.
Okay, that sounds good. Just change the mindset and come back for the game. But right now, we are watching a different game style from you guys. You start the day very aggressive, but you slow down a little bit. Do you think you have missed your shot because you have changed your game style?
Jadi kalau kita lihat dari waktu kalian main di awal itu mainnya sangat agresif gitu, tapi masuk ke dalam sekarang sudah ke championship rush point, kalian tiba-tiba terlihat sedikit lebih pasif atau lebih slow gitu. Apakah ini kesalahan dari permainan kalian atau menurut kalian gimana?
Nggak juga sih, mungkin apa ya? Ya kalau udah dapat zonanya emang santai aja lagi gitu, lebih santai.
I don't think so. I think we just that need to play according to our plan. And if we get the zone, we get the zone. We don't need to play aggressive anymore.
Okay, that's fair enough. I understand that. Yes, aggressive game for the start of the day, and right now just focus on the last zone. So good luck on the next matches. We have been watching great action, great performance coming from Evils. And right now, guys, we have watched a lot of action come here to Esports World Cup 2025. But hold up a little bit. We are gonna go for a quick break and we'll be right back with more Free Fire.
Kita akan lihat ya map 9-nya apa ya. My God. Tapi triple clutch sih, bagus banget sih. Ngedinai AGAL, ngedinai RRQ, ngedinai EVOS. Ini nih momennya. Belok. Map 9 nih, map 9 yang paling krusial sih. Tanya map 9 ini apa coy? Belum dikasih tahu mapnya. Oke, baiklah.
tiga lagi beda. Tuh dia naik tower tuh. Deketin nggak sih? Itu yang atas, woy.
Gas, kasih tower.
Sabar. Tower kasihnya satu. Kita harus boya, woy.
Tower, woy. Dua lagi, sabar. Kita boya. Keong dulu.
Ini ngeperan, woy.
Satu lagi
di depan gua nih.
Pantai, woy.
What a Indonesian final we saw there on Kalahari. We did say it was a map that is extremely popular in the region, and they gave us an absolute masterclass in that final circle. And of our teams remaining, Team Vitality secure their booyah, and not only do they grab a booyah, but they unlock the win condition. We now have 5 teams who have unlocked the win condition for Champions Rush, and somehow, some way, we still haven't crowned a champion.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is what Champion Rush condition is about. I mean, even if you are late in grabbing and accumulating those 80 points, there's still a chance. If you can deny everyone else of getting the booyah, then so be it. And that's what Team Vitality just did.
And they did it in such a exciting, scary way. Yunsul and I, backstage, we were screaming for a Game 9, and we got it. I cannot believe we're going into a Game 9, because not only is this crucial, because Kalahari is now officially out of the map pool, meaning that we have to pick a brand new map. And I have already been informed what this new map is, but I want my panelists to give me a guess. What map do you think we're going into next?
What's left? Give me Purgatory.
I would love to see like a match in Purgatory, so I want Purgatory too, but I'm not sure if it is.
You know what would make it difficult for everyone?
Don't say it.
If it was in Bermuda. Everyone knows this map. It will be troublesome for everyone. So I sure hope it's Bermuda.
All right, I hope my viewers have their guesses as well. Put a map into your mind, and we're going to find out in just a second what that map is going to be. Have that map in your mind. Close your eyes. The map that we're going into next is Purgatory!
All right, okay. Now things are going to get really, really exciting here. A classic map, of course. All of the teams from Latam know how to play this map.
Oh my god, Purgatory, coy.
Know how to play this map.
Purgatory.
At the end of the day, I mean, there has been teams that perform significantly better. And when I say significantly, I truly mean significant.
Purgatory, EVOS tadi peringkat 2, AGL peringkat 3. Vitality Kazu 11-12. Lost peringkat 5. Sorry, bukan ini. Sorry. Purgatory, AGAL yang dapat booyah. Lost peringkat 3, EVOS peringkat 4, RRQ peringkat 11, Vitality peringkat 12. Man, so hard.
And I mean, if you're putting those numbers out, it means it's proven. This team has a track record. But does that mean all of a sudden they're probably going to be targeted by somebody? Because if you know you're playing a map and you know there's a team that is an absolute monster on that map, do you let them be a monster, or do you become the monster and you get rid of them first?
I think it depends on the situation, right? We saw that RRQ did the exact same thing on Kalahari against EVOS Divine. They literally walked up, knocked on their door and said, "Apa atas anjingku?" and just went in. For translation, that means "What up, dog?" And they just gunned them down, giving Vitality that win. They knew they weren't able to close it out with a man disadvantage, but it was so important that they deny it from EVOS Divine.
Well, one thing though, it's easier if there's only a few teams that has that Champion Rush condition. But now that we have 5, I don't think they will be chasing on them that easily. There's 5 chances that you might win or lose those gunfights.
Yeah, I think maybe it will be complicated for a team that it's trying to get the booyah. I don't know. I don't think that they will struggle with the situation of low. So I don't think they might.
Soalnya setelah ini di 5 tim ini nggak ada yang dapat booyah, main point semua. Nggak ding? Nggak ding?
So I don't know if they will do it, but if they do, probably Lows will struggle in the.
Sorry, masih bisa maksa ke map 10. Map 10 Championship, Champion Rush.
chance we could push this to game 10? Because it's game 9. We've still technically got one more round to go. There are a few teams left on the leaderboard that could still scrape by, but they've got to have a good round.
Oh,
Neptune,
goodness.
you've got the numbers. Who do you think, realistically, who hasn't hit 80 points yet, could possibly be the next team to scrape on by if we get another game?
Well, I'm looking at 4 teams. First is Dragon, who needs 12 points. We have Fluxo and Pain that needs 14 points, and we have Bermuda United who needs 15 points. All those number of points, very achievable if, like, even if you don't get a booyah, as long as you play it safe,
Betul.
get a decent amount of elimination as well as good placement points, they can activate it by the next round.
What are you talking about? They need to get the booyah. They need to deny the other 5 teams that champion point.
They need to get
if
denied.
if they
Betul.
got this point, like there's an eliminations, it will be, such a.
Oh my
I
god.
don't know. I don't even know the right word to use. Talking about the final. Yeah, amazing. Actually, that's the right word.
There's too many teams that need points. There seriously are too many teams, and I mean the odds of getting to game 10, I think it is relatively low. But okay, Neptune, I have one more question for you, just because you do have stats to work with. Of the 4 teams that still need points, who is the most likely of them to get a booyah on Purgatory?
Let's see, add booyah potential at this point, but I would say in Purgatory, the closest that we have right now is... Oh, actually none of them.
None?
Oh? Like, from the past 4 maps that has been played in this, 4 games that has played in here, we have Lost, we have 2 from AGAL, and we have 1 from a core memory. So, if we just base it on the number of points that they've grabbed, Pain would be the next in line.
Pain.
And they have been a pain, though.
They actually have been quite a pain to a lot of teams, especially the ones trying to get the booyah, because they seem to conveniently run into all of our win condition teams. So maybe Pain? They might be the reason why we go to a game 10. We're going to have to find out, but thank you so much to my panelists. We're ready to jump into game number 9. It is Purgatory. Let's fly into the match with AJ and Husky.
Thank you very much to the panel. I'd say, we've come this far. We might as well go game 10. It comes down to the teams. Out of 12 squads, 5 of them have a chance to lift the trophy by the end of Purgatory. You're here with
Purgatory,
Husky and
mapnya
also AJ. We
mapnya
have
AGAL
had
ini.
quite a journey. We wanted 8 games. We talk about potential speed run. Let's toss that out the window. Let's enjoy
Let's
some
go.
good free fire. And let's see if the teams can
Jadi 3 tim
end it.
3 tim Indonesia, 1 tim Brazil, 1 tim Thailand.
Join the rest on this champion rush condition.
Gila.
But let us casters walk you through which one of these teams that have activated this champion rush condition is the closest to bringing our competition here to a close. Lost, the Brazilian squad, is the number 1 team at the very top with the most number of points picked up on Purgatory so far, which is ridiculous. They could just be the party poopers of Southeast Asia at this point of time. AGAL, you guys witnessed it in the Purgatory map that we just saw today. They grabbed a booyah. They've got the most number of booyahs here on Purgatory, which means the Thai teams, all of the Thai fans can smile wide. EVOS is right behind LOS. Right behind Lost with those points.
Purgatory.
But the insane stuff is not a
Map 9 guys, map 9 out of 10.
so far.
Oh goodness.
They all have to work against whatever sort of bad luck that has been holding them back so far and make this one happen. Because like what the panel discussed, we have got 4 teams who are not far away at all from activating this champion rush condition. And can you imagine a world where Buriram activates it and the next random map is Bermuda? GGWP.
Yeah, I mean, Lost have been the best team. AGAL got an earlier booyah on Purgatory, match 2. Something to look out for. You look at the drop spot, EVOS smack dab in the middle. South of Brasilia, AGAL with a split, Brasilia and Fields, core memory, Dragon Esports as always, Lost taking Ski Lodge. We got Buriram and Marble Works as always. RRQ and Fire Brigade, central controlled by Falcon, something that we expected. Vitality, not to be forgotten, taking Forge. I think for EVOS, once more, just like the previous 2 rounds, they put themselves in a risky position, but we've seen them get out of it time and time again.
Oh yeah. Vitality and Forge, the team. And don't tell me Indonesia does this twice in a row, right?
Alright.
To be the last team that activates Champion Rush and then the following game hits a massive booyah and calls themselves champions.
Tapi ini bakal lucu banget kalau misalnya kayak tiba-tiba first 5 teams eliminatednya 5 timnya 5 tim yang Champions Rush eligible.
We have quality Indonesian teams, consistent, but display consistency and caliber.
Jadi kayak dipaksa ke map 10 itu bakal lucu banget sih.
Early rotation from Dragon Esports onto EVOS side. That could end the dream for EVOS on the map. Falcons against RQ. Their dreams could also be smothered. RQ loses out on here. Karoro with the first blood and on the pan to the face. Abai is out.
RRQ udah dapat nih. Oh, udah mulai dapat nih RRQ. Di push sama Dots. Ya ampun.
Will be pounced upon. And these Falcons, you hear the cheers once again. They
EVOS lawan Dragons.
Falcons up from the 11th spot.
Remember, Hannah also brought up, we also brought up, Dragon Esports, they have a good chance to join the rankings. You underestimate them.
Never would I have ever thought.
They're 12 points away. Well, they have to. Unfortunately, get rid of EVOS.
Yeah.
Unless Core Memory helps them out, and Core Memory has just arrived in Brasilia. So far, Ray, that is not looking good.
You know, the one thing that's up against Dragon Esports is the fact that you need a booyah to win the championship.
Oh yeah.
And they have not gotten anywhere.
Oh no!
Waduh,
So far.
di push.
He just knocked himself with the grenade
Ya
launcher.
ampun, EVOS.
Of all times.
Ya ampun, EVOS sumpah.
Out of nowhere.
Sisa 1 cuy.
And a wild Pokemon appears.
Konyol EVOS sumpah.
Just save the chances of EVOS Esports.
Ya ampun.
Time turner. He pulled it out, but
Oh nice. Oh no, M-Guard.
Unfortunately gets taken down by Cougar, who appears from the back.
Ya ampun, sisa 1 lagi EVOS.
Has been brought back in, and he has a strong chance to lose Central here and bring back the rest of his team members.
Just in time for Falcons to have rotated away because they fought RRQ early on. Rosesa once more called to action, and he accepts that duty, brings back Ray. EVOS gets another chance at life, and I could have sworn I saw the fear in their eyes, just like last year when they came so close only for this to happen at the worst possible moment. And Rosesa knocked himself out with the grenade launcher. Yet he's here to save the team.
You gotta pull yourself together, Wonder Kid. Pain up against Buriram. A fight Buriram just cannot lose. But Pain Gaming feels the exact same way as well. Both of them so close to each other on the overall leaderboard. Looking for the activation of this champion rush condition. The winner just stands a better chance. No hope at all to stop the 5.
Masih bisa. Buriram, wah, ditembak Fluxo, buset Fluxo. Gila, out dong. Gila, Fluxo.
Captain Jonah hits the revive before getting taken down.
It's the revive for Pain 2. Peter gets brought back very fast. Falcons encroaching onto EVOS' territory.
Pen 68.
Or more, also they return to their own
Aduh, EVOS di rush dong.
Ray will have to be sacrificed here for sure, but the rest of EVOS have been able to make it to Mount Villa.
Ray dapat.
Take at least one with them. The answer is
Sampai
no.
dapat 1.
Rescued by his teammates.
Alright.
We saw the same exact rotation that EVOS made earlier on Purgatory. If Falcons pursue this, EVOS could meet at early end. But if Falcons decide that they just want to hold south side because of where the circle is going, EVOS gets a second chance, but then R7 becomes their problem.
Oke, di healing lagi.
Wah,
konyol ini game sumpah.
From the verge of being
Gameplaynya
annihilated to making a full squad recovery and heading in for a booyah. Been done one too many times
Dapat
here
Dragons.
at the Esports World Cup 2025.
Ya, mentok itu mobil. Astagfirullah.
Ray will catch up with that action in a little bit. For now, the Dragons at the verge of extinction.
Falcons deciding against taking the zip line, but I think they are heading towards golf course. This is not going to be looking good for Evos.
Lost dapat Dragons.
Dragons loses another member. The challenge for Evos continues on the map.
Buriram sisa 1 doang.
To deal with at Quarry and then Marble Works, and then wow, Wasana roaming around. But with golf course taken control, the Falcons, it puts loss at very good odds.
Sumpah tolonglah siapapun. Itu udah 1 2 3 Indonesia coy. Udah siapapun close the map lah anjir. Close the count. Aduh, ini mapnya nggak enak banget lagi. EVOS masih di luar zona. Vitality sama RRQ mulai jalan. Waduh, ketemu Rainbow Seven sama Falcons dong kalau kayak gitu. Waduh, kasih Vitality coy mapnya. Astaga.
They're already starting a gunfight. Aim got playing on the flank. This is a risky move from Evos. It can still backfire.
Let's see if or not.
Wah.
Evos manages to keep their heads down as they try to get out of here. I expected the engagement between Falcons and R7 to continue on a little bit longer, as I say that, Games King. Eliminated from the run. But that should have dragged in another prey into play as well. Evos, but we'll catch up with that action in a bit. For now, Thailand versus Thailand. Core Memory meeting AGAL.
Memory on AGAL.
One of the teams that have activated this champion rush condition. About to have the party ruined by their brothers.
Ya ampun. Blue wall-nya dipadetin terus sama AGL. Waduh. Wah ya.
The run continues.
Oh my, that was way too close.
Hampir cuy.
With the grenade launcher, finally making it work for them. And unbelievable stuff here out of Core Memory Esports. After a phenomenal showing at Point Rush, I guess they used up a lot of that creative juice.
11 tim. Vitality masih belum dapat poin sama sekali.
Was sent in for the wrong day, Husky.
EVOS mulai gerak masuk ke circle. Nah, Seven ada Fluxo, ada Pen Gaming. Gila, Buriram mulai recover. Mobilnya lambat banget ya.
Well, I say that he picks up some, but still minimal to work with.
R7, like you said,
ketinggalan bang, ketinggalan bang. Belum diambil dulu senjata-senjata. Lost juga udah mulai masuk. Menurut siapa yang boyah bang? Jujur udah no clue gue. Ini mapnya AGAL soalnya tadi.
Oh my goodness, Evos, that rotation. If we look at the radar, they just made one of the best rotations ever.
Oh my god, itu diputerin sama EVOS dong. Diputerin. Gila, nggak ada yang nge-snatch.
It's just incredible. They've got the jump pad as well.
Oh my goodness.
And AimGod gives the info that is all wide and clear, brothers.
Gila. MGOD being MGOD coy.
Completely recovered from the poor start that they have and supply drop waiting for them.
To unlock it,
oh iya, itu ada
has
supply.
been sitting here for quite a while already. Goes in for the full unlock. He gets
nggak tahu ya. Mungkin ini bisa EVOS, tapi siapapun, entah EVOS, entah RRQ, entah Vitality. Semoga salah satu dari mereka bertiga sih yang juara. Karena salah satu dari mereka bertiga ada yang buyah, juara langsung.
It doesn't matter how it sounds.
They've earned it for sure.
Yeah, but it's getting tougher and tougher, and this is one of those teams
that have a high chance of walking away with the Booyah at Purgatory. Problem is,
10 tim.
the previous Booyah's loss has grabbed on Purgatory. They have been very aggressive. Now this is the passive version, which I'm not too fond of.
Vitality just spot the loss out. EVOS needs to continue this rotation, but Buriram right on the horizon.
Aduh, itu ada Buriram itu datang.
A bit more ill-equipped compared to EVOS.
Yep.
If they get to Buriram right now,
Oh no.
they get another shot at the championship, and Buriram knows this. Right
Gila di rush dong. Ya ampun, Ray-nya kena.
Get high with P90, drop straight, and that is not what you want if you're EVOS. They block out BRU.
Aduh, Rasha.
He needs to take this fight. He's forced to engage. Kochu and Imgod trying to respond, but Moshi wins that one out.
Sumpah jelek banget positioningnya EVOS. Oke, gue tarik kata-kata gue. Gue tarik kata-kata gue.
And Rasia will give the backup that his brothers terribly need.
Waduh, dilempar grenade.
As their kid straight off
Ya ampun.
the Wonder Kid himself makes a huge play.
Knock lagi Moshi. Nice Rasha.
And the Wonder Kid continues to deliver.
Gila. Gila. Gameplay macam apa itu EVOS bisa kayak gitu ya? Sumpah.
And this time in an even worse spot. But the next contender arrives. Dragon Esports in front of EVOS. And Dragons is so close to 80 points.
Oh yeah. Unbelievable, Saudi Arabia. Unbelievable. Out of the EMEA region, Dragons Esports. With just pure survival.
Vitality udah mulai dimasukin nih sama Loss. Ada Fluxo juga.
There's no more vending machines, and that's what's gonna sting for EVOS. They will play with 3 members for the rest of the round. And Buriram gets eliminated.
Buriram out.
Champion rush for them, sadly. Just not enough points. Lost against Vitality, at least one of
Buriram udah pasti nggak juara.
Will take offense. Vitality holding in the building across them. And Lost clearing out the compound. Nando nice started off.
Astaga, Vitality kasihan tuh. Dilempar tuh sama Loss. Blue wall dipasang.
Vitality keeps on holding.
Wonderful nade into the trailer once again. Vitality.
Gila.
Pops the steppy.
Gila dibakar pakai flame. Aduh, Rasha kena AWM. Berantem. AJL di belakang. Gila, Loss. AJL tinggal 1. Masih berantem.
Go for Oscar, but in times of need,
Sisa
that
9 tim.
Rebel Rush could make the difference.
AGL masih nge-healing. Saifa masih healing. Diberantemin. Wipe out, coy. Fluxo out.
But for AJL, this
Sisa
could
6.
be it.
AGL
There
out.
might not be another chance. EVOS is out too.
Aduh, EVOS out juga. Anjir, EVOS out. Masih ada RRQ sama Vitality. Sumpah Vitality ini kalau benar-benar Booyah di sini clutch of the year. Tapi kayak agak susah sih dibakar pakai flame. Ya ampun, dibakar pakai sama Loss. Wipe out. Aduh, Vitality out, coy. RRQ atau Loss yang bisa juara di map ini. Lost. Sisa 1. Sisa 2. Ya ampun. Dragons. Lost sisa 1. Lost out. Sisa RRQ. RRQ harus Booyah.
They gotta stop RRQ. They have to stop Lost. And we've lost out. It's only RRQ left.
1v3.
We might go to a game 10. It might come down to the wire.
Unless
Oh my god.
RRQ pulls off a miracle run here.
It's the final circle.
Positioning with the back.
Pain gaming out.
It's all clear. But Lady Luck not on their side.
Oh, 3 lawan 4 Falcon sama RRQ. RRQ bisa juara di sini. Oh no, RRQ. Maal, Kiba 4 lawan 3.
90 courtesy of Maal.
Oh no, Pina dapet cuy.
The sniper went in too early.
And Limit finds another knock. I think it.
Wah gila Falcons, astaga.
Falcons stop.
Ya ampun.
20 eliminations. You wanted a miracle and Team Falcons delivered it at the 11th hour in front of a home crowd. 32 points.
32 poin. Astaga.
Joins the ranks of teams who can take it all home and get that 2-peat.
Tapi nggak bisa ini. Falcons nggak bisa cuy 76.
Close to now, one round away from being your back-to-back Free Fire Esports World Cup champions, Falcons. Unbelievable run. And what is more unbelievable is that on this world stage, 5 teams had activated the champion rush condition and
Astaga.
could bring it to an end.
4 lawan 3 loh itu. Mental itu mental.
Falcons who stop an Indonesian team. They did it last year against EVOS. Now they did it against RRQ.
EVOS masih bisa juara di sini.
Maal must have felt they had
Gila itu.
win. It was a 4v3. And guess
4v3.
who? Pina. Once more, one of the latest additions for Team Falcons to send them into match point. Incredible. 6 teams, half the squads, half the grand finalists can take it all home, and still we don't know if we will be looking at a Booyah win or accumulated point. Is this where it ends for Indonesia when they've come so close? Not just with one team like EVOS last year, but with all 3 representatives.
Ini kalau menang EVOS yang menang, memang EVOS yang menang berarti emang udah takdir. Itu dia coy.
They got 15!
Dragons got 15. Dragons is in the champion rush condition as well. We're gonna take a quick short break. When we come back, match number 10 out of possible 10 here at the Esports World Cup for Free Fire. Triple kill.
Wah, masih nggak habis pikir. Tim Indonesia nggak ada yang bisa close anjir. Oke lah tadi Vitality bisa triple clutch gitu ya. Man. Even Falcons saja nggak dapet loh itu championship rush-nya, champions rush-nya. Mental juara sih Falcons. Oke, kita balik lagi ke game 10. Break dulu.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
เฮ้ยมีเขียวปลากดเลยถ้ามีเขียวอ่ะมีเขียวปลาไปเลยไม่มีแล้วกูมีอยู่เฮ้ยมึงมาขวาได้ป่ะกูเล่นซ้ายตรงไหนขวามึงเลยบดหน้ามึงเลยเซ็นระเบิดไปก่อนบดหมดแล้วว่ะเพื่อนกูจะได้อีก100นึงมันเปิดเซฟว่ะรอก่อนตายใส่ตัวนึงพี่ตายพี่ถอยตายพี่สองเฮ้ยตัวเดียวอะไรอ่ะ
This is the grand final that keeps on giving, and we have made it to game number 10. This is the match to decide who will be our champion, and we have 2 conditions that could be met here. 1, a team that has 80 points, nabbing the Booyah here, will crown them champion. Alternatively, if a non-qualifying team secures the Booyah, then the team with the most points will be crowned champion. It's a tense moment here on the panel because we honestly do not know what to expect for this final map. We thought we knew what the results were going to be for that map, but look at the leaderboard. I'm seeing Gideon, his jaw is on the ground. Neptune's still trying to get his formula working because it's broken up to that last round.
Ya, jadi ada dua kondisi. What a game ya, gila betul. Ini kalau
Dragon Esports getting 15, Dragon Esports should qualify for their own champion point. For Team Falcons, I would assume straight away that they've also qualified for it, which would mean that half the lobby is already qualified.
But based on previous calculation, they needed 38 points.
38? No.
Okay, we need
Dragon Esports
ranking update. I think that's what everyone wants to see right now because we need to know who is in the running to win via a booyah and who is in the running to potentially win with points, right? Like that is what we want to know right now. We need to know what is the threshold that everyone is aiming for when it comes to points. And obviously, we've got our teams, they're still talking. Here is the overall
6 tim. Pain Gaming nyesek sih. Pain Gaming nyesek. Pain Gaming literally pain sih. 1 point.
Team Falcons missed out by 6 points, which means unfortunately for everybody on the second page, it doesn't matter what they do. They decide who could potentially win this at the very end. Because EVOS Esports are leagues ahead of everybody else at 150. So even if they go 0, as long as a page 2 member wins, they take this championship home.
And that's the reason why they didn't slow down. Because at some point, what they need is just a booyah. And they can just like slow down, wait for the zone, and just surprise everyone else and grab the booyah, similar to what we've seen in Southeast Asia. But no, they want to make sure that even if it goes to the distance, they are still number 1.
I think the most important question we need to answer is what is everyone working with for this final map? Because again, we're running with a random system. We don't know what that map is going to be, and the players only find out when it's time to play. And I have been updated with information. I know what the last map is. I hope you guys are ready for this because I think it's a great way to end the tournament with a bang. We are going back to Bermuda for game
Bermuda,
number
coy.
10. Back to where it all began.
I'm in the scriptwriter's heads already. I can foreshadow it. I can see it. There's a reason why this game is starting to look like a work of art. 10 maps already played, and that's why I've got the Van Gogh socks right here.
Jadi kondisinya adalah 6 tim tadi, EVOS, All Gamers, AGAL, RRQ, Lost, Vitality, sama Dragons Esports itu punya peluang untuk jadi juara lewat booyah. Kalau satu dari 6 tim atau 6 tim yang tadi gue sebutin itu nggak ada yang booyah, maka peringkat 1 yang jadi juara, which means bisa EVOS. EVOS bisa juara dengan 2 kondisi, dia lewat booyah atau semua tim nggak booyah yang di 6 tim itu, tapi mereka dapat poin teratas. Anjir, real begadang cuy.
Well, at this point, let me just quickly look at that, because there's so much that has happened already. And looking at it, top 3, Brilliant United, Team Falcons, and Core Memory.
Ooh,
Bermuda coy.
Which haven't hit champ point.
So who's the Evils? Who's the next down then?
RRQ.
Tadi Bermuda map pertama itu yang menang RRQ. Wah, gila sih. Yeah, it's all in or nothing, guys. Nothing is granted, everything is earned.
I trust the coach to be able to collect the team's thoughts, but panelists, we are done here. We are ready to fly back to Bermuda, where it all began for every single survivor. Give it up for game number 10. Husky and AJ, take it away.
Panelists, you rock! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all stages. This is Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 2025. And holy hell, we are damn sure you're having a good time watching from all over the world. Team Falcons, unfortunately, they falter. They do not activate the champion rush condition. But so many of them have activated it. And Saudi Arabia's very own Dragons Esports, with a miracle run, they have activated the champion rush condition. Indonesia is up there with 3 squads looking for the title. Lost with the heavy representation for Brazil. And on the desk once again, you've got the Mustachio and Husky. Let's kick it, brother.
I'm not gonna lie, when Falcons made that booyah, it made me believe for a fraction of a moment. But I gotta correct myself, they have no chance, but it does not mean that they cannot take away the chances of the other squads. They did that to RRQ. We saw how heartbroken Ma'al was.
Oh yeah.
But we just saw a glimpse of a smile on his face. They light him up. It's good to know that at least RRQ have gotten back into the zone, and hopefully this is going to be their best. The panelists said that they are the 4th on the list in terms of top performers on Bermuda, but guess what? The top 3 teams are all teams that have no chance of winning, and they could work in the favor of EVOS, who now have 2 ways of winning the grand finals. Either they do it with their own hands, or they pray that the teams who are good at Bermuda do it for them.
And at the end of the day, all EVOS needs to do is not worry too much about the booyah, but stack those points like their lives depend on it, because their lives do depend on it. If one of the teams that have activated the champion rush condition does not get the booyah in the next game, it all comes down to which team gathered the most number of points throughout the 10 matches played. Ma'al can still turn that frown upside down. The best sniper out
Jadi, which means top 6-nya, kalau EVOS mau juara lewat poin, top 6-nya harus Pen Gaming, Falcons, Fluxo, Buriram, Rainbow Seven, Core Memory. Itu harus 6 teratas ya. Kalau di antara 6 itu cuma 5 tim, berarti salah satu dari mereka enggak sih, actually. Pokoknya siapapun tidak boleh 6 kayak dari 12 tim itu 6 tim itu nggak boleh peringkat 1, siapapun itu. Which means misalnya Pen Gaming yang buyah, tapi EVOS, RRQ, Lost, AGL, Vitality, Dragons harus peringkat 2 sampai peringkat 7. itu berat sih. Let's go, let's see.
Keeps getting higher is what makes this so sweet, so precious at the end of the day. I think for RRQ, again, there's a chance to wipe those tears off.
Yeah, man, yeah.
Same for EVOS. They've come this far, and now this is truly the final stop. There's no more do-overs. EVOS, they had 5 chances. That's 4 more chances compared to last year. It could not have gotten any closer than this.
The MVP of the FFWS Global Finals. Big smile blasted on his face. Bob's chance of becoming champion here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Non-existent for Falcons, just as it is for them. But who do they hunt? Which team's party do they spoil? Fluxo's not out of the race just yet. They can definitely smile a little wider. It all depends on some heated rivalry out there that has not been settled just yet.
And I dare say, I think, of course the prize pool matters. Of course you want a bigger slice of the cake. But the teams on the second page, the 6 teams who have no chance of lifting the trophy, it's time to accept that and play with nothing to lose. This is the best moment to let loose. If you can't get it done, you might as well stop someone else from doing it.
Oh my god.
We saw glimpses of that from Dragon Esports in the previous round, because maybe they thought that they couldn't do it, they wouldn't be in this position, and yet here they are.
Dragons Esports, one of the most phenomenal debuts from a squad that was the underdog of underdogs. Saudi
They were the underdog of underdog.
a lineup for Free Fire as good as Dragon Sea Esports. Regardless of where they landed at the grand finals, I was a fan already, but them being in the top 6, them activating Champion Rush just makes this miracle so much better. Free Fire here at the EWC 2025 is just that miracle that keeps on giving. We can't wait, man. This is game number 10, the final game. And we talked about this so many times in the past as well.
Oh yeah.
Can you imagine Champion Rush? We actually go through a competition where we go through 10 games and reach to the very final bitter end for some. And it looks like the curse of activating Champion Rush early still continues. Buriram could not close out at the Sea Championship.
Rainbow Seven udah nangis-nangis.
For quite a while already, EWC Esports has been sitting on that Champion Rush condition activated.
We've seen them come so close. There were a couple of opportunities that they could have just lifted the trophy right then and there, but they just could not conclude the match. And I don't blame them. The teams, they get hungrier and hungrier every round. RRQ. First it was AGL, and then it was RRQ, and then Lost showed up, and then Vitality. Vitality stopped them, and then Falcon stopped RRQ. It's a food chain, it's a cycle that keeps on going, and there's no end to it.
Tapi emang gue harus akui, gue nonton beberapa final EWC tahun ini, maksudnya kayak online. Nggak ada yang seketat Free Fire. League of Legends 3-2 masih ya udah kayak sampai nggak reverse sweep gitu kan. Terus kayak Dota 3-0, MWI Vitality 4-0. Free Fire doang sampai map 10 dan belum tentu ada yang juara, coy.
Hey, you know what? FFWS Southeast Asia 2025 Spring Battle Royale. The last team to activate Champion Rush condition walked away with the championship. Here at Free Fire at EWC 25, the last team to activate the Champion Rush condition, Dragon Sea Esports.
Are we flirting
miracles
with luck?
This day has been a day of miracles, Husky.
It has been. I remember when Team Falcons, quote-unquote, saved Dragon Esports from elimination by denying a booyah from Vision System in the last day of knockouts. The Arabian casters, they shed a tear or two for Dragon Esports.
Oh yeah.
This has never happened. And yet they're here. I know for a fact, or at least a lot of us know for a fact, deep down in our hearts, Dragon Esports is not the team to win. But I don't know what to believe anymore. I'm willing to believe that this could be it.
I know.
This is the tallest mountain.
This is it, Husky. You know, crazier things have happened in the past, but not one as eventful, as dragged out as this insanity that we see ahead of us right here, right now. In a few seconds, we are about to kick off one of the most decent flight paths that you would have ever seen on this map of Bermuda. And
Bermuda.
one of the conditions that you did bring up before we came back from the break was, this is the map where Buriram shines the brightest. What if we still don't have one of those who have activated the Champion Rush condition walking away with the booyah? What if Buriram makes this phenomenal comeback at the end just to smile a little bit?
They would have a good ending, at least to their own run on Bermuda, right? Yeah. Starting it off with a win and ending it with a win, but at the end of the day, they're just a Robin Hood, a side character to what's gonna push EVOS onto
Bermuda,
the
guys.
podium.
Bermuda.
But this drop is everything. EVOS
Katulistiwa,
taking
Syah,
Plantation and
Evos.
Katulistiwa, core memory to the north. AGAL playing it
Ujung banget tuh ya.
like they always do. RRQ taking Rimnam, peak for BRU, and Falcons with Vitality around the same area.
By jam 2 nanti kita dapat siapa yang jadi juara, guys.
Action. Very first circle pointing us towards the final circle, dragging
Pokoknya peringkat 1 atau yang buyah itu nggak boleh selain peringkat 1 dan sampai peringkat 6. Kalau EVOS mau juara. Nggak sih. Ya, pokoknya siapapun yang peringkat 7 atau sampai peringkat 12 yang dapat buyah itu bisa membantu EVOS atau yang peringkat 1 di klasmen buat dapetin gelar EWC.
But Limit gets knocked down, Vitality springs into action.
And your reigning champions Falcons having no chance whatsoever at the title regardless of.
Tapi bakal jadi momen yang sangat-sangat sangat-sangat
massive game that they hit earlier still wasn't enough to activate the champion.
Speechless kalau misalnya Dragon Esports yang juara. Waduh.
But the backup was not too far away. Max 7 to his back. And Falcons 2 players down so early in the game.
Ironically, they needed another 40 bomb to be on the list, but this time it wasn't possible. There's just not enough bodies.
And the quality of the competition this time round, man.
Yes, it is improved. I mean,
and how equal the playing field is, all thanks to the interference of the devs.
Yeah.
Nerfing those active skills that deserve to be nerfed, but EVOS losing players that should not be lost.
And once more, Rosesa left alone, but no vending machines. They took a risk. They paid such a hefty price. Rosesa can head back to Plantation to bring his teammates back, but we've seen this last year. They start the final round to the worst possible start. Is all in the hands of the guy, of this kid who has never been in this spot. Core memory is looking for it. Vitality is nearby. Rosesa needs to get further away. Bima Sakti strip is the next
tinggal 1 lagi.
And thankfully he has a vehicle to get him there.
He uses his binoculars on the way into Bima Sakti strip as well.
Tapi kalau EVOS out, RRQ harus dapat 35 poin. Loss harus 40. 42 bahkan. Seems impossible. Which means harus kayak 30 elim dan 12 poin. Enggak sih, actually. Enggak. Loss kalau misalnya 30 kill dan 12 placement point ya juara justru. Karena kan ini Champions Rush ya. Sorry, my bad. Ini peluang terbesarnya ya EVOS juara.
Faster than, in fact, the Falcons, Fluxo, Buriram, R7, Core Memory, Pain Gaming.
I mean, you have to be here to believe it. You have to see it to believe
it.
Nobody would believe you if you told them this. Some of our survivors are already asleep. They wake up, you tell them this story, they'll be like, yeah.
And do you know that DRG was top 6 in the finals? And then be like, shut up.
They activated Champion Rush. They were contending for the Esports World Cup 2025.
Ini replay pertama tadi.
Over BRU, over Falcons, over Fluxo, get out of here. I say Cougar almost ruined the dreams of EVOS. I mean, if that earlier fight worked out for EVOS, they would have been in a prime position to win. But once more, put to test, and guess who's knocking at the doorstep at peak? Loss is arriving. Like a storm, and Rigby started off. Rosesa is now gone. The rest of his team, they don't have much time to pick themselves up. Another survival run now, forced to be activated.
Brings the Wonder Kid back in.
Bisa nggak kira-kira guys?
Drop back in with
not that easy to be honest with you.
As well as the P90, which is a viable SMG. But what can you do when you are outnumbered? What can you do when you're a sniper who has an SMG in his hand? Rosesa needs to drop safe here at peak between.
Kayak emang performance coaches itu penting banget sih kalau menurut gue.
Kota Tua is definitely safer, but lesser stuff to work with, lesser resources. You go Pochinok, sure, but then Mars Electric is where Fluxo is at, and that's where they're gonna rotate towards north side. Last time, the very first time that EVOS had to fight Fluxo head on, they were denied the chance to win it all.
So Riverside is definitely going to get very crowded in a little bit because of the trajectory of our circle. Pain Gaming core memory already there. Falcons, we did
spot them approaching the area as well. No way me.
Lah.
You're gonna do anything here at the grand finals. At least they got their highlight moment on that platform earlier at the start of the day.
And Evo is going into recovery, but I think they will make it work. They just scanned Sentosa,
Langsung
that's where
berarti.
they'll head to. Initially it was by AGAL, but of course AGAL has already made
Oh,
their move
bukan.
with the Keraton.
Si itu.
This could work out to be
Next.
good. Whatever is happening at Riverside, these
Wait.
teams takes each other out. In fact, it puts
Per
teams
memory.
like Lost at ease.
Bawah mulu dah mereka.
At least the second factor that enables Evo to lift the trophy at the end shrinks. The odds lessen. The playing field's leveled.
Now this is where sometimes the circle plays a trick on me. Goes the opposite way, but please don't do that.
I think it's gonna go up.
Come on, circle.
Oh my god.
BRU smack dab in the middle.
Reads right.
Dragon is there.
Get. I mean, dude. I tell
1,
you,
2, 3,
Dragon's
4,
esports.
5, 6,
Who is
7.
the analyst for
7
Dragon's
tim
esports?
di
That
circle kanan
person
atas.
needs like 40 to 50%
Harus
of
lewatin
the
Cape
prize
Town.
pool, alright?
Kayaknya bakal
That
diputerin
person
lagi, bakal
has
diputerin lagi sama
single-handedly
EVOS
helped
sih.
the Saudi Arabian team survive all throughout these Esports World Cup. Purely survival. Dragons Esports is currently in the top 6 with the least amount of eliminations compared to the top 11 teams.
They got. Let's just put it out there. Survival instincts pays off.
Amen. Yes.
It was something that we disliked because we knew that eliminations mattered a lot more.
Don't count me in, not we. I always.
Or when we were back on cumulative points, that's not the consensus, right? And that's something that at least we could be on the same page about.
Not the
But I
consensus.
guess in Champion Rush, it does. The perspective does change a little bit, especially when you are already at 80 points, and that's where you really get tested on your fundamentals. You are forced to fight.
You need to close the game.
You need to close the game.
You need the booyah. So eventually, some eliminations are needed.
Look at this.
Berantem sama Rainbow. Ya ampun. Blue wall-nya. Gila, Dragons berani banget buat fight depan muka.
They were already battered before this fight even began. The Dragon Esports are just here to reap the rewards that was sold by a separate team, but
Dilempar. Hell no. Dar. Penok satu, wipe out. Loh.
Okay, AG, this is where you hold back, man.
Bisa kayak gitu. Okay.
All the points off of those knocks. It's a single elimination in hand. But the more important point is Dragons not extinct just yet.
No. Every time I look at EVOS' rotation, this entire grand finals, usually when a team makes such a great rotation, such a big and wide rotation outside the circle, when they're behind, it worries me. We've seen that happen to Flux so many of times, but for EVOS, it's a different feeling. It's a feeling of assurance that they are going to make it happen. And guess what? Right in front of them,
Lootingannya.
heads towards Keraton. It's AGAL.
Banyak ya lootingannya. Kita lihat. Ini berantem sama AGAL sih. EVOS.
EVOS up against AGAL. RRQ potential third party. Right in front of them Dragons.
Aduh, ke Keraton. Lompat.
Once again on the circle, you give that analyst a raise, man.
And EVOS with a good rotation too, launch pad, and they use the binoculars, they move north side. If they can just avoid detection, EVOS puts themselves one more time in a powerful
Gila sih EVOS. EVOS sabar banget coy. Rotasinya undetected guys. Nggak kedeteksi sama sekali. Aduh, ketahuan tuh MGAT.
Full squad revive.
Unbelievable.
Everybody tortured. But it's all about the recovery play. But we have to acknowledge.
Nah, ini AGAL lawan RRQ nih. RRQ lagi ngendok di bawah. Jangan sampai Abai jatuh kepleset ya. Kalau Abai jatuh kepleset PR coy. Fidelity. Di dekat di bawah jembatan. Masuk kebuka ini sebenarnya space-nya, tapi ada blue wall. Agal nguasain compound. Nguasain building. Buset, berantem sama RRQ. Gila. Gila RRQ. Berantem coy. Dapet out dong. Dua satu lagi. Wipe dong please. Wow. Wow. Gila. Di wipe loh itu AGL. Respect RRQ. Fluxo datang pakai launchpad. Gila, AGL udah pasti nggak juara. Sudah pasti tidak juara. Dapat 2. Gila Fluxo. What Fluxo? Wah gila, heartbroken RRQ sumpah. Gila, heartbroken itu RRQ pasti. Gila, patah hati beneran coy. Gila. 8 masih ada ini. EVOS masih ada 4 tim yang bisa dapetin Champions lewat Booyah. Masih ada Dragons, masih ada Vitality, masih ada Lost, masih ada EVOS. Bakal lucu sih kalau Lost yang dapet. Bakal lucu kalau Dragons Esports yang dapet. Falcons di atas cuy, di atas jembatan cuy. 7 tim, 28 pemain, full semua.
Just doesn't seem to be threatening just yet, and they have got Buriram to deal with. We have that the high ground advantage before they can think about anything else. This circle.
Aduh, Lost udah mulai ngelos nih.
Just keeps on giving Dragons. Need to get in though. Jump pad. Buriram spotting out the opportunity, looking for
4 tim lawan 3 tim yang ini. Siapa yang out? Waduh, Fluxo dapet. Banyak banget mobil jatuh. Ya mobil emang jatuh sih. Pina. MT7 nice. Ya kenok MT7-nya. Masih bisa di revive cuy. Nice grenade ke Lost. Gila. Siapa out? Dragons out. Dibakar pakai flame. Fluxo tinggal 2, Buriram masih 4. Vitality masang glue wall-nya banyak banget tuh. EVOS ngendok berempat di belakang tembok, di belakang tebing. Masih ada 2 tim yang bisa juara dari Indonesia, 1 dari Brazil. Other than that, EVOS yang juara. Falcons dapetin Fluxo. EVOS dapetin Fluxo. Wipe out. Masih bisa healing. Fluxo out. Wah, berantem coy. Bener-bener berantem buat placement. Oh no, berantemnya Buriram sama Falcons coy. Aduh, tinggal Lost-nya pelan banget. Falcons harus menang di sini kalau EVOS mau juara. Other than that, ya udah. Iya. Dapet dong kalau kayak gitu dong. Dilempar grenade.
They just need to win this, but Falcons being alive means the vitality cannot
Gila,
breathe.
Los Esports mana nih? Masih ngendok coy.
Relief is not yet there. EVOS survives longer.
Unbelievable.
Ya ampun.
We are seeing in front of us here right now. Oh, monster truck fails. Vice and Russia going for the spray down. EVOS, all their players back up on their feet. Vitality did not manage to put all of their players down and out of it just yet. Ray bleeding out.
Mana Los? Gila, Los masih Los out.
And this is the championship fight.
Championship fight Falcons. Vitality EVOS.
Falcons still have one more guy left. Someone can still be made a sacrifice. The scapegoat to it, but EVOS they're not gonna
Oh
win.
my god.
Final rush. Fire is back
Falcons
up for
mana?
the
Falcons
third
masih di
time,
atas
but
ternyata.
They can smell it. The victory is damn and vitality. EVOS right in front of them. Here comes the nade.
Oke. Indonesia juara. Indonesia juara. EVOS sumpah. Wow, EVOS. Oh, finally EVOS.
Investment, the best player, the MVP of MVPs, the Wonder Kid has helped dominate the world stage again after 6 long years. Champs back then at the Free Fire World Cup 2019 and
Oh, congrats EVOS.
champions of the Free Fire and Esports World Cup 2025.
Ashes to ashes and dust to dust. After 371 days since they foot on
EVOS, first Indonesian organization to leave the trophy.
From always second to first, not just for the team.
Oh my god,
but for
EVOS.
the region. And that's for the organization, first doing it with a Thai team and now with an Indonesian roster. The storyline is completed. A new era
Russia.
has begun. And the crowd can finally cheer for Indonesia as a collective.
Gila, Vitality nice banget, almost.
16-year-old kid
Almost.
who has been bleeding Free Fire for so many years now. And just like a beautiful game of chess played by EVOS Esports,
EVOS juara coy.
investing in him before anybody else could beat them to it, and raising him up to be one of the deadliest, if not the deadliest sniper out there in the world of Free Fire. And it was not like
Congrats,
the best of the
EVOS.
best weren't playing. Your two-time world champs in Fluxo, your two-time world champs in Buriram, they both have phenomenal snipers. Du, Ma'al, sit down. This now is the world of Russia, the world of EVOS Esports, Indonesia. My oh my, what quality, Husky.
They finished a job that they could not do a year ago. They took down legends, gods, and elites to leave a mark of their own in the Hall of Champions.
Luar biasa EVOS, $300.000, 5 miliar. Ada EVOS di Wall of Champion. Kita akan nontonin itu.
Belongs to them. That's it from me, Husky, and the Mustachio AJ. We'll toss it over to Carol to celebrate this momentous moment.
Hadiah Arena! Please welcome the champions of
Bro, itu kalau gua jadi translator dan EVOS juara, gua di situ jir.
EVOS Esports!
Respect.
Congratulations Team EVOS. You are now the champions of EWC 2025. How does it feel to be the winners of the EWC 2025?
Jadi gimana perasaan kalian tentunya sebagai juara dari EWC 2025?
Nangis, Cok.
I so proud all of you guys. Thank you for carrying me. Thank you all of you. Thank you for all manajemen, semuanya. Terima kasih yang udah dukung kami. Gak nyangka sih ya di FFS saya di turnamen yang kayak kecil gitu kita banting ancur-ancuran, pokoknya semua kita tuker role, kita tuker kapten, kita tuker semuanya. Orang
Gila.
satu baru raser satu ya gitu.
Yeah, it's just like we're just very happy, and we don't expect it at all, because we go from the lowest tournament, we're losing in the lowest tournament, but now we are here and we are champion. So I don't have anything else to say. I'm just very happy.
Incredible, guys. You have made it. You have saved your key. And now we are happy to give it back to you. Please bring Evil's Esports key.
Kalian bakal terima lagi ya kalian. Ini pegang salah-salah. Diambil aja, diambil.
Please, Indonesia, can I hear you?
Yang apa? Wah, aku nggak lihat juga. Soalnya aku di depan udah langsung.
Amazing, amazing. I know you all are all excited about this moment, but before you lift your trophy, you gotta select 3 keys to smash, to crush, to send to the crush, and put below your trophy.
Jadi kalian boleh memilih 3 key untuk kalian hancurin. Tim siapa yang kalian bakal pilih kira-kira?
Please, right now, choose your key.
Satu-satu.
3 keys.
Ya, satu-satu.
First key.
Who is the drop in shipyard last game? Who?
I don't know which team drop in shipyard last game, because I'm not sure actually.
CRM, yeah, core memory.
Core memory.
Core memory is the first choice. Please, second player. The other key.
Pilihan kedua. Movie star.
The first choice was core memory, and right now they have selected movie star R7 key. Wow, that's a wise choice, guys. Congratulations. Amazing.
Gila,
choice.
15 tahun ya.
And right now you gotta pick the last key. Please.
Satunya Buriram.
Buriram.
Buriram!
Gila.
Thailand team! Yeah, are you happy?
Yeah!
Amazing! They have choose their keys. They have choose core memory, movie star R7, and Buriram. Congratulations, guys.
Gila, Evos.
And
Well
now
played.
it's time
Deserve.
to crush those keys. Please help me with the 4 steps, okay? So, player number 1, please turn the key.
Paling pertama putar kuncinya. Ya.
Player number 2, open the switch.
Buka aja.
Come on, Indonesia!
Stop.
Player number 3, flick the switch.
Di flick di switchnya. Switch. Ya, switch. Ya,
Switch
ya.
first.
Ya, didorong. Yes.
And 4th player, now it's your job to crush those keys. Go ahead and press the button.
Ya, pencet aja.
Semuanya ya?
Iya, semuanya tetap dihancurin. Cuman yang kalian pilih nanti bakal kalian punya trofi langsung kan.
There we go. They are all crushed. Congratulations. The match is clear. The process is complete. So now it's time for you guys to place your key in the trophy and claim your prize. So please walk to the trophy, place your key, and claim your trophy. Claim your prize right now.
Gua sih merinding ya kalau gua main terus kayak, man, that's amazing. So proud of them. Gila, Rasha 15 tahun. Wow. That's amazing. Rasha 15 tahun. 2 Agustus 2009, Aimgat 20 tahun. Ray 20 tahun. Rasha ngangkat trofi. Gila, respect. Congrats Evos. Merinding coy. Evos Esports resmi menjadi juara dari Free Fire at EWC 2025. Dan mereka berhak mendapatkan hadiah senilai $300.000 Amerika. Mereka berhasil untuk ngelock ke Champions Rush di map keempat. Namun mereka harus menunggu, map ke-6, atau mereka harus benar-benar nunggu sampai map 10.
Congratulations, Evils. That must be a really nice moment to be here.
Gila.
And showing your trophy.
Real investasi betul, Rasha real investasi cuy.
I would like to know, how does it finally feel to hold this trophy in your hands?
Bagaimana perasaan kalian memegang trofi ini?
Good.
Anything else to share? It seems like Russia has something to share, but I'm going to talk to you in a minute because I know this moment, it's everything for you guys. Congratulations. Indonesia, are you there?
Gila, fansnya Falcons langsung diem sih.
Awesome. So I'm going to walk through here right now because I'm going to position Russia close to the translator.
Russia ke gua.
Please. We're going to have a chat for a moment. Congratulations, Russia. This is an awesome moment right now. Now, the moment you all have been waiting for. We have watched great performance here today. And now it's the time for the Sony Tournament MVP.
Russia MVP coy, pantesan dipindahin.
MVP is Russia!
Gila. MVP coy.
Congratulations.
Deserve.
This is your moment. And now
Very
you will
deserved.
receive your one and only key. Please bring Russia's key. Oh, is there a lot to hold?
Jangan Odi yang pegang trofinya, kocak. Odi kan gak menang.
And not only this key, you also are gonna receive $10,000. Give it up for your MVP, Russia! Amazing.
Gila.
So this is a symbol of
Iya,
incredible
insecure
performance
pasti.
here. Congratulations, Russia. And how does it feel to be named the Sony MVP of the tournament here at the Esports World Cup 2025?
15 tahun MVP coy.
Perasaan Russia sebagai MVP dari EWC 2025?
I don't know, I can believe this day. You know, as the youngest player in EWC, I will, of course, I will try my best to be champion. And yeah, alhamdulillah, I got this champion. And that I am the true wonder kid.
Wow.
True wonder kid.
I love that. For sure, you're the king of the game right now. Today, it's your day, and it's Evil's Esports Day. For us to close our interview in this moment, so you guys can all cheer up, I would like to know if you have a message to send to all the Indonesia's fans, to your family, to your friends, to all the fans out there.
Terima kasih buat EVOS fam yang ada di sana yang udah dukung kita dan yang lagi nonton. Terima kasih juga untuk keluargaku yang sudah mendukungku dan ya piala ini juga buat kalian semua guys.
First of all, thank you for EVOS fans who are here supporting us, and whoever EVOS fans that watching on the TV, they also supporting us until now, and especially my family, they are also part of the winning championship.
Ini dari Allah juga.
And it's also from God.
Thank you, I love that. Once again, congratulations, Evil.
Wise.
You guys are the champions of EWC.
Itu loh, Russia udah juara dunia MVP lagi. Kamu kapan?
GG Arena, give it up once again to the one and only champions of EWC 2025, Evil's Esports!
Respect, congratulations EVOS Esports. Oh, final yang benar-benar menegangkan guys. Juara dunia. Juara EWC.
Last year, EVOS could only dream of this moment as Team Falcon
Kita belum ngelihat masang segitiganya coy.
final match. But EVOS, the dream has finally come alive as they hold up the trophy and claim the title in 2025. And they truly have deserved it. From start to finish today, not only did they lead their opponents, they were being chased by some of the best, the absolute best in the world of Free Fire's esports. And it has been an absolute wonder, a showcase, a spectacle to witness their journey from start to finish and finally ending the tournament as our champions. Panelists, it's been amazing watching this journey, but I want to hear your thoughts, your perceptions, your story. What do you think about EVOS's journey at EWC 25?
Well, definitely they've shown great performance. Being introduced with the Wonder Kid, in this year's EWC Free Fire at EWC. It shows great potential, but there still was doubt, and this has broken all those doubts overall.
I think this is just for anybody watching out there, everybody who's tuning in.
Raffi peringkat 2
This
cuy.
has been a very long journey for them of rebuilding, recreating,
Udah takdir EVOS sih. Bayangin udah 3 kali penentuan malah tusun pakai
despite
tutup
getting
manusia
closer
cuy.
and
Betul.
closer each year.
Raffi
Even if they
peringkat
don't
2,
watch
top
the
3
esports
Indonesia coy.
itself, how can you not
1, 2, 3
be not
Indonesia.
only proud but feel emotional for these kids winning this title?
I'm so emotional right now, and I'm also really happy for them. Well,
Happy
it
for
was such
them.
an amazing day. I love to see them playing, and I mean, I was kind of cheering for them in the end. So I'm really happy. So congratulations, Evos.
They deserve the title. Maybe this is another step in the right direction here for EVOS, right? This is only the beginning for them this year. And of course, there's also going to be the World Championship. That's going to be the next thing that they would love to take. Imagine a team taking both titles, the true world champions, and all of it starting here at EWC 25. Like, they showed us they were capable of beating some of the biggest names in the entire scene, and a lot of people looked at Falcons and the way that Falcons played at the beginning of the tournament. They looked like they could have taken the title. Broman was in the competition as well. There were so many teams that could have won, but EVOS did it in such a demanding, very commanding, a way that a champion should take their title.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at this point, there's a lot of hate for the champion rush condition because of how even the underdogs, even those late in catching up, will be able to grab that championship. But EVOS Esports just showed up that consistency is the key. Despite of being denied several times, they're just prepared. Even if they didn't get that booyah, they just secured themselves up towards the end.
Let's not forget about the competitors here. Even though they are having the best moment of their lives, this is just the starting point, and honestly some of the worst moments for Team Vitality in particular. You're after everything that they put you through, at the end it just comes down to a single Clash squad. Oh, it's heartbreaking to watch. You could see them, they were destroyed.
Well, we are going to be having a quick look at the Kidia top plays that we have prepared for all of you. We had so many highlights from today's matches, especially coming into those final circles. But the ones that you're seeing on your monitor right now, these are the top plays from today's games. We do recommend, if you were unable to catch the entire broadcast, at the end of this, go back, watch the entire thing. It was so tense from start to finish, just trying to figure out who was going to unlock the condition first, how many teams are going to unlock the condition, and how many games were ultimately going to be played today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the number of teams that's being taken down, the anticipation that whether they will be unlocking the champion rush condition or not, or will they be the ones grabbing the next booyah after achieving that champion rush condition. That's what brings excitement, especially for tonight.
I'm telling you, $1 million idea anime series, we need it now. We need it now. The story's already painted, the script is here, and it's just so free. We got to get on it right away.
Or you can watch it for free if you go back and watch the entire broadcast. I mean, Raja, I want to hear your favorite moment at EWC this year. Like, what do you think really made the event stand out?
Probably all of them. I'm loving being part of it, so I'm really happy also. But I mean, I'm really happy about EVOS winning the tournament. I think, I don't know, I don't even know how to explain, but I was cheering for them because of the whole history, you know, and they are playing really consistent, and also they deserve it a lot. So that's probably the best part for me. So I mean, I'm really happy about it because Brazilian teams, they also, I mean, didn't play that much. Los actually did such an amazing job, but well, I think it was the time from EVOS, and that kind of explains a lot.
And it's also going to be preparation for these teams once they do play the new format in their region. So they do have a bit of an advantage. But you know who else had an advantage? Rasha, who was our MVP of the tournament.
MVP joy.
And look, he deserved it. He got MVP twice before this. So the boy, he clearly left his mark here at EWC 25, and he's probably going to be the gold standard that everyone's going to aim for at EWC 26.
Oh, it's going to be tough right now because you're talking about 16 years old and he is becoming a standard, and those other snipers are like, will be growing older. You know how it is. When you grow older, you won't be reacting that fast, and it would be difficult to catch up. So we might see new bloods coming in just to make sure that they can keep up with Rosesa.
I mean, he's the next generation, right? Next generation of Free Fire esports heroes, legends currently in the making, and now developing a legacy. And I think the scariest part about it is that how the story aligned literally so perfectly. His 101th knockdown, he gets the championship title.
That's it. I mean, there's just so much.
I'm your fan, Rosesa. I'm your fan. Please teach me how to play like this.
I think I need it.
Gila, dijaga bodyguard coy.
Yeah. So you're not the only one, Raja. But we do have EVOS heading their way to the trophy.
totem.
We need to do their award ceremony. They need to be given their dues because they have worked hard to earn this title. And so they're making their way to the trophy ceremony. I mean, you can see the smile, the happiness. They also have people waiting for them as well. I can't imagine how the players are feeling. We can see it, but I don't think anybody can feel that level of happiness, that achievement of being an EWC 25 champion.
Gila, respect banget.
After game, they have felt it, but they haven't realized like the impact.
Shock.
Yes, it's a shock. The excitement, because they know that that's the only thing that they're waiting for. But the impact of this win, it would be great. I mean, Rosesa is already big, but I guess after this, he'll still be bigger, but not yet in height because he's still 16 years old, but you know what I mean.
He's got time to grow. But also just the raw exhaustion
Look at
here
that
as they're looking to put their frame in the
Esports
totem to create that
forever
legacy, right? The weight of all of
haunted
their struggles, also
forever.
in the weight of their trophy.
Painted
Now we
the
are
totem.
going to be doing our ceremony here. We have a VIP. We have Mike McCabe, COO of the Esports World Cup Foundation, helping to give the award to EVOS. This is such a momentous occasion. The fact that they are being given the award, they're finally realizing it, right? The moment is actually happening because this was supposed to be their last year. Just seconds, moments, points away that they lost this moment. But now in 2025, EVOS are going to be able to solidify their legacy at the Esports World Cup and set their key with other champions.
Gila.
Lined up to be part of the greats, turning things around. EVOS
Esports
engraved in that totem forever for the next EWC and for everybody else to remember.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a record. This is something that
Indonesia's first organization to win the EWC.
From them has now been erased. It's all joy, it's all pride, and I guess there's a lot more that will be seen from them, especially for the next season in the regional qualifiers as well as the World Series.
I think we also have to think, you know, if EWC comes back next year, for EVOS, they now have a title they must defend. Imagine the pressure, the stress, the preparations you have to already set forward to defend that title. I mean, it's a completely different experience when you are chasing that key, but now they finally have it, and it's now time to defend it from our other teams. But EVOS, congratulations on your title.
Gila.
What a way to end EWC 25 for Free Fire. Thank you to all of our amazing viewers,
merinding coy.
casters, everybody here for making this moment happen.
Congrats EVOS.
For Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 25. We'll see you all next time.
Rasanya kalem banget ya anak, salut gua masih bocah tetap dan nunjukin itu. Alright, EVOS. So that's it, guys. What a long stream, 6.5 hours. Tapi it's really sweet at the end, guys. Terima kasih banyak buat teman-teman yang udah nonton dari tadi. Selamat buat EVOS Esports yang sudah menjadi juara EWC 2025. tadi masuk match point, mereka harus nunggu sampai map 10 untuk mendapatkan gelar juara tersebut. Dan terima kasih buat teman-teman yang udah nonton, makasih yang udah like, makasih yang udah ngechat juga, makasih tadi Break sudah nyawer juga. Sampai ketemu di streaming berikutnya, kita akan nonton MSC ya. Kita masih ada MSC, kita masih ada EAFC, kita masih ada Rocket League juga. Jadi sampai ketemu di streaming berikutnya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat istirahat.